新赛季，我们必将划过这条线。
我勒个娘，也聊天，
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来。这没啥。哎，让我试试。
看见没有？我勒个娘呀！看着啊！
没事。
哎，让我来。哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房柳。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同音魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. And I am no mortal. Your antics will amuse me for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
就是如果要给我自己打分的话，我觉得应该是7分封顶了嘛，因为我脑子本身就不大聪明嘛，然后加上就是如果很急的话，说话就是会说，就是有些时候说的很急会说不清嘛，所以这些都是需要去改善的。我自己性格是比较随和的嘛，然后 YKC 是平常很幽默搞笑的那种，乾坤也是比较开朗的，17S 就是每天整活，就是开心心的。其实我们平常还是会有压力的，就是我们是一个很苛刻的队友嘛。当自己看到对分数不满意的时候，我们可能自己会给自己很大的压力。这个压力我觉得也是一种动力吧，因为分数低了确实心里比较难受嘛。至于我为什么会来到这个职业赛场的话，就是我本身是一个很热爱游戏的人嘛，然后在接触这款游戏不久，就机缘巧合认识了欣姐嘛。欣姐也算是就是把我带到比赛场上的人。我觉得如果能站在比赛场上打，也是对我实力的一种认可吧。就是以前很多人称我们无冕之王嘛，我是不太喜欢这个称呼的，因为相比无冕之王，我更希望我们是一个常胜将军嘛。以前我们嘛，就是总跟冠军差一点点，这跟我们自己的心态是有联系的。因为我们每到后几把那个分数不是很乐观的时候，我们总会很急，就是很急着去拿分，然后就会失误。其实把心态放稳下来后，反而会打得更好。打职业这么久了，如果要说哪局很难受的话，应该就是联赛刚开始第1赛季第2双周的周决。因为那时候我们刚集结到一起嘛，各自都很有自信。那次我们也是离冠军只有一点点嘛，然后结果与冠军失之交臂了，所以那次下来就心里会很难受。我们3个小虎、乾坤，我们都是第一次进入捷杯嘛，所以对捷杯冠军是有想法的。但是因为那时候状态可能比较起伏吧，所以没有拿到一个很稳定的分数。还是积累经验嘛。比赛这么多，哪天就到我们了嘛？因为小虎是临时租借到 GS 那边的嘛，小虎是很强，但 YKC 也不弱。小虎在 GS 带2个新人打得也很好。我最想做的事情就是在电脑桌上吃顿烧烤，看看电视剧嘛。然后因为我教练不让我在那个电脑桌上吃零食嘛，所以这是我最想做的。在我的印象里，教练是在训练上面对我们很严格的，在私下里面扮演着老父亲的一样的角色嘛。就在前几天，就是因为隔壁邻居装修嘛，我们当时在睡觉，打扰到我们睡觉了，所以教练就去和他们和解嘛，就是这个事情得到了和解，也是对我们的一种保护吧。在今天打周决之前嘛，我们是没有想过就是到底要不要拿周冠这个问题的，因为我们觉得在比赛场上打嘛，肯定是要打好每一把。既然你就是每一把都打好了，周冠凭什么不能是你的呢？首先这次拿到这个第1双周周冠，对我们来说是一种很大的激励吧。我们之后会继续努力嘛，因为周冠真的只是一小步。我一直都有这样的想法，我希望我打的每一场比赛过后想起来都不会让我后悔。
Got Spider though, taking Rexy for a ride with the infinite grapple into the aerial grapple there into the RP. And Spider with a big combo coming out here with the long sword. Oh my god, he changes it up. Shazing's gonna try to respond. T225 is forced to pop that as a ping ultimate, and Shazing's gonna release that R&B charge off the dual blades in the back end into the aerial R&B, and that's gonna do it for himself. He is gonna pick up that E-limb. mic here to Zing now. Might be caught up. He's doing a really good job staying mobile, but Yiwon in that Tarka ultimate form. Looks like he's gonna be caught out. He's gonna come in high with a big parry onto TT. And blue stab. You gotta be careful because he does have that weapon swap combo in hand right now. The F is forced out of Mike. Now Spider trying to get the opening there, does not get the pair. He does get eliminated by Spider, but Spider's still in the mix here. Now against T225, the V3 forced out for T225. Now the clink comes in. Spider now trying to find an opening for himself. Tries to go for the parry. The LMB charge release here off the stab does get some damage onto Spider there. T225 now trying to lay down some more damage onto Spider. Spider's gonna blink up with a nice big parry.
Gets shredded again by Rexy. Rexy trying to hold the fort down. Beautiful parry onto Rexy. The question is he going to be able to hold the momentum and keep the elimination here? He's going to be able to keep the rotation all the way clear. Goes for the heel, drives him together, pops him with another.
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？啊！
我楚大少修罗榜第一，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小青神联赛第一泰，凭什么不能看奖杯？小德柱，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？还是小德柱好啊！ 你们啊，看门都不会看，谢谢啊，小德柱。新赛季我们必将发挥这条线。
我勒个娘，也聊天。
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来，我先来。让我试试，让我试试。
哎，看见没有？我勒个娘呀！哎，看着啊！
没事没事没事。
哎，让我来，让我来。 这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
乐哉院中游。 周览无穷也，百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房里。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics were amusing for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
You know what? I don't think that advert is ever going to get old, nor stop me from getting hyped up, as it is going to be the bi-weekly 2-day one of Trios. I'm Gut Moxie. I have the absolute pleasure of being here alongside Dunkin' Donuts as we get to bring you all of the action and get to see some of our really top groups back into play after what was a surprising, let's leave a little bit of a pin in that one, a surprising bi-weekly finals from a couple of these groups. And teams that definitely have something to prove heading into this week.
Oh no, absolutely. Thank you again for for casting with me. I'm very excited to be here. And I'm very excited to be seeing what we've got today. KLA coming out on top last week. I don't think they're going to be playing today, sadly, but definitely got some other good teams in today. TE gonna be an exciting pick to watch today. I'm very interested to see what they're going to be bringing out this week. What do you think they're going to be bringing out this week? Do you think there's going to be much different from last week?
I don't think it's going to be
there will be too much.
Yeah, I think we're still going to see the same compositions come through. Obviously, that Pacific Rim composition of Monk with Vera is insanely strong at the moment, just because of how hard it can be to bust through. Something that we did see last week, however, was an adjustment in terms of running a Yoto-heavy composition instead of a Takeda on Dusk maps, so that you could actually take advantage of the amount of Fireflies. Something that J-Team started pioneering with a Takeda composition all the way back in 2022, which I can see why it actually is preferred for the Yoda composition now, since we've had this dynamic shift and the Yoda composition doesn't really do so well into Final Zone. A lot of these teams want to be able to get the Yoda ultimates and the Viper ultimates up as much as possible when they're able to play around the map where they can pick up those Fireflies, building into early games that they can then bring that momentum into Final Zone, as opposed to the Takeda, which sees a lot of value all the way through and doesn't really push you into picking up those Fireflies as often as you had previously, now that it's paired with something like a Zip, who just sustains him into that Final Zone, so you can come with your ultimate and police how everyone plays around that positioning.
No, absolutely. Another reason, though, that's very important to note, with Yoto being picked up, it is inherently very strong into other Transformers, being able to stagger them down. You can burst them down with longsword wind slashes, try and melt them as fast as possible, alongside the value in endgame, which is very important to note. We have the inherent sort of counter towards Takeda. If Takeda's being played and Yoto is there to prevent him from doing what he wants to do, prevent him from using his demonic blades to stagger the enemy and melt them with blues, she's able to be there and peel for her teammates, as well as being able to always cancel her ultimate before having used up all of it, and be able to save rage and save it up for the next fight. So I think, have you been seeing, do you remember if it was Yoto's alongside Viper Wuchen, the original?
Yes, it was the original Yoto composition.
That.
Yeah.
No, this comp definitely, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Yang griefers, a lot of people looking to prevent other teams from entering the Yang portals and trying to pick up maybe one kill or forcing an ult out of them, and maybe catching one as maybe a straggler is being left behind and they managed to pick up a free kill. The other two people end up dying in Yang in the 2v3, and then they can potentially camp the soul altars and look to pick up another couple kills, or wait until they've rezzed the person and then pick up all the kills for themselves and securing those low effort kills.
One thing actually that we were getting to see was actually Kurumi brawlers being used to stun out the people and knock them back from being able to enter the Gate of Yang. Slight thing to note, however, with TE being in play, we did see a player interview and a lot of actually team interviews when we had the bi-weekly final day, and everyone was saying, well, we're worried about TE because of their Gate of Yang just fight wins. Their percentage was something like 100% until that day where I believe it was GD were able to actually beat them inside of Gate of Yang. And as a result, a lot of teams just forwent Gate of Yangs entirely, and this is actually something I wanted to pick your brain about, because Gate of Yang have had a huge impact on this game. Right, they've changed up the pacing entirely. A lot of these teams that had to really push for more blessings were able to come in with compositions that veered back towards that Kurumi, away from that Temi being able to just use the ultimate to lock people down in place, that you could guarantee a box grab Kurumi obviously was able to just use her ultimate and the umbrella, keeping up her monk, but also allowing her to teleport inside and outside of that Temi ultimate, and thus diminishing his impact. Now, however, we're seeing a lot of teams forgo the gates entirely and look to grief the soul altars, something that we've seen have a little bit of success doing. But now that another shift has come through, with some teams just not going for the gates and everyone trying to grief the soul altars, the one team that does make a play gets a free buff, and everybody else just sits around waiting for someone to come out of a soul altar that never appears, and they waste a good 3 minutes, not just in terms of building up ultimates, but also better positioning into that late game. Do you think that this is the right play, or do you feel like they should once again proactively look for the fights?
Well, see, the problem is that they are very aware at this point that other teams, especially those Attack on Titan, the Yoto, Viper, and Wuchen comms are all going to be lurking around the gates of Yang, looking to prevent people from going in. Like, it's very simple as well. You simply just throw down the Yoto F3 on top of the Yang portal, and people literally just let me in and just bouncing off the blade, and they end up having to use their cooldowns, and they just can't go in. So because Yang inherently is already a high risk, high reward. If you haven't stored some soul blooms away in the forest or something, and you're risking death. Really, the reward is massive. Gold weapons, the buff, soul jades, all very, very important. But it's still a risk. So if there are now people making it even more risky to attempt to do this, I feel like it is a reasonably good idea to, depending on your team comp, to avoid these kind of scenarios. One thing that you said with Kurumi, her being able to teleport in and out of the Tumult Cult, one really handy thing about Kurumi Umbrella Tether is that if you attach your tether to one of your teammates before they enter the Yang and then they go through, you can then teleport to them when they're already in the Yang, which is very handy. So not all 3 members have to really get in immediately. 2 can get in and the other teleports in, but still a risk to be taken. It definitely depends on team comp though, because if you're running Attack on Titan, you're looking to grief, because in Yang, realistically, you're not going to have as much power as some of these other compositions. The Wuchen ultimate, sort of, the value is pretty much negated unless you use it immediately to get the attack buff. So because that composition is still being played, still being seen quite a bit, it means that teams are now apprehensive, which I think is safe, and it's a good idea when it comes to qualifying for bi-weekly finals and that sort of thing, not taking risks and that sort of and what have you. I mean, it depends. It's hard to say. We could potentially actually see teams baiting the grief. I think that might be something that we see. It's also very dependent on loot paths and hunting paths, being able to hit certain timings throughout the game to be able to hit these third parties, knowing where people like to fight. I mean, all these players, they fight together in rank, so they're very aware of other teams' looting paths, tendencies, and they've done the work, they've done the homework to be able to know exactly where other teams are likely to be in certain times of the game. So
speaking of homework, it feels like we're actually going to get to be able to have a little bit of a session with one of the players. So let's have a look and see what exactly the skill notes that they've been cooking up on the other side.
让我们再次恭喜2023永劫无间职业联赛春季赛首个双周的3排冠军，他们就是 KLA。
随着其他队伍的进步以及版本的更替，我们的优势或许已经在减少，但是我们的默契以及比赛经验，他们仍然难以匹敌。
你看这点要不要开？
哎，我的小
刀2把，抓了一个 ，OK， 能补。
中了。
他这边积极把捷팀在黄杨街里面打败了。时间还有，时间还有，但是如果被秒一个，那就有可能不好打了。
秒了一个小
坏了，
心情注定是难以平复的。 只能说我们没有把握好这巨大的优势，与其说魔之友来了，还不如先从自身找问题。
屡战屡败成为了我们的常态。既然考拉也熬出头了，我认为我们夺冠的那一天也不会很遥远。
这个时候的话，这个中间在忙这个队友拆货，平头那边受不了了，平头只有一丝血了，平头倒了。
哦呦，再抓一个，直接抓，漂亮，一锤定烟基地。
我这边，我来了。
与捷杯冠军失之交臂，对我们来说算不上什么遗憾。得到进一步补强的 GoIL 一定会给你们全新的答案。
从开赛第一天的发挥稀烂到周冠军的失之交臂，新赛季的起步就充满了波折。离开赛场的这半年时间，我一定能追回来。
战与边缘直接打起来了，这一刀直接开砍，伤害还不错，能秒人吗？
能秒掉最后一丝血。
哎呀 ，OK。
如愿以偿的获得了第一个冠军，虽然只是一个小小的周冠，但是对于我们来说是莫大的激励。
来哭了，神庙，
打神庙，打神庙。
放符了，符这边的话应该是已经盖下这个手动，而且还抓了一个，直接就双抓了。
全新的 KRA 充满了无限的可能。
There we go. That was a couple of highlights from our bi-weekly finals, which was a couple of days ago. And I have to say, a lot of surprises, but really nice to see that TE are actually looking to themselves. They're taking accountability for that performance, because even though they did rank within the top 10, it was, as they said themselves and confessed, off of the point that they were already bringing in. They started off the day at something like a 52.7 lead, because of just the record-breaking performance that they had on day 3 of the regular week 1, and the fact that they only managed to scratch together something like 40 points through all 6 games is definitely something to still look and fix for this team.
No, absolutely. Do you mean 46 in the last 5 after their 52? Because yes. I think I'm looking at it now, they had 97.6 at the end of the day. So although, I mean, they still came out 5th, the top 7 were all reasonably close. I mean, KLA coming out on top with a pretty substantial lead over the second place with an extra 13 points or so. But 2nd to 7th, as I can see here, all within around within 11.6 points.
Yeah,
so
it was so close. Throughout the day, like throughout that last game, we literally had face cam reactions from KLA, waiting to see whether or not teams would be able to overtake them. Because in that last game, almost every single team that was within the top 5 went out super early. And so KLA were just forced to watch. They were, I believe it was the 2nd or 3rd team that went out in game number 6. So they just had to wait and see whether or not one of the other teams who were towards the lower end of the leaderboard walked away with a win, and their wishes were granted. It came down to GG versus XCG, 2 teams that had no hope of being able to put together enough points to be able to overtake KLA.
No, yeah, they definitely, XCG, although they didn't have the best games throughout the day, their first game of the day last week in the finals was 47.7, a substantial game. I think it was the 2nd highest scoring point game of the day. Then 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th game, all really like below 10 points. So not all that much, but they ended up coming back with a 30-point game in their final game of the day, and securing that top 8 position for themselves. So they redeemed themselves at the end of the day, and I'm looking to see a little bit more consistency from them today, hopefully. 2 0-point games. It happens. I mean, we're all human. Everyone has bad games. Everyone makes mistakes. We're not robots. We can't be perfect. But definitely a little bit more consistency coming out from XCG would be nice to see, especially at this highest level of play. But what do we have here? We have first 2 games seem to be daytime maps. I think the first game today, Horus Isle, is going to be a morning map, bit foggy. You're going wreckage. Be prepared to not be able to see very much. But yeah, what do you think we're going to be seeing in the first game today?
I mean, I'm guessing it's going to be a lot of Monk. That is what we typically tend to see as both of these, all of these teams try and sort of settle in, feel comfortable. Monk is the composition that has the least amount of risks, I feel, to it as well, just because of the fact that you know you can really trust in being able to come in, find those kills, look to set up that rhythm, as we can have a look at some of these teams. GD, one of their most played compositions is in fact the traditional Monk composition. This is something that a lot of teams have actually been running. We thought maybe the Farrier Monk would come through, but it feels like TE and other teams have been able to sort of pioneer and show that not just running that Pacific Rim composition is the way forward. And if you sort of retreat back towards a more traditional Monk composition to start off the day, you can save your hero points, because remember, the first composition that you play is free. So it does make sense that you want to come out with your strongest composition out of the gate.
Absolutely. I completely agree that it is very likely that we're going to be seeing a lot of safe picks with these traditional transformers, making sure that they're not pushing the boat too far out, sticking to what they know and that sort of thing. I mean, here we have a pretty solid composition here with Farrier, F3, Tumult, and Monk. Another comp that we've been starting to see a little bit more play. Extremely powerful. The F3 from Farrier having that silence gold focus, the Tumult F, and their combination and their synergy, being able to lock down targets and completely melt them with crossbows from afar. But one thing that we have to consider, though, that I always like to talk about, is that although there are people who are going to be playing it safe today, or at least in the first game, there are always those teams that think, okay, we have all these other teams playing safe. What if we get really oogly and just go hard out of the gate? So one thing that I also have noted is that Juggernauts, which is Takeda, Zipping, and Matari, does pretty well on daytime maps where Fireflies aren't available readily to all the Transformer comps, and making it so that they can essentially hunt these Transformer comps in their timings where they don't have ult available, and making it much less difficult for them to pick up kills. So I imagine that we might end up seeing a couple aggressive compositions coming out of the gate. But as you say, it is pretty likely that we'll see the majority Monk compositions. People like to stay safe first game. It's their comfort pick. They don't want to get too crazy. They want to get a solid, consistent point game off the rip. Because if you come out the gate and you don't do all that well in the first game, it can be rather hard to recover. Mentally, as a player, it's very, very difficult to make sure that you stay focused and you stay positive and you don't tilt off the face of the planet off of your first game. But we'll have to see. I'm assuming we're going to be seeing the compositions coming up very shortly. But yeah, as you say, Monk comps, and I think maybe a couple Ooglers in the mix. Perhaps an Attack on Titan comp. Perhaps the composition still does pretty well into traditional Transformers. Although it doesn't have the power in Yang. As we said, it can be very effective griefing those other teams looking to go into the Yang portal. So I don't know, I'm excited. Let's see some NARAKA.
Yeah, I'm excited. Let's see some NARAKA. We will be seeing some NARAKA in about a minute and a half, more than likely, as we can have a look at some of these teams, have a look at how they're adjusting once again to being back on that stage. Not really giving much away in terms of game faces at the moment. Like you said, it's very early on in the day. As we tend to go through some of these games, especially slipping towards that later half, it does become a little bit more apparent in terms of how players are feeling, and like you said, that does have a massive impact in terms of how they game, because if you don't have the confidence to be able to win the 1v1s, you're not really going to be taking those fights in the gate of Yang, and instead you are going to have to switch strategy to griefing those players who do come off the soul altars, punishing the fact that they have a 4-minute timer, and if they don't manage to pick up at least one soul bloom for one of their players, they are going to be out of the lobby entirely. Something that we're seeing a lot of teams really take advantage of, looking, like you said, to grief those soul altars, especially because of just how powerful Temi-Wisp is at the moment. A lot of the time when a Temi-Wisp comes down, it's a death sentence, and sometimes we see some teams just not really willing to sacrifice one player. It's really interesting that sometimes, like, especially these monk compositions, if when they're out of ultimates after they've tried to disengage a fight, one time maybe that one of their players will get tracked down and they'll sacrifice something like the Yui. That was his traditional role, right? He would ult to cover the monk dropping out of that ult form and pull people away with his ultimate. And then if things go a little bit too bad to be able to keep yourself in that fight, you would use those leaps, disengage, and draw and bait so that only one player goes down as opposed to two. That's not really something we've seen when players get caught out by Telewisps. A lot of the time teams rush forward to try and peel that position for their players. And as a result, we saw teams like WBG just get ripped apart within moments. As we can have a look at the compositions that come through in just a moment. Like you said, it is going to be one of those daytime maps, Morris Isle Dawn. So we are going to be seeing a couple of those Juggernauts coming through. However, a lot of traditional monk compositions coming out as well.
Yeah, we've got the XCG Ooglers. I love it. Let's go. We've got the Juggernauts coming out off the rip, unless they change last minute. We've got the traditional Transformers, as you said, very, very safe and traditional pick. It's in the name. And then we've got Attack on Titan, another staple composition that we've been seeing. We've seen time and time again. We know how strong it is. We know how safe it is as well. And it looks like a pretty even matchup between the Transformers and the Attack on Titan. What do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So a bit more, no, 7 in terms of monk comps. We have 7 monk comps. So the Yotas are going to have their work cut out for them, being in the minority here. But I definitely think that if we happen to see a tree endgame with little open space, we'll definitely be seeing these Attack on Titan comps coming out on top of the leaderboard this game. But let's have a look at the map here. What do we have? No wreckage, okay. No fogginess. We do have a mines game. Oh, no one's landing mines though. Oh no, wait, it's not in the zone. Okay, fair enough. No Celestra.
No one's landing Celestra. It's probably the biggest surprise.
Actually,
no one is fighting really like off the rip. One team's going towards Secret Tunnel, makes sense. You're running that composition. If you're trying to run either the Yodo or the Monk, you do want to get those Fireflies as quickly as possible, but they are going to be uncontested, which is very interesting because the last times we've seen teams actually run into Secret Tunnel immediately off the rip, it's always been 2 teams, and it's always been a scramble for those players who can find the tropes first, as we can have a look. OUG and TE, before they've even been able to try and pick up any loot, immediately going toe-to-toe. TE's TXJ has been able to pick themselves up blue nunchucks, but they're just not getting the time to be able to use them. Has to scale rush out of that fight and then engage back on through, trying to cover for their teammates as OUG look to lock down one of these players. There's that Yodo F making it even harder, forcing TXJ to grapple up onto those roofs. Will be able to use the F1! Okay! Gets the engagement onto OUG's SS off of it though, and as a result is able to turn that fight around. Normally we don't see the F1 come through from the Yodo, TE using that very aggressively. But they are able to turn the fight because of it, and LYD is actually able to find some purple armor too. So we can have a look at XCG and JL's One Feng, who look like they've been spotted. Li Zhenghan is going to be able to see that grapple come through. Doesn't really have the loot at the moment to properly be able to challenge it, as TE by a very early Moonsbane will likely be using it to lock down other players' positions if they run into a fight that they don't want to take.
Absolutely. One thing though that, as you said, with the F1 Yoto, I mean, I was flabbergasted when I saw it initially. F3 Yoto is quite frankly one of the strongest abilities in trios, because it allows your team to have so much neutral pressure and be able to fight in small spaces, gaining prio, sending out those blues willy-nilly. But more on that in a second. I think we might be seeing an engage here. A huge loot disparity between these teams. The Juggernauts don't seem to care though. Oh my god. XCG's Takeda taking a huge amount of damage. No ultimate to speak of. Just getting taken down. This feels a bit ambitious. XCG. Oh no. This is not what you want to be doing. Oh no. No ultimates. No real armor to speak of. And they just, I mean, We said they were getting oogly, but there's oogly and then there's a suboptimal. Come on now, boys. They've now essentially just given JL huge head start in this game. 2 purple armors, a substantial amount of money to be able to buy Jades with. Rolling Jades being a huge importance in Immortal War. Being able to know that every Jade that you roll is going to be purple or higher. And securing those kind of Jades early as possible allow you to pick up all the kills that you want. And here we are back to TE with the F1 Yoto. Looks like they're trying to lock down this Yushan, getting the silence onto him, popping the Yoto ult. Yushan unable to move. Get off me. Moonbane coming down. I think this is a one fight for TE here.
Gotta be surely, but KZ are still gonna try and fight it. They use that Kurumi ultimate, allowing the Monk to be able to transform up and look for the grabs. Now that the Yoto ultimate has run out, TE rather, don't really have that ability to be able to burst through this Monk's health, but the Kurumi ult is gone. And they're still sitting in the middle of that Bane's Breath. Jan is having to actually try and just disengage so that he doesn't take that damage from the AoE, as TE are able to stop themselves from getting double grabbed, look for the disengagement so that the Monk form runs out, and then immediately double back. But here comes the third party. Wolves Sorrow looks to make that engagement. As TE still in the middle of that Bane's Breath. It's going to be running out in a second. Benchy using that cannon just to be able to buy that last Drag of Rage to build the ultimate. As we're going to see the Wuchen TP, TE are able to connect it onto the Fallen member as well, onto TXJ's can, to be able to look for that reposition. Benshu, however, did not actually throw in the ultimate. He found that kill off of a cannon shot. So Wolves can still try to track down where that team has ran to. In fact, it looks like they might be heading towards that bounty to try and connect it onto TE to be able to track this team's position down. As TE, very wisely, not going to stick around, looking to lengthen that distance between them and Wolves so that the bounty falls onto another team and it becomes harder to track TE and they have a little bit more time to be able to build those ults back up.
Absolutely. Although the Viper and the Yoto both have their ultimates available, not having that Wu Chen teleport, not having it up is always a big risk to take. Being able to know that you have this sort of safety blanket, this get me out card, ready to go at a moment's notice if something goes wrong, you need it, essentially. If you're playing safe and you're looking to get as many kills as possible, but maintaining like a good tempo and not getting too excited, you need that Wu Chen ult to be up. But yeah, the Moonbane there getting extremely aggressive here. TE definitely looking to come out the gate swinging today with their traditional spawn. They're like known for this spawn. This cave here with the fireflies, I call it the FPX drop. I always go here. Fireflies, Taka Enjoyer, we love to see it. Or at least some of us do now. But yeah, the Moonbane purchase, the locking down of the Yushan, making sure that he's not able to pop that ultimate, preventing the Viper stun, all the damage reductions are coming through, and just wiping out the team. It doesn't, I can't see exactly, 6 kills to start off the day. It is going to be a great feeling for them, being able to come out swinging in the first game and be able to go out the rest of the day knowing that they've already secured a pretty solid lead. And well, at least as long as they don't throw it away here. And it looks like they are going to be they're taking it, they're playing smart. They're not looking to get too ooga booga, as we saw, since they are disengaging. Even though they have 2 ults available, they don't have Wu Chen to get them out of dodge.
I wonder if that adjustment as well to the Yoto's F3 and instead taking that F1 is another sign of that dynamic shift between this composition, wanting to find as many kills as possible for early game, just because you know you can't look for those fights in Gate of Yang and instead you have to try and grief the soul altars. Like, it allows you to be a lot more proactive in terms of that early phases. Mauman, unfortunately, not going to be able to proactively engage onto the retreating backs of OC. They're able to land that shot onto the Viper and stop that grapple from being able to connect further, allowing Baida to move a little bit faster. The bounty is still going to be giving that position away, however, and Baida are just taking their time slowly but surely. moving around with the dual blades, not taking actually a moment to repair the bow. They don't want to give OC any more time to be able to build up further distance, as it is now going to become that tree phase. Merriman on the Viper does have the ultimate, wants potentially to look for that engagement onto a team, especially if it's up against a Transformer composition. For the ult to be there and charge up and then drop from the tree so that you prevent as much time as possible for it to be cancelled out, as we can have a look at how the gates are spawning. Alliance, it feels, is going to immediately veer towards Sunwings. Baradar and XCG about to try and spar over one. Ventus and J-Team, however, is going to be a very interesting showdown. Whether or not we are going to see that composition come through from some of these Yodos, looking to put a little bit more pressure on some of these Transformer compositions. There's the Karumi Tether from J-Team very early on. As the gate goes through, J-Team looking to be in that forward position might just be able to take it. In fact, Eagle is actually going to body block it. He uses the Monk transformation and grabs out any player looking to push through. Ventus's Pixel gets grabbed out, and J-Team have pioneered another strategy into stunting players' positions. Eagle with that faster transformation is going to be out of it a lot faster than Pixel, but Pixel's health is dropping at a staggering speed. Karumi ultimate trying to keep himself up. Eagle is pushed out of Pixel's, but that just pushes him back into his own teams. Pixel's looking for the grab. Remember, J-Team are looking to disengage, but Eagle gets picked out before the grapple can allow him safe passage. And as a result, Pixel will find a slam, doesn't manage to find a second onto ZK, but J-Team are being hunted down. Ventus not allowing them to be able to escape this engagement, now trying to push on forward. 101 Tien coming in with the Yui ultimate to cover for his team, and will be able to, with the Spear Staggers, connect onto the members of Ventus who were converging on the two remaining members of J-Team, and allowed themselves to become a little bit too much of a target for the Yui Spear Stagger. Both of them caught by the Yui ultimate on what could have been a really rough position. It's turned around by J-Team. They've been able to find 3 picks, as well as now starting to head towards some of those outer edges of the zone, looking for that recovery, but also looking to see whether or not a team that loses that gate fight is going to take my biggest pet peeve at the moment, Dunking Donuts, which is heading to Assault Altar away from Central Belt so that you don't run into griefing, because that massively eats into your time bank. Speaking of, hello, Gigi. That's exactly what they just did.
No, absolutely. I mean, oh, perhaps. Okay, perhaps. So you give them this. Perhaps they opted to spawn here since they knew that the other teams have been fighting outside of Yang, and they scout after having come out in soul form and see that these bodies are lying there, and they opt to try and go over there, pick up some of the remainder, what was left behind. But AOW here versus JL. Ping Toe having popped the Monko, getting the grab onto Feng. Can they? It doesn't look like they can melt him down, but they managed to get the blue focus after the slam. Feng forced to pop the ultimate here, trying to do what he can. The Yoto Hime managing to get out of the ultimate, and the Wu Chen manages to port them away to safety. Yoto still having ultimate available, but this team is not looking to look back at all. They're just no, get me out.
I mean, they kind of have to. Given that they committed 3 ultimates into that fight.
Yeah, getting third parties here by a red buff Yang team. XCG coming in. The Juggernauts having recovered hugely after their initial blunder at the beginning of the game. Blue and purple armors, Yang buff, gold pulse sword, let's go. Looks like AOW Zun Wukong is gonna be taken down. A cheeky little kill. As well as Shutong as well, 2 kills.
Oh,
I'm not
but
sure if
TE...
any of them survived. Oh.
TE have spotted them out, and XCG are actually sandwiched at the moment between OC, who have control of Ballista. They can't really back out. There's TE's engagement, the F1, that's Li Shenghen. Straight away from their team, isolates them from the pack, so TE's VVV can come through with a clean Viper ultimate. It is going to be a squad wipe, what looks like, from the side of XCG. Remember, they are going to stay in the lobby, given that they're still rocking that Vermilion Bird's might. But OC now coming in with that potential third party. TE don't really get the luxury that XCG have at the moment. They can't stay in that fight. That's why we're seeing the Wu Chen TP come through, because they didn't go through one of those gates of Yang. They didn't pick up that Vermilion Bird, so they are going to nope straight on out of that one. As we can see, waiting in the wings, a lot of these teams. JL has seen an engagement going on, and they've decided to raise their head above the parapet, whether or not they can snipe out one of those players. They've still got the Yoda ultimate too. Xiao Nan just going into the zone to be able to die and respawn with the rest of the team before that buff falls off. Wolves, unfortunately, didn't have a Vermilion Bird Smite, so they might just be out of the lobby for good. But it did feel like one of them was able to find a rebirth charm.
I think it's possible that he's died to the zone deliberately, Wolves. As you said, I don't think they did have the rebirth from Realm of Yang, so perhaps Wolves died in the Realm of Yang and has opted to try and die in the zone and then allow one of his teammates to potentially buy him back. However, we don't...
Sora's gone though.
Miskia trying all he can, but to no avail, getting taken down in the zone by J-Team. Traditional Transformers. Sitting on 6 kills, a pretty solid spot to be in at this time of the game. Alliance, though, topping the leaderboard alongside TE, 7.7 points each. J-Team close behind. So 2 traditional Transformers at the top of the leaderboard. Attack on Titan, and then XCG not far behind with their Juggernaut pick. I'm still rather surprised that they managed to come back into the game. Having made that blunder in Celestra, and then to turn up later in the game with Yang buff and
let's
and
have a look at Wolves. Oh, they're pulling a GG. They were going into the zone and they were rezzing each other.
Yes. Wait,
it's not quite. It's not quite the GG. It's not quite the something like 16. But the problem for them is that OC are currently hunting stragglers, and they are going to see Wolves.
Oh, they've been spotted.
They've been spotted. JL as well are going to be close nearby. So even if OC are able to survive this, Wolves have one choice but to head away. The problem is they don't head towards JL. They head further out of their way. So they're not going to be able to run OC into a potential third party and throw attention off of them that way. Benshu goes down, sacrificed to try and save the remaining member. As OC now are actually taking that fight against JL. JL saw the opportunity for a third party and have saved Wolves. Slayer gets the Viper ultimate, drops out of the monk form to try and drop away from that stagger, but as a result his health bar is immediately diminished. And JL will be able to pick up a very quick fight win, as OC, unfortunately, put a little bit too much attention towards just chasing down those members of Wolves. They saw 2 stragglers, saw an easy meal, and as a result, they're the ones that end up getting devoured instead. Wolves, by the way, still in this, still got 1 player, as there's that adjustment that I was telling you about before broadcast. Teams just not wanting to take the Gate of Yang fights. One team walks through and picks up everything for absolute free.
And simply looking at grief. No, yes, absolutely. TE coming out on as the winners here, getting a free Yang buff, rocking 7 kills, all ultimates available, gold weapons there. I think TE are definitely in a solid position here.
Oh no, Wolves!
Come out on top this game. Wolves, no!
Yeah, LXX, unfortunately and rather unluckily for him, runs into Alliance's Lucky before he's able to make it to a soul altar. Speaking about misfortune, OC's last remaining member has the misfortune of running into TE. TE straight off of the Gate of Yang victory, who with Mystic Might will know
may have saved
that JL. Yeah, but TE know this, however. It's not going to be that OC situation where they're entirely oblivious to JL at their backs and looking for that opportunity to third party. TE with that Mystic Might will constantly be getting pings out about other players' locations. That's why they're not taking that fight. They're not chasing after. And OC, instead, will get a little bit of time for respite. As you can see, TE wait for JL to be out of the way before immediately pushing straight back onto OC. Oh no. Oh, this is not going to go well. There's that Yodo F1, batting them up into the air, locking them down. And TE with some really good synergy. Like, this is another thing we have to talk about with that Yodo F1. right? It opens up the possibility for so many combinations of follow-up damage that the F3 doesn't. Right? Because like you said, F3 is very good for controlling that neutral and buying yourself the time to reset. TE don't look for time to reset, they look for time to aggress. So TXJ throwing in that F1, he can be in one entirely different location, immediately tap that F again, be able to peel back to his teammates' location to help them out, but also set them up to be able to come through with aerial finishes.
Absolutely, no, I completely agree. If executed properly, it can work pretty well. However, this is one misconception. That F3 is all about the resets. Although it's like it can be extremely useful, it seems like an offensive ability, but it's actually reasonably strong in offensive terms. As you throw it down with your teammates next to you, you can use it to prevent parry punish. You can use it to aggress. You lock a person down by just throwing the F3. And letting your teammates stand next to you, one of them throwing blues, the other one light spamming, and the person stuck next to the F3 simply cannot do anything without using very important cooldowns. Which, although F1 can potentially do the same thing, it doesn't offer that defensive capability when it's needed. However, one thing that we definitely saw that was executed perfectly there when they hunted down that Kurumi in the zone was that the Viper acts as a front line. The Viper acts as a sort of engage tool with her F, and then you have the follow-up from the F1 Yoto having the target silenced. They're simply unable to do anything. But another thing that I was thinking about was that we've actually started to see a little bit more of Parry-Bell Monk. Monk being a very high-value target for these Attack on Titan compositions. If they're running Parry-Bell, and you throw an F1 in their direction, and you manage to knock them up, silence them when they hit the floor, so that they can't actually use the Parry-Bell, because the Parry-Bell is not combo break. Only F1, the normal bell, is combo break. So if you get hit, until you hit the ground, you can't use it. So if they manage to burst down this Monk before he's able to use anything, they've essentially won the fight. So I think
the one worry though, because like you're saying all of this, I'm concerned that the F1 is good for individual target lock. So it works here because TE are taking these isolated fights. If they're not taking an isolated fight where they're running into a straggler, they're using, like you said, either that Viper or the F1 to be able to isolate out one of those players from their teammates and find that lockdown. That works in a 3 versus 3. Where that falls apart is in the chaoses of Final Zone, where there's a good 6 other teams around you, and that defensive capability that is there for the F3 becomes absolutely invaluable because we go into cannon phase, where every single monk runs fully stacked soldiered cannon to be able to get that transformation up as much as possible. And the F3 finds the value there because it blocks the projectiles and allows that monk not only to not get that ultimate up as much as he wants, but also allows your team to be able to hold on to the positioning so that you don't have to worry about running into the center of a zone where everyone is looking for one team to make that first misstep. That F1 is not going to be able to find the same value that it is now. So it's smart of TE to take advantage of the F1 while they still can, so that when we head into that final zone, they don't have to rely on the final zone to be where they get all of those kills.
True. I do agree with that. That is very true. And I'm definitely an advocate for F3. I always want my Yoto teammates taking F3 over F1. Not only because F3, in my opinion, simply has more value more of the time, but F1 is very hard to execute properly. Being able to... So one big thing in pretty much all esports is if something is easier to execute, or if something is easier to use, it inherently has more power. If something is easier to use for players, we're all human, we're not able to play perfectly constantly. There is always going to be room for error when using something, or using a mechanic, or an ability, or a weapon, whatever it may be. There's going to be room for error if it's harder to use. Therefore, if Yoto F1 is being used, although yes, it can work, And as you say, it's not going to give you the value in endgame, although they do have the Wu Chen F3. That is still something that they want to be using more as a sort of... Although the wind wall is very useful for blocking these ranged attacks, having two sources of protection as well as saving the Wu Chen F3 for shielding and being able to heal his teammates, as they have no other form of sustain.
I mean, it's impacting now as well. Like, this Morris Blessing has been hit. Neither of these teams have been able to actually open it up. TE,
But
because they're not running that F3, can't run the F3, as we can see JL doing right now, dropping that F3. The problem is they still haven't actually been able to open the box. They waited too long. The zone is now chasing them out, and they don't want to sit in this fight because they don't have that high ground. TE do, so they can just ranged shots from above, as we can have a look at XCG and Alliance, who are going to be contesting their own Morris Blessing in a matter of moments. XCG looking to find an engagement. Alliance just pushing them with so much range damage into these little huts. That buccaneering phase, but it's going a little bit worse for XCG, given that Alliance have a lot more space to be able to roam around and dodge out of those cannon shots coming through. We can see the Kurumi Tether does actually attach itself onto Alliance's KZ from that high ground, are looking to again keep both of these teams pressured and take advantage whether or not one of these teams has to use an ultimate to be able to buy themselves this box. They're going to be waiting in the wings to see that they can actually finish off as JL coming with a third party. There's the musket onto Zwan from Alliance, and they're not running that Wu Chen. They are not going to be able to find the room to be able to get that resurrection. So we can actually see the Kurumi Tether from Alliance so that they can get Zwan back into the mix. Unfortunately for him, however, he is going to be weaponless, as JL have already been able to pick through absolutely everything on his body. Lin, seeing that the resurrection is about to finish, now drops down to allow themselves the space to be able to properly get Zwan back into the mix. And fortunately for Alliance, so many teams have congregated in this area that he is going to be able to drop that Yui ultimate. Will have to sacrifice it to get back to safety, but will be able to survive. Alliance still going to have 3 players. The problem for them is that they had to escape onto a high ground, and that high ground is already occupied. They can't fully push onto J-Team, given that they just used the Yui ultimate, which means that they can't really put Lin into a position to be able to use his Monk ultimate, because they're not going to have anything to cover him when he drops out of it. And the Morris Blessing is still absolutely ignored right now, as no one wants to walk out of position and try and get anything in that box, because they're just going to be opening themselves up to lose one of these players. And one thing we've seen in Final Zone is that these Transformer compositions need all 3 players to keep that Monk standing. JL decide to make the first move. Windwall comes through. Immediately it's going to be chunked down by a lot of cannon fires, but all they're doing is just baiting out teams' positions.
JL do definitely seem to be sitting pretty right now, though. They didn't actually, well, I mean, I don't think they used any cooldowns to deal with that Yushan when they managed to get the pick. And they're able to maintain all of their important abilities up. However, we have Bowder and J-Team here contesting the high ground. J-Team's Eagle's Monk alongside the Alliance's Monk also popping ultimate, slapping each other. Eagle managing to get the grab, but getting forced down really low. The Kurumi ult now coming out. He's not staying inside the circle.
He can't really! It's the problem!
He's just getting slapped over and over again. He simply can't do anything. TE here, now at the edge of the zone, managing to stun a couple players with the Viper up. The Wu Chen Fort now coming out, managing to bring them to safety, but they're being brought straight into another team. Can they? It looks like they managed to stay alive here. JL being pressured here by the team next to the house, getting ranged down. Oh no, the Yoto getting taken down. Jen from KZ Monk finding an opportune moment to pop his transformation. JL Wu Chen now going to get slammed. He does have his Wu Chen port available, but it doesn't look like they opt to commit it. They simply use the Yoto ult and cancel it after having sent out a blade, and opt to try and save their Wu Chen ult for later on in the game. JL still seem to be in a pretty solid position here. They're still pretty healthy. Yoto ult is going to be coming up at about 25%. Viper ult is available. Although they're stuck in the open here, they need Wu Chen F3 to come down.
Yeah, that's the problem for them. Now they have to break out of that position. JL's one thing comes through, but it doesn't connect onto anything. Unfortunately for them, one thing now, because they put themselves in that forward position for the Viper ultimate to connect, forces them to actually use the Yoda ultimate to be able to cover, and they still lose one thing in the process. They're not able to buy that Viper's reposition to safety, as that Yoda ultimate now gone is going to leave this Yoda vulnerable, as we see them having to go up into that tree trying to disguise that position so they don't get grabbed out by AOW's Ping Tao, as AOW occupy the roof now. Ping Tao looking for the grabs. He doesn't even need to find a double because they've got a flamer. He can literally just hold ZK in position, walk him into Shutong, get that fire tick to connect, and then find that slam. Because of the flamer, it's still going to guarantee a death. And Ping Tao will be able to lock down one of those plays. It was a Karumi as well, so that's going to be really problematic for some of these Monk compositions as J-Team's Eagle goes for a late transformation. TE still keeping themselves alive. VVV, the only player left, having to swap to that dagger and just use the uppercuts to try and push everyone away from him. XCG taking a little bit of time just inside that building to get a repair job onto that cannon as quickly as possible. TE's VVV coming in with a stun, should be able to lock down a couple of players. Looks to try and use it on the edge of the zone, so even though there's no two teammates to follow him up, he might be able to knock someone back with the dagger and still find a kill for his team. Swan goes down, J-Team are able to clear off VVV, and as a result the team are going to be out. XCG, however, still looking extremely set. They've got the Takeda ultimate, they have the positioning to be able to use it. Anyone tries pushing inside of this room, they're going to go straight into that Takeda lockdown as 101CN swaps towards the nunchucks. Now has to take a little bit of damage from that. Yodo drops into the zone to try and tap dodge the second strike, and as a result AS is able to find the kill. J-Team going to be knocked out of the lobby as well, and we are down to 8 players remaining. XCG still 3 of the 5 players. AOW looking to prioritize that rooftop yet again. Ping Tao might be able to go for a transformation time. KZ's Gen uses the bell, knocking players away and allowing himself the space to be able to build that ultimate transformation back up safely. As AS now taking a lot of fire from the longsword range damage. Has to go for the roof to be able to try and get a heal back in time as AOW's Ping Tao comes in with the monk. KZ's Gen picks up 9 HQ, finds the double slam, will be able to find a pick onto JL17CU, and as a result, XCG now come out of that room. This is the moment that they were waiting for. Takeda ultimate knocks everybody into the final zone tick, and XCG, they waited for the transformers, they waited for the timing. It's absolutely perfect for them. That zone closes up, forces everybody away from actually being able to back into that room. So many people have to go into the rooftop because that room is already occupied by the Takeda, and they can't challenge him out for it because there isn't enough distance to tap dodge away from the ultimate if it comes out. Eats into their resources, allows all 3 players safe passage as the monks transform around them. No one able to grab them out and dwindle the numbers down. All they need to do is just wait for that final zone, and then the Takeda ultimate comes through and absolutely tears shop.
Absolutely. XCG, they set up in that house. They move
in.
There. Yeah, they moved in. They put furniture around. They had some
brushes on the sink.
And just oh my god. I think they were in that tiny little room for the entire endgame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were literally. We even saw them inside that room when all of the teams were sparring. Like, remember, everyone is watching over that Morris Blessing that spawns in the open, and XCG prioritize having that room. They know that that zone is potentially going to collapse inside that building, and they stay there through thick and thin, through cannon shots exchanged from every single team around them, because they know that Takeda is going to find value. As long as you hold on to that ultimate until that final zone collapses, you are going to have the room to make sure that you don't have to challenge those Yodos, that you don't have to potentially get locked down and isolated, that one of your players isn't going to get grabbed by a monk all the way from another map entirely, and you're going to lose the ability to be able to protect them, because remember, they're not running that Karumi. So you don't have things like the Tether, where if a player goes down in no man's land, or unfortunately for you, like 20 meters away, you don't have the Wu Chen, you can't TP the can out, you don't have the Karumi, you can't tether the resurrection. You have to have all 3 of your players surviving to allow that Takeda to thrive, and that's exactly what they do.
No, absolutely, and I did actually notice about halfway through the end game that they had Tuna. I'm not sure if they had advanced heal as well, but Tuna managed to keep them topped up, getting that passive shield healing, and keeping their health topped up as well. Managing to stand their ground. This is my house. Just staying in there. I saw the cavalry bloom getting used, managing to cut those cannon shots as they came in through the window. All the monks transforming around them. I do feel like a few of those monks, they jump the gun a little bit, because unless you're sitting on top of that building, it's going to be hard to potentially get certain grabs. However, if you're on top of that building, you instantly become the target for everybody else in the lobby. So it became a sort of hard scenario for those transformer compositions if they didn't have their Kurumi available to manage to keep them healthy and to pop that ult down when they needed it. They just got melted. We saw so many monks just getting taken down before the actual end zone. All of these teams fighting around that house, but XCG, the owners, the landlords, they come out on top with 19.4 points to start off the day. Although they didn't top the leaderboard in terms of kills, having that placement multiplier and the ranking points definitely did a lot for them. 5 ranking points there, bringing them out ahead of GS by 2.4 points. I'm surprised we didn't see TK? Where's TE? Am I blind?
I believe that is TE. TK are not playing. It might just be a little bit of an error on the scoreboard.
I think so. But yes, no, I'm surprised that we didn't see a little bit higher placement from them, because they looked like they were in such a good position. The vibe that they were positioned really well. They managed to get certain picks. They had their cooldowns often. I think the Wu Chen port close to where the other teams were was their downfall towards the end game.
It was all sort of domino
took themselves from a bad spot and then into another bad spot.
It's that domino stack that we were talking about, right? When you take that F1, it allows you to play aggressive and proactive in terms of those early zones. But like you said, that Wuchen TP unfortunately dropped them into the laps of a Transformer composition who still had a Monk ult up, and they just burned the Yodo ultimate to try and cover, right? So not only were they not really able to use that F1 because you're just going to get grabbed out when you poof on the other side of where that blade ends up, but you also don't have the F3 to play defensive and try and stop that Monk from grabbing you. You actually saw that the Yodo didn't hold their ground on the low ground, instead tried to push up to get closer to the Monk's feet, where you're able to find that rhythm of tap dodging the punches and the grabs, and still try and worry the Monk enough to try and force that ultimate to drop out, which is unfortunately for them with the loadout that they'd secured for themselves. Not running that F3 but taking the F1 instead was the better option for them. As we can have a look at some of these highlights, Alliance, another of these teams who like to go for early Bane Trap usages, especially on places like Sunlinks. That finds a lot of value with the Toxic Shrooms already controlling a lot of spacing in terms of those fights. When we see the neutral TE now that we got to see is JL coming in with a really good Yodo ultimate, trying to cover. I believe that was for Bang, trying to reposition. Unfortunately, they still lost the Viper, but JL was still able to keep themselves alive for a little bit longer, as XCG now get to see their moment of triumph coming on through. The pole sword as well from Li Zhenghen, legendary status, is allowing them to police so much of those stagger knockbacks when the players looking to tap dodge back into that zone. You have that moment of panic where you have to tap dodge out of that zone tick, otherwise you're just going to go down, and it forces you into tap dodging straight into the pole sword, which unfortunately for you batch you straight back out, and it's a very much a moment of deja vu. As we can have a look and see the MVP, it is going to be, well, it's the Takeda. No surprises there. Nai HQ comes in clutch, 21.8k damage, and 10.2 of it is done by the cannon. Takeda, much like the Monk, does like to favor that cannon to hit as many plays as possible to build that ultimate up as much as possible as well.
And no cannon jades to speak of either. He did have slow shot, but I don't see any musket damage on the board there. He must have just had a really good cannon, a purple or gold potentially, and just doing a ridiculous amount of damage from inside that little house. I'm quite surprised though that he managed to stack up that much cannon damage without a single cannon Jade. No flame breath, no bounce shell. I mean flame breath.
Yeah, like it's really weird because normally when we see the monks and the MVPs, it's like 3 soul jades at least, all for the cannon. As like you said, everyone really does prioritize getting those coins as quickly as possible so that they can go to those rift shops and just roll through soul jades to be able to stack up on things like the cannon. And it's interesting too that a lot of these compositions, even if they don't have the monk, are pushing the cannon forward because they understand how important it is in creating a safe haven, a space for your composition to be able to retain all 3 of its members. Because remember, XCG didn't top the leaderboard in terms of kills. They willingly took themselves out of the most aggressive positions, willingly didn't resort to trying to chase after those kills in the final zone, knowing that if they survived and played their cards right with things like that Takeda and the Pole Sword, they're still going to be able to come out on top, even if the other team is able to find more kills than them.
No, absolutely. And they were in the perfect position to take that spot within the house as Monk or Transformer comps trying to hold their ground inside a house. If the Monk pops his ult, I mean, there are certain houses that you can use Monk transformation in, but even then, you're not going to get much value unless you're using it to simply top up your health and to stay alive. You're not going to get much value. The other team's looking to try and get as many Monk grabs as possible, trying to get those points on the board. They were in a perfect position. I am surprised that none of the Attack on Titan teams opted to try and take the house from that other team. And have, I mean, as we say, the F3 has so much value in those title spots, as I'm pretty sure it was only TE that was running F1, I think. I don't think I saw any other F1 Yotohimes. But yeah, it's quite surprising that they went completely uncontested. The Cavalry Bloom just flurrying around within the building is very dangerous. And if you get caught by that Takeda and that Matari, it's going to be extremely hard to get away. And you're going to have to commit something like your Wuchen port out. But the thing is, I'm still surprised. Yoto ult negates Takeda almost entirely in certain scenarios. I'm very surprised that no Yoto has truly tried to contest the Takeda.
I wonder if they didn't
if it was simply
see
an oversight.
Yeah,
I mean,
like everyone is so
been
concerned about the fight going on around you, right? These Yodas are obviously looking for the monks. Mostly because when the Yoda was in her ultimate, you get that first slash off for free, but the second one, you become grabbable. So it really is a sort of push and pull, a very much tug of war between who is more dominant at the time, that Yoda or that monk who's more controlling in terms of when you're using your ultimate. And for the Yoda, that window where you're in control is a lot shorter. So a lot of the time, especially when we're seeing Yodas really thrive, like Wukong, unfortunately, KZ weren't running the Yoda composition, but Wukong is probably one of the smartest Yodas when it comes to this, using that Yoda ultimate to put pressure on the monk composition, and then saving that last slash. He always saves that last slash to be able to break line of sight so that when the transformation comes through, when the attempted grab is pushed after that Yodo, he has that building or tree to be able to hide himself away and stop himself from being grabbed out and the ultimate losing a lot of its value. What should be a brilliant engagement tool very swiftly becoming a degradement for a team in terms of having to peel back and help that Yodo out to survive. Because if you try and peel for the Yodo, you put yourself in position for that double grab potential. And that is when the monk becomes absolutely deadly.
Absolutely. And another thing as well, when I was talking about how the monks were a bit sort of, they were jumping the gun a bit, I think they, I don't think I saw all that many monks try and actively save their ultimate at the very end. As we all know that if you save your transformation until the very end and try and get as much value out of your health bar before then transforming to reset it entirely, I don't think we saw all that much of that. I think they were all too preoccupied with trying to get kills earlier on into the end game and then not having that transformation available when they actually needed it. I feel like a lot of teams coming out today just a bit, I don't know, nervous maybe, a bit. They're not making the right decisions. They're opting to try and force certain things when they shouldn't be forced.
Yeah, I would say restless. And another thing that I want to talk about, like you said, it does feel like some of these teams are trying to force things that shouldn't be forced. J-Team body blocking a Gate of Yang with a transformation. Like, in practice, pretty good idea. In actual play, pretty poor. As
Yeah,
like Eagle goes for that
so
transformation, and then he just absolutely gets minced. They have to throw in the Kurumi as well to try and keep him up because they do it against another Transformer team. Like, I can understand if it's something like a Yodo composition because they can't use their ultimates. If the Yodo does use that ultimate, you're in prime position to grab her, and you already know that they're not going to try and make a break for that Gate of Yang because they're a composition that doesn't do well. But the fact that they were able not just to be able to stop Ventus from actually pushing into that Gate of Yang, but that they survived the disengagement was so lucky for J-Team, because that decision could have ended an absolute disaster.
Absolutely. I genuinely don't know how they managed to turn it around. I think I saw in the middle of that fight that the opposing team's Kurumi made chase on J-Team's Kurumi, who was extremely low HP, but J-Team's Kurumi managed to come in and wait, what am I saying? Was it J-Team or JL?
It was J-Team.
It was J-Team. Okay, sorry, I thought it was JL all of a sudden. I think one of J-Team's teammates came in and managed to peel, and the Kurumi went down off the rip, immediately turning it into a 2v3. And in Immortal War, that is huge. Since in Immortal War, as we all know, we have the double value from Soul Blooms. Soul Blooms, if you get a Soul Bloom and you're low HP, you're instantly getting 1,000 effective health, as well as a bunch of your ultimate charge. So if you're missing a little bit for your ult, you can always get it up pretty quickly. But 1,000 effective health, 500 shield, and 500 health is pretty hard to burn through if they have teammates around them. So getting that one kill is always a huge priority for these teams. And I think the opposing team's Kurumi got a bit overzealous, got a bit too aggressive, and tried to finish off that kill a bit too early without the team support, and it ended up going in J-Team's favor.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be an adjustment for a lot of these teams to try and figure out if they really do want to go that route of preventing teams from entering into the Gates of Yang, so that they can force them to either just forego those buffs or push them to group more Soul Altars, thus putting teams that are already planning on grouping Soul Altars into a more precarious position. They are going to have to sort out the priority of abilities that they list towards being able to pull that one off, as we are going to get a look at some of these compositions that are going to come through from these teams. It is going to be the first time that we head over to Holoroth for the day. When this map first dropped, we thought, oh, okay, this is going to be a map because of its verticality. That immediately dissuades a lot of monk compositions, but obviously with Varia coming through and the V3, the option of just locking your monk straight after his ultimate in a jetpack and being able to boost over some of those walls and cliffs allows that monk a lot more of a bigger presence on this map, which is why we are seeing those compositions come through. But a lot of those teams veering away from the Yui as that second transformer and instead pushing that Varia. No surprises there. A little bit more surprising, however, is that we are still going to be seeing a couple of those AOT compositions. Both J-Team and GG going to be running those. A lot less than we saw in the previous game, but still something to be concerned about for these monk comps, especially in the early game where they don't really have the loot and the ultimates readily built up to be able to sustain if that Yodo and Viper ultimate does come out.
No, absolutely. But one thing that I do have to point out though is that I think, how many Tumulks is that? Like, I feel like every other team has a Tumulk.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9.
9. So a considerable majority. And it just simply speaks to how useful Tumulk truly is on Holoroth. Since Holoroth, in comparison to Morris Isle, has so much more open space, less buildings in certain areas, fewer trees, all of that sort of thing, it means that Tumulk immediately becomes far more valuable, as popping that Tumulk ult not only allows you to lock teams down and to use it in fights, it can be extremely effective to protect you and your teammates from third parties, from other engagements that you simply don't want to take. However, another thing to note is that Tumulks can walk through Tumulk.
Yeah.
So
it's very much the
more
syndrome.
tumults
If
there
everyone
are,
is
the
to
worse
milk, no one is to milk.
Exactly. So we're gonna have to see how that pans out. But we have TE versus OUG here. No real loot to speak of, but OUG, Xin Yu getting taken down reasonably low. But his teammates are there to back him up. TXJ now being hunted. His teammates there to peel him off. OUG's to Mulk, trying to make something happen. Ooh, but the King and LYD getting taken down extremely low. The King managing to come out on top though. The King now knows. Whoa, the huge double parry. King 1v2 takes it down to a 1v1. VVV now on the back foot, hooks his V3 down, trying to use the F3 to peel for himself, get the silence off, and is forced to use the ultimate. The King follows suit using his own. Does he manage to get the turret form down? He does manage to get the stagger, but there's not all that much damage that you can do to the other Farrier here. Especially if you don't manage to get your turret form down before the enemy Farrier. The King now, having been burned out of his ultimate, opts to try and pick up the Soul Bloom and is going to look to try and take VVV down. Oh no, it seems... Wait, he's managing to... I'm not sure what that healing animation was. It looked sort of strange. It looked like the mech was being healed. That is V3, it is. I'm not too sure, but the King... I was about to say the Oog. OUG's the King now, opting to back away here.
I mean, they have to. TE had, TE had already decided when that fight continued that they would sacrifice that Rebirth Charm and go for the Soul Altar, and as a result, TE are able to regroup a lot faster. VVV, by the way, one of the standout players from last season, able to really come in clutch for TE. TXJ had a gorgeous spell to be able to buy that Farrier the time to be able to peel back for the Monk. Then we did see that double parry. VVV unfortunately throwing out the blue. TXJ trying to cover as well, coming with that scale rush, expecting to be able to push the back and stop that parry from being punished. Still is able to catch both of them, but VVV with that mech will be able to survive against OUG's the King, like you said, managing to go into that cannon form and push the King away so that he doesn't get to be able to build up and set that stagger up himself as we head over to the absolute brawl that is going down on Imperial. So many teams dropped in this location as Ventus just buying themselves a little bit of space with that Bane's Breath. It is going to be removed now, however. And unfortunately for them, it doesn't really look like they were able to scrounge together the better loot off of the space that should have provided. Bow down instead of the ones that are looking a little bit better set up. Purple armor for both their Temi and Mauman on that Monk purple dagger as well, to make sure that that ultimate, when it comes through, has a lot more bite to its bark, as Ventus still relegated to only blues and greys, not going to be looking particularly set heading into that fight if they do want to take it. KZ also being able to find themselves a little bit better loot. Not purple armor for them, but still purple weaponry, but no one really wanting to make that first move. These three teams know that there are other teams around them, know that there are other teams running that Monk, and that if they make that first move, if they're the ones to opt into that first transformation, these two other teams are going to distance themselves, wait for that ultimate to drop out, and then they're going to look for that re-engage. So because of that stalemate, we literally do just have a standstill as JL now come through, but the loot has already been picked almost absolutely clean. And if they want to continue trying to push forward and find better gear to better equip this double Transformers, they're going to run straight into Ventus, and that is not a fight they currently want to take.
No, absolutely not. I did see, though, that Ventus had picked up a quest, and it does look like they're opting to take this downtime where it is quite literally a standoff to try and farm up some money, get some weapons potentially, buy those weapons out of the shop, ranged or melee, or roll for those Jades. As we said, the Jades are extremely important, but here we have J-Team hot on the heels of OUG. OUG rocking triple white armor here. Although they do have their ultimates available, they're not in a position to be taking any fights, I don't think. And it looks like they're just trying to stay as hidden as possible, crouching behind those rocks. J-Team, though, they can smell them. They have the bounty. They're like, Get out here, boys.
OUG have just been so unlucky. Today it feels like they took that fight super early against TE, almost turned it around, lost, and as a result had to res super far away from everybody. But like you said, J-Team with that bounty have been able to track that position down. OUG were thinking very much in the same way as we see a lot of teams when they lose that Yang depletion. We're going to look for a Soul Altar as far away from fighting as possible so that we have time to build back our loot and build towards that mid game. J-Team have not allowed them that cushion of time, and as a result they are not going to really be able to get free movement as Ventus drop another Bane's Breath. Pixel in that Monk ult is trying to chase after JL. The problem is that Feng has already been able to pick up a member of Ventus, hasn't been able to find the slam, however, as he's being absolutely hounded. He had to disengage from that Bane's Breath, and now Pixel still in that ultimate is just knocking him back. WX98 even transforming into the Farrier mech, not to cover Pixel, but to just push back onto the members of JL who tried to peel for that Monk. Pixel with the bell buys himself the time to be able to recover, but goes straight into the mech from Feng that had now come through. That Monk able to get into the pillar, and as a result boosts away, and here comes the third party. Unfortunately, that kill just did not come through fast enough, and as a result, all of those teams that were sitting waiting in this area at that stalemate have now seen the action come out of the woodwork and look to punish. Either not looking for an active engagement, content to just hammer away from the sidelines as GG drop the wind walls so that the pistol shots can't connect, and bow down. I turn back to try and find the members where Ventus scurried away too.
Trying to pick up the dregs, what's been left behind, and looking to see if they can find any other teams fighting. Getting those low effort kills is exactly what you want to be doing here early on in the mid game. Trying not to commit your ultimates unnecessarily, trying to get as much value out of your macro positioning as possible. We have a team here now having seems to have popped the 3-ban zone, preventing any ultimate usage. It looks like the team close by is not looking to go in there and play neutral with them. It looks like they're just trying to buy as much time as they can. Looks like they just got some money as well, potentially looking to go and get some soul jades from the shop. J-Team still on the hunt though. They're waiting. They know the zone's pushing them forward. They know that they can't stay in there. And I'm assuming they've now deduced that they don't have the best of loot. 2 members of OUG now. White armor. Tumult ult already have been committed. ZK though getting a bit overzealous and getting absolutely melted. Can OUG capitalize on this though? It does seem that they can. J-Team committing the Wu Chen port to get their Viper out of a sticky situation. But they do have the Viper and Yoto ult available to them, so they could potentially go for a fight, but it doesn't seem as though they're all that into the idea. Wolves now versus GD, both Monk ults being committed off the rip. Longsword beams getting thrown in from the side. Tumult ult now being popped. But it doesn't look like the enemy team has Tumult ult either. They are running the traditional Transformers. Yushan ult now being popped. Tumult sort of being slapped around by Yushan, being forced to use the V3 from Farrier to try and stay alive. GD Monk though getting taken down extremely low. Wolves staying extremely healthy due to the Karumi ult being available to them. Now having virtually all of his health to work with after having come out of the ultimate. Gong King as well. Now getting, it seems, forced out of the Farrier ult. The blue focus is coming out. Benchu with the price fall just narrowly missing. Takes a Dragon Slayer to the face but no follow-up. Clanking over and over. Wolves seem to be coming out on top here. The Monk Bell being used to prevent the parry punish, but they're getting hit in the back. They're getting flanked. Benchu 1 HP now. Can he clutch it? No, he cannot. There's no shot. And there we have it. Traditional Transformers coming out on top over the Sandformers, as they are sometimes known.
Oh, that just feels like they need to have like an
very
absolute theme song written about.
Sandformers.
By the way, I think OUG, I was keeping an eye on the kill feed, OUG are still alive. J-Team looked like didn't actually look for that engagement and instead more content to put their interest towards other teams, as we can have a look at Wolves now. Out of that gate, GD immediately going to run it straight back onto them. Once again, there's that Temi ultimate. Benchy falling extremely low. We can actually see Wolves having to invest that Yui ultimate just to run perimeter, so that GD aren't able to use the Temi ultimate to cover and split off members of Wolves. Kakaichi just dancing around so that he doesn't get hunted away by the other monk and locked into that stagger. Has to drop out of transformation. Will use the bell to be able to lengthen his life and hops into the pillar. There's the V3 from the Farrier. Soro's Yui ultimate is about to run out, and he is not looking for a great reset spot because Kakaichi on that mech is being melted down, but he's melting Soro as well. Soro swapping to that great sword, just forced dropping into the Stalin form, tries to throw it out and gets parried. Soro loses his weapon, can't walk backwards because there's a Temi Wisp, has to swap towards the spear, eats a longsword charged up click straight to the face, and as a result, Wolves have not been able to turn this around until now. Soro able to find that high ground purchase, comes in with the cannon, peppers the members below from GD, clears the space for his team, and is able to save everybody and clutch it out. But my goodness, what a close fight it was. GD almost were able to run it straight back onto the members of Wolves. Wolves, remember, running that Vermilion Bird's Might, would be able to stick in that fight a lot longer. That's why GD decided to run it straight back onto them, because even if you do go down, Vermilion Bird's Might still actually drops the Soul Bloom for those players with Yang Depletion to be able to pick up on this patch. And it meant that they were going for an isolated fight, no potential third party. If they'd been able to turn that around, they would have been able to see themselves in this lobby for a little bit longer as we head over towards Plumed. And we can see TE, and it is going to be Mauman from Bauda going toe-to-toe. Come on, drop the chandelier on the head. I'm yet to see an Nbpl chandelier drop, but I'm still going to be waiting for it. As Mauman swaps to that mech, will be able to go into cannon form. VVV. Absolutely hammered down, will be able to take a lot of damage, drops the pillar, doesn't opt into it just yet, as Merriman is actually going to be losing that ultimate in a matter of moments. Tries to go for the cannon just a little bit longer to keep TE away from being able to brute force and stagger lock his one other teammate. The Karumi is already going to be gone. Merriman and Aksha are the only ones left for Baudar, and there we can see Merriman being locked down, swaps to the dagger to get a little bit better movement to look for the disengage. Doesn't actually go into the bell clang, so doesn't get staggered. Swaps to the right click to keep himself with that purple from being parried, but TE are still able to lock him down. It was a 2 versus 1. Merriman which wasn't able to find that opening knock up with the dagger that he was looking for to try and regain control of that neutral. TE will be able to pick up the pillar as well, and as a result, because we're playing on the patch where it only costs 30% rage meter instead of 50, they're gonna have the ultimate back as soon as possible. AOW, however, are going to be looking as soon as possible to pick up a Soul Bloom, because they have 22 seconds left. Hopefully it's just one of their members currently afflicted. It does seem like Shutong is willingly going to die to that zone so that AOW can try to buy him back.
Indeed. It does seem as though they do have the money, especially after the change to the cost of the rebirth. I'm not sure exactly how much it is in Immortal War currently, but I know that it's gone down from 12k to 9k in normal rank. I remember that it was
running F2?
16k beforehand. Wait, who?
I think I just saw a 101 TN for a Yodo F2.
No, surely not. Surely not. We have to keep an eye on this man. The Yoto F2, no.
That
no
blade
way.
move! My mind is not playing tricks on me! That blade move!
Well, we have Alliance now versus KZ. Yuan now being forced to use the Yushan ultimate. Jen trying to back up now, trying to reset now, having forced out the ultimate. Coming back in though with the Overcomer. Taking that Karumi for a ride. Sends her out of the fight, now going back towards his teammates, having forced the Karumi into a reset. Somebody just got smacked by a turret. Lucky trying to make something work, trying to kite away, using the defense from the Kurumi umbrella to try and keep himself and his teammates alive. Wait, did he just bounce? No, he didn't. Okay. I thought he bounced off the roof, but no, I think he just teleported or something. TE close by as well. It looks as though they might be heading straight for that Yang portal, though. I don't think they're going to be able to make it in time, are they? No, I think they missed it. Wait,
No, they made it.
Oh, they did. Oh, they got it. They got it. Okay.
They got it, and more importantly, no one else is getting it either. I told you, I genuinely said, don't be surprised if teams just allow one person to walk into a gate of Yang and walk away with a buff for absolute free. We saw it in the first series. We see it in the second series. You know what's even worse, Duncan? They're the only team that go for a gate. They're the only team! And now they're going to turn it on to KZ, more than likely with that Mystic Might. There is another horse in this race, and I don't think even the Overcomer is going to be able to save KZ from being hunted down by TE with that Mystic Might. They are bloodhounds right now. I'm not apologizing for the horse punch. Jake's gonna hit me up and be like, you had one? I'm like, yes, Jake, yes. I have pages of puns. Don't test me. Is TE now gonna be testing KZ? The Wisp locks one down. TXA coming in with the transformation. Temi ultimate too to make it even harder for these teams to be able to maneuver and look for that disengagement. As TE just whiff of that Temi and TXA on this monk have been able to absolutely bankrupt two members of KZ. The third tries to escape, but Jen has already used the ultimate, and VVV knows exactly where Jen is going to be headed. Jen has to pop that bell so that they get a better idea of TE's position, as TE with that Mystic might have 106 seconds left to be able to try and track that last member down. And even if Jen's able to survive, they are being chased away from their teammates as we have a look at a one-on-one ZU looking to try and lock down. Will be able to use the uppercut to dodge out of the Wisp. Go straight back onto OUG Jin Yu, but walk straight into that Temi ultimate. F3 attempted to connect, but this fight, this one-on-one has now become party crash.
Allow the 1v1.
Here comes XCG. They've got the Cavalry Bloom, but Cavalry Bloom is a little bit more predictable to be able to parry. ZU will be able to get the turnaround onto Xiaonan to buy themselves a little bit more time to escape. XCG running with that Draco Storm off of a Morris Blessing. You don't get to choose the buff, you get it handed to you instead. So if they're able to escape line of sight, ZU has a little bit of an easier time disguising their position. Drops the pillar, doesn't manage to connect onto Xiaonan. They were looking to get a knockback onto that monk to allow themselves a better reprieve, but now they can try and backtrack their position to maybe get back into the mech if they feel worried enough, but they're not actually allowed to go through. Xiaonan not allowing them that space, but the F3 connects onto the monk, and ZU is able to use that timing to get into the mech, cancels it out. And actually, XCG still not able to find the pick onto the ferry. Yeah, ZU picks up the pillar because he thinks that he's going to be able to use the pillar, the knockback, if it connects onto one of these players, to buy himself safe passage out of this canyon. If he went into that mech, he is a walking target for 3 other players. I agree.
Why even bother to enter it, though?
I would prefer... I would prefer he goes into the mech and tries to get just the boosters off so he can survive a little bit longer and maybe lead XCG into a third party, because OC were on the sidelines. But unfortunately, in the heat of the moment, he does what he do and he be out.
I mean, I thought it was looking all right for him there. He managed to get the double armor swap. He was kiting effectively, but then to use his ultimate, having already placed it, I'm inclined to say that it was a misclick. Surely this
I think it might have been a little bit of a fat finger.
And then but then as well, once you've gone into the ultimate, he cancelled it then immediately after as well, knowing that the monk was hot on his heels. It doesn't even make whatever.
We'll be here till the end of time until we can interview and then ask what exactly was the thinking. Maybe, you know, either Leo or Jaeger will be able to catch us up on that one, as we can have a look at XCG now posturing up to take on OC. As XCG do have Xiaonan not only with the ultimate online, but oh my goodness, the absolute most ultimate pile of soul jades you've ever seen.
moly.
And they're still rolling more.
Oh god. They are literally just sort of creating a little stockpile for themselves. And the zone isn't going to be moving either. I mean, it is currently moving, so that it might move in future, but if another team happens to be close by and just comes along and sees this giant pile of soul jades, they're in for a treat. I mean, I feel like that is a pretty decent idea. Simply just going around the shops and trying to see if people have left behind any soul jades, especially if you're not in a decent position. But it is a little bit risky, as you might just bump into a team that's won a crazy number of fights, is completely stacked, and you're sort of running around with blue armor. So
it's the bait play. It's the patches play, right? Where you just leave a lot of really shiny loot. You all sit in a purple bush. You wait to see if someone comes along and falls for a hook, line, and sinker. You just push him off the cliff.
Oh god. Well, here we have quite a few teams circling around this Morris. I think we are probably going to end up seeing the same thing that's happened in the past, however, as no team will truly be able to open it unless.
Oh, J-Team are letting them.
Just going to let them. Oh, it's because they have the ballista right next to it. I didn't see it. This dude,
you know, hanging. The boss music
ready to fire at any moment.
Yeah, J-Team like waltzed up to that Morris person thinking, ah yes, we've got this in the bag. Then they see the ballistic control and they immediately just whistle very, very quietly away. As you can see, they are not willing to contest. Wolves very much set up to be in a very good position. Ballista control, Morris blessing secured. Unfortunately for them, it does look like the zone's going to be pushing them off it pretty soon. So they are going to be giving up that prime position at the moment. And so we can have a look at where the zone might collapse into. TE, another one of the teams that you really do have to watch out for. Still haven't really taken an engagement against some of these teams like XCG, who are just waiting in the wings. But again, it really does feel like a lot of these teams are just waiting for someone to make that misplay. We can see that Farrier Pillar come through just in case TXJ does get poked down. They're even being able to use it to sort of break line of sight from some of these other teams around them so that you can try and mitigate that poke phase. As J-Team now, unfortunately not able to find that Morris blessing, have to satisfy themselves with a pick onto perhaps Wolves, but Alliance come through. Zwan immediately gets minced by the dual blades. The Windrolls come out, but J-Team still wanting to hold themselves in that fight. ZK with that dagger just doing so much work to be absolutely everywhere at once with Assassin's Lunge. LXM does find one grab onto Eagle, doesn't find a second player though, and has to look for the slam out of that Karumi ultimate. ZK with the Assassin's Lunge able to dodge out from the grab sent his way. And it is going to be Lin, unfortunately for Alliance, dropping out of the ultimate. Tries to use the battle to save himself for a little bit longer as the third party does come through, and we can actually see that restraint from J-Team has paid off dividends. ZK isolates the player from GG's Miskia, and GG now have to come in for the peel. Miskia goes down. The zone is still pushing on both of these teams. GG with that Wuqian TP will be able to find the reposition and keep all of their players alive. Now it is going to be J-Team with that Wuqian TP able to rather get out. GG also with a Wuqian TP able to get themselves out of that fight and find the revive onto their fallen player. But that is two Wuqian ultimates burned from both of these teams, and they are not in a brilliant position. Scattershot comes towards J-Team as well. XCG Xiaonan has even transformed up into the monk to try and grab out players.
What?
It's Wolves. Just waiting in the purple bush for Zephyr gets grabbed, and he gets minced. The Windwall comes through too late to save ZK. It comes through in time to save 101 TN, but J-Team have already lost one player. They're not going to have the Wuqian TP. XCG, Jan drops out of the transformation, but J-Team just don't have the space to be able to try and push themselves onto the high ground and get the revive onto their teammate. As GG now come through and catch onto the isolated member. J-Team had split. One went for the revive, one stayed on the low ground, and 101 TN goes down.
Oh no, J-Team having come out of that engagement looking extremely good, now just get picked up here, picked apart. This random monk just sitting atop the cliff. I mean, we didn't see why he was forced to transform, but he definitely he was forced into doing it, as he had no armor when he came out of it, so he didn't do it proactively, which was my initial thought. I mean, randomly just monk holding at the edge of the zone, it seemed a little bit, I don't know. But it looks, well, I mean, holy, we've got a lot of people over here. I just want the camera perspective, and we have about 9 people all jumping around over this rock. We have TE Monk sitting inside the Farrier mech, just shooting that turret. The swarms coming out, the Tumulco now being forced out. Yoto getting people. I can't see his name. GG managing to pick up some kills though. The Yushan now coming in, pouncing on top of them. The Wuchen keeping them healthy. It doesn't look like they're under much threat here. But Wolves trying to make something happen now. Both Transformers having popped their ultimates. Not exactly what you want to be doing. Staggering your ultimates is always typically a priority so that you don't get caught out. But he does get the grab! Oh, he nearly gets the double. He doesn't get the thorny roller kill, sadly. But this Yoto's looking like she's in a bad spot. But GG's Viper now going into the fray, but getting grabbed since the Tumulco prevented her from tab dodging the monk grabs. The Wu Channel managing to pull him to safety though. No kill for TXJ, sadly. But they're still looking. They're still chilling though. They've got all of their armors topped up. Gold armor. This monk is almost how is he just de-transformed and he's already got his ultimate? This man is running no stamina. What? He's got that meteor firing cannon shots across the zone. NiHQ here getting pressured, no ultimate. And missing a team member as well, just a monk and a Farrier. Looks like they're gonna try and stay as inconspicuous as possible. Tumulco now being forced from Ventus's Tumult. Looks like they're just trying to pressure with these cannons, flame breath coming through, doing a considerable amount of damage and wasting a lot of resources from the enemy teams. And a curious thing is that they're not opting to wait until the fire effect expires before healing, so they're only getting half of their value. But a huge double grab from TXJ!
And he's just holding. He holds them in position, waits for his team to come through with the bow shots to stagger them down below 50%, and then finds the kill with the double slam. TXJ, with that position of the transformation from the high ground, is in prime position to allow TE to find themselves another MVP. Gets a little bit caught out on the parkour over the walls, but should be able to make his way safely away before Benchu can try and return the favor and look for those grabs. Covered by that Farrier mech, does TXJ return back on through, and what used to be 17 players has very quickly been reduced down to 7. Temi ultimate from TE now coming through to lock down every single player inside this zone. They have to go into the wind wall or take so much zone tick as well as the damage from the thorny roller as it's trundling by. TXJ still in this mech, is about to drop on out. Comes in with the legendary armor and that katana, looks to try and put that bell onto Ping Tao from AOW and try and knock him into that zone tick. Doesn't manage to find the connection, however, so he's still able to move around freely, but now he gets spotted out by TE's LYD coming through with those cannon shots, connecting onto just GG's LXM, who's the only player that isn't TE left, and he is very quickly going to go down. I tell you what, that final zone was all TE, but GG are going to once again be left with very, very bad memories of teammates getting grabbed out of position by Transformer comps. It always seems to be on this map, and it's always in final zone. There's even plays that GG have made in the past where when they see Transformers around them, they will both throw in ultimates so that they don't get double grabbed. And unfortunately for them, they're running a composition where they can't really do that. So GG once again just lose members, shaved down one by all of the monks around them because they have that central positioning that just leaves them way too out in the open, and TE take full advantage, pushing onto everyone around them that they see with a position a little bit too close towards the edges of the zone that look to take advantage of what exactly TE are doing. Keep yourself on the edge, play a little bit out of line of sight. Just use those cannon shots to continue to push onto those players who are converged en masse on your flank, so that nothing can really come against you, because if they want to try and push onto you, they have to move into center, and that leaves them a much more vulnerable target. That's why they turn immediately onto AOW, and they use the fact that they're pushing onto AOW to push this team and catch them in the middle. You either push them out of that zone because they have to step backwards and look for that disengagement where they're going to eat the zone tick damage, or they have to run into you and you become a lot more vulnerable because everyone who's fighting on the other side turns around and looks for that third party.
Yeah, absolutely. TE though, holy moly, this monk jumping on top of that pillar, just transforming in front of everybody and just hitting those grabs perfectly. I don't think they even realized he was there. They just came out of nowhere, and securing his team that first place. I don't even know how many kills they had. It was crazy. After getting himself that gold armor, it sort of felt as though he was untouchable. Having the Ferrier V3 come down, be able to cover the downtime of the Monk's ultimate, as when Monk transforms, after his ult expires, he's an extremely vulnerable spot, and if he has no way of escaping pressure from other teams, then it can quickly go downhill. But having that Ferrier V3 so that he can just quickly jump in, no problem. I was a kaiju before, now I'm a giant robot. I mean, it's perfect play. They're using everything to their best ability, and it just goes to show why they're one of the best teams in NPPL right now. There's nothing really more to say, really. The Sandformers showing why it's one of the most popular picks of Holoroth, having that Tumult Cult to prevent any grabs from out of nowhere, as you were saying before, how GG was just getting picked apart, and it was that they were playing the attack on Titan, so they didn't have that Tumult Cult. They do have the Wu Chen F3, but other than that, if your teammate gets grabbed, you're gonna have to commit the teleport.
Well, we even saw it from J2.
Cooldown to burn.
Right, remember, I think it was ZK, he gets grabbed out at the beginning when it's XCG. Just with that Monk transformation that he's forced to use after GG and J-Team take that fight, ZK gets grabbed out and the Wu Chen attempts to use the Wind Wall to save them, but it comes through too late.
Oh, it just... Yeah.
And as a result, it is used to save the Yoda when the second grab comes through, but then the team is split because, again, you die vastly out of position from your team and you just use that Wu Chen TP. This is why we see J-Team, even though they come in with 7 kills, they do fall down to 6th position because they go out relatively early. We had a pretty active final zone where there was something like 17 players still standing, and that benefits TE massively because that means more players for them to be able to look for those double grabs for, as well as the fact that there weren't really a lot of Temis left in that final zone either. So when we see the Temi ult come through from TE, it is just TE's Temi. None of the other Temis can actually walk through those wind walls and turn what should be an advantage for TE against them, trapping them in the middle of that Temi zone. It is purely for TE's benefit that they get to just hole up in the middle of that sandstorm.
No, absolutely. And 23 kills on the board, more than double that Aventus's. That's a huge game. Coming away from that, second game of the day, you're chilling. And I can't remember exactly how much they scored in the first game, but to get such a high scoring game, to get such a good game, your mental state is going to be really, really, really good. However, if you get too confident, that can be a huge detriment because you end up feeling yourself a little bit too much, take engagement you shouldn't have taken, get a little bit too excited.
Like that.
Yes.
Like that moment, like we can see the advantages of TE, and we can see the slight overconfidence, I would say, sometimes when it comes to their engagements. Like honestly, when they're playing mid to late game, very smart. A lot of the time, very aggressive. Like they know they have a very good understanding of how to play this composition, how to cover for each other. a little bit of the time they do get a little bit overconfident in the beginning of these fights because they like to come in with a lot of kills into that final zone. Hopefully we're going to get to see, yeah, there it is, TE using the fact that that Thorny roller pushes a lot of teams again into taking that fight, so they have to eat the damage from the Katana and the Soul Jade. TXJ is holding Ventus's members in position so that they can find that kill with the double grab. And you can see, again, TXJ just coming through with really good awareness of positioning. They drop the Monk ultimate. TXJ is able to get himself behind that wall, so when Wolves' Benchu monks up to try and punish a lack of Monk ult on the other side, he isn't within line of sight. He can't get grabbed out. He then makes it back into the mech, and Wolves' Benchu is now on the back foot because he can't actively push onto that barrier. The mech is going to last a lot longer than his Monk ult is, and if he goes for the active engagement, when the ult drops out, he's going to be just absolutely battered back and forth with the CC. No surprises, by the way, that it's VVV who comes out on top in terms of MVP, because look at the damage! 42,988 coming in from VVV. What an absolute monster.
Absolutely. 43k damage in a... Oh my lord.
That's zip numbers. That's legitimately zip numbers in solos where zip bubbles and zip ultimates is literally just keeping everybody healed up into that final zone. VVV might have broken a record for the most amount of damage done by a single player in Trios gameplay. In fact, TE, with the amount of damage that they racked up in that game, might have broken a record for the amount of damage done total by a Trios team. Because remember, VVV comes from something like 43k. The other members are batting above 20 themselves each.
Absolutely. That is a considerable amount of damage. If you don't know, getting 43k damage in a game is not an easy feat. In normal rank, you have to be turbo smurfing to be able to do something like that. Like that it just speaks to how good these players truly are, how much work they've put in to perfect these compositions. The Sandformers just showing up and doing exactly what they want to be doing, playing their game, playing on the right side of the tracks, and just showing up and doing exactly what they wanted to do. I mean, there's nothing more to say. They did everything well. We don't think we saw them lose all that many fights at all.
Yeah, other than that first matchup against OUG at the very beginning. That is literally the only fight they lost.
Well, anyway, we'll have to see. I think we're going to a break here real quick before we head off into game 3 of the day. And I suppose we'll see you shortly.
Okay, TE in our game number 2 out here throwing hands. And do you know who else throws hands, Duncan? It's our very own Tianan. This is going to be the exact premise for the question that you in chat are going to have to answer if you want to get your hands on some free goodies. We all love free goodies. So the question is, how many hands are there when Monk uses ult? Is it 3? Is it 4? Is it 5? Or is it 6? I mean, I'm gonna guess that Casper is out here spamming spamming D or C, given that he always likes to gravitate towards those ones. But for everybody else, choose wisely, because there is loot on the line.
Absolutely. But yeah, when the Monk uses ult, how many hands are there? Are we talking? I think we're talking about how many hands he actually has, as opposed to how many grabs he can throw out. But
oh, they changed it.
Wait, they changed the numbers? Oh yes, they changed the numbers.
I was reading to look at. Okay, is it 2, 4, 6, or 8? I was looking at those and I was like, wait a minute, something is wrong. The universe is out of balance. There you go. How many hands are there when Monk uses ult? Is it 2? Is it 4? Is it 6? Or is it 8? I hope that you get it right, because let me tell you, the cosmetics in NARAKA do not miss.
No, they do not at all. The design team, they do amazing work. Truly, the aesthetics in NARAKA is one of my favorite things about the game. Everything's just beautiful. Truly.
Sometimes I log on and I just look down the weapon list and look at all of the pretty shiny things and go, I wish I could hold you in real life. Like, I am so jealous, not just of the players when I go to Worlds or when they're able to pick up the MVP trophies, of being that good at the game, but also that the MVPs legitimately get a weapon to hold. I'm like, I was looking at that longsword in the spear last year and I was like,
Give me
I
a
would
great
hang
sword,
that
please.
above my bed and I would never let it go.
I want a great sword. I want my own great sword.
I mean, they legitimately made a great sword in the advert. I'm sure if we shot them a message and be like, hey, there's a lot of long swords in the wall. You got a couple spare?
NARAKA, take my money.
I don't know, the postage might be a little bit, questionable.
No. The shipping a great sword.
As long as it was scaled down. That's one advantage if it was small.
It has to be to scale. It has to be to scale.
I mean, let me tell you, if we ever get to like actually go in person to Worlds and hold the weapons and they're to scale, I have no shot of being able to lift anything other than dagger and maybe nunchucks. These noodle arms, they do not they do not lift anything other than my mouse and my keyboard when I have to move my setup.
I'd like to think I'd be able to pick up the greatsword, but if it truly is to scale and if it's made of metal, it's gonna be heavy. I like to think I would, but I think we'll have to see. But one day,
it's still early in the year. You know, you can get some prep ahead. You can start lifting, hitting the gym, so that when we hit December, you might be able to lift it above your shoulder.
We'll see. We will see. But anyway, we are heading now into the next game of the day, and I think that this is going to be our first Firefly map of the day. So I'm curious to see what people are going to be pulling out that they haven't been playing already. I definitely anticipate seeing quite a few Transformers, as Transformers still do pretty well when they have Fireflies available to them. But I'm not too sure. I think we may see a few Juggernauts here and there, because although they do excel on non-Firefly maps because they manage to do well into the other Transformer clans, they do extremely well with Fireflies. We all know how oppressive a Takeda can be when he has his ultimate, and if there's simply more uptime on that ability, it becomes far more difficult to deal with. So we're gonna have to see. Do you think there's gonna be anything that we haven't really seen already today?
I mean, the last time I said that Takeda would probably come through on game number 3, we didn't get a lot of Takeda. So I'm gonna hold my tongue and see whether or not some of these teams are going to be running that monk, whether or not we're going to have something like that Attack on Titan composition where it is just trying to bust through those transformers as quickly as possible. My biggest question is going to be in terms of drop spots. A lot of the time we see teams giving up immediately hot dropping into the high loot area so that they can look from the fringes. They manage to make sure that they push back engagements, they have time to loot up, and then they can go in where they think action is. And that works great when it's like one individual thinking outside of the box. We have seen a major shift though in that teams start thinking about that first and foremost. And as a result, if one team goes for a fringe fight, another team tends to be hot on their heels, and that has caught a couple of these teams a little bit off guard. We saw it from OUG and TE at the very beginning of that second game on Holoroth, where both of those teams, I think, didn't really anticipate either of each other dropping quite so close, because people tend to gravitate towards places like Salvation Podium so you can solve that puzzle as quickly as possible, or indeed Plume Temple so that they can find loot and then push on a team that gets caught out on Salvation Podium, getting a little bit too caught up in the intricacies and benefits that the puzzle provides those transformers. As we can head into game number 3, and immediately those questions are going to be answered. Thinking, what compositions are we going to see? Is it going to be veering towards the Takeda composition, trying to play off of those Fireflies? Or is it going to be that sort of adjustment to the change in pacing for the Yoda composition and using the Yoto and the Fireflies around to have the Yoda ultimate for as much as possible while you can still traverse the map and pick those Fireflies up, as opposed to the Takeda, which relies a little bit more heavily on it in the final zone. KZ going to be running, honestly, in my opinion, KZ run a really clean Yoda composition. They are the only team, however, oh right, no, there we go, Wolves and XCG both going to be running it as well. So no massive outlier in terms of composition. No one's really going to be able to track down people just off of composition that they see alone, which is very much a good thing for those Yodos, given that when that Wu Chen TP has burnt out, it's open season, you're being hunted down.
Indeed, but we are seeing a slight variation to the Juggernaut comp with the addition of Monk as opposed to Matari. So Monk zipping Takeda. So this slight variation is also extremely powerful, as you can still deal with Viper compositions without the Matari by making sure that your Monk can use his ultimate at the correct time to be able to iframe the stun, or perhaps to simply say that, okay, Takeda, you are now the peeling character for us. If we get stunned, we need to use your ult to get us out of there. But here we have it, off the rip, TE and the XCG off the rip on the Firefly spawn, just next to the Ballista. But it looks like half the members don't even have weapons. Everyone's punching each other. XCG's member getting taken down first. TE seem to be on top here. It doesn't look like there's going to be all that much that XCG can do for themselves. And TE managed to pick up 2 of the 3 members of XCG.
Duncan, there's a renaissance going on. That was another Yodo F2 from XCG.
Wait, no, you're not. No.
Yeah, no. That was F2.
Are you sure that's F2?
That was F2. That was moving. That was thrown out, and that was moving, and it lasted longer than 3.5 seconds, which is now the duration of the F3.
Wait, oh my god. Mal getting
GG.
absolutely shredded.
Yeah, Mao Man. Oh, they almost found the grab onto K. That Bane's Breath is going to be running out in a moment, though, as K loses that ballistic control. Is now going to be forced back towards the Bane's Breath. He's trying to bait an engagement. He is able to get closer to his Karumi, though, so the Teva will be able to secure him in position. And Bida can't really properly push into this as heavily as they want because of the Bane's Breath being around them. Now, however, they come in with a Ballista of their own. Bane's Breath still going for 30 seconds, however. So it is going to actually allow GD to be able to hold themselves in this fight and challenge that ballistic control, but Bida coming with the ultimates. The Yui transforms, immediately goes in. They isolate one member of GD and then turn on to the remaining 2. making sure that they keep one other eye towards that ballista as a shot did come through. This time, it's from OUG! The ballista is just playing past the parcel at the moment. The music has stopped. Another team steps up to the plate. OUG coming in for that potential third party, but Bauda have very wisely distanced themselves from that engagement, as it's going to be Lion hunting down at the moment. SS swapping to that cannon, trying to find that entry shot onto him, will be able to find the lockdown as we head over and have a look at TE. Now deciding to go up against KZ. Yeah, TE, remember, they started off aggressively. They were able to drop onto XCG.
But where did the second 3 come from?
That is remaining to be seen, but now they might be able to lengthen it into 9. KZ taking this engagement. Bell has been rung. Both of these teams can have a very good understanding of the time that they have to look for those kills before a third party comes through, but KZ not actually actively taking that engagement at the moment, just charging up that scale rush. Fenton not going for the engagement, but using it to back away as KZ hold their ground and TE decide to opt on out of it. Not something we typically tend to see coming through from this team, but given the fact that they're still recharging LYD's ultimate, definitely a wise decision to make as JL now look to try and aggress onto the receding members of Wolves. Benshu a little bit away from the pack. Has to turn around and deal with the grapple cancel that is attempted to be landed onto his teammates. AS swapping to that longsword, just trying to chip away at the shielding with that charged up vertical. Comes in now with the Takeda ultimate. They've isolated the Viper away from Wolves, and as a result, we're hearing the Yoda ultimate try and cover and push AS back. That Takeda not able to set the stagger up, and Sora is just hounding him down, using those blades, TPing in towards that Takeda to push him further away from his team so that Wolves can look to control the neutral when the ultimates drop away. But here comes JL. There's the Takeda ultimate, both managing to stagger onto 2 members of Wolves with that last slash. But there's the Wuchen TP, and Wolves are out. They're not getting that time to reset, though. JL not actually allowing them time to just sit back and get that reshield. They've got a zip. They don't have to worry about long-term sustainability. They can still isolate these members of Wolves, and they have got onto Benshu. Benshu not able to use the F to be able to guarantee himself that gold. Now has to drop straight into Ziyu.
Oh no, and Feng getting parried here as well. What is going on? Wolves seem to be trying their best to turn it around, but to no avail. Extremely unfortunate for Wolves here, though. The Wuchen and Viper ult both coming out at the same time, like completely losing all value from their Viper ult. I think there was a slight miscommunication there, that the Wuchen opted to try and get them out of that sticky situation, and the Viper had already popped his ultimate. Definitely not what you want to be doing. Those kind of miscommunications are the downfall of the Attack on Titan composition. As if you waste your cooldowns even a little bit, you end up being very, very defenseless against other teams. But here we have AOW taking down OUG's Yushan inside the Bane Breath. The King now getting forced. Oh, and there it is. Sadly, he manages to gain prior with the nunchucks, getting him to that uppercut combo, but just getting cut down by that longsword wind slash from the side. AOW picking up a few kills for themselves. Not too many on the board just yet, but they're definitely in a position to accelerate their lead. Looking like they've got some pretty good loot. Purple weapons all around. Ping Toe with the pole sword and the dagger. His ultimate going to be coming up reasonably soon as well. I think it's going to start dying down a little bit now, as we're going to start seeing teams positioning to try and see what's happening over at the Yang portals. Either they're going to opt to grief other teams trying to go in, or try and go in themselves. XCG here, not looking too hot, with only blue armor and 0 kills to their name. They do have all of their cooldowns available, so potentially they could opt to try and get some sort of third-party grief onto Yang, as they're using the comp for it. I mean, Yoto's extremely good at griefing other players going into the portal, but I'm not too sure if they're gonna try and do that, as They don't really have the resources to be taking a fight that if it goes wrong, although they have the Wuchen port, they could get hunted down afterwards. So
Yeah, now we can see those teams starting to position as they hear it on the map. The locations are immediately pointed out and everyone is going to change up where they want to be standing. TE opting to go to a shop will take a lot of brunt from the repeating crossbow by going for that, as we can have a look at how this map is laying out. TE and GD both extremely close. J-Team and Bauda both seeming to be scrapping out towards the center. J-Team maybe making a play towards that more southern gate, but Bauda might be the ones to make it there first. In fact, J-Team opting entirely out of challenging a Gate of Yang. Another Gate of Yang, it seems, is going to be going to free for Bauda if they're able to make it in time. They're not going to have to worry about taking a deal, so they should be able to make it through. But whether or not they're going to be challenged remains to be seen, as again, it feels like a lot of these teams foregoing the importance of that gate, foregoing the potential of that buff because they don't want to put themselves against that 4-minute Yang depletion. As now we can see early Kurumi Umbrella comes through to try and knock these players back. TE are able to make their way into a gate, and now they are going to be challenged. There's Bauda. They were the ones who were the only ones who headed towards that gate, so they're going to be able to slip in nice and easy. TXJ and Mauman both going for the transformation very early on, so that none of the monks are able to control that fight. TXJ able to actually scoop up one of the members. Still not really finding the time to be able to slam until just now. Knocks back Mauman to be able to complete that one and immediately scoops straight back up Lion. Mauman, however, is holding hostage one of the members of TE. Doesn't find the slam, has to go back into that Kurumi ultimate. TXJ still holding themselves strong. They don't have a Kurumi, but they're just not really getting focused down at the moment. Drops out of that transformation. This is where you should really go after that monk, since they're not running that barrier, but he's just not being focused down. The Zip doing such a good job, as well as the Takeda of controlling that space, but the Yui with that spear controls so much more of the after ultimate from this monk composition. But TE, just with the sustainability that Zip brings to the table, able to chunk through that damage. Remember, it was only first gate fight as well, so the weaponry wasn't really on the side of the Transformer composition to be able to brute force through all the sustainability that Zip brings to the table. And as a result, TE are the victors alongside JL.
Indeed. No, you're absolutely right. Transformers do definitely need to scale up to be able to make the most out of their transformations, as all of their transformations scale off of the damage and the rarity of their armor and their weaponry. We have Alliance here picking up KZ Gen, just lurking at the edge of the map. Unfortunately, unable to really do anything about it. Zwan virtually taking him down on his own, but here we have it. Ventus popping down the Tumulcult, the 3-ban zone getting popped simultaneously, trying to make use of the ultimate and not allow the enemy team to use anything for themselves. Ventus on the back foot here, managing to get that huge healing off from the Zippy though. The Monk's now inside the 3-ban zone, looking to take a heal and come out and help his teammates. He tanks the parry damage for his teammates and has ultimate available. I'm not sure if Ventus is going to be able to come out on top here. Sansi's trying to kite away with the dagger, throwing those blues, but to no avail. He just gets cut down. Unable to do anything. GD coming out on top. Now we have Bauda and JT scrapping it out. The monks have come out. The poison mushroom, oh no. Bauda.
Oh, but the grab is there. It's good. Bauda, remember, have to win this fight. They can't afford to give it up. They lost that fight in gate against TE, so they have to keep themselves in this fight against J-Team and finish it fast before a third party comes through and stops them from picking up those soul blooms. Mariman, as a result, needs to stay in this ultimate for as long as possible. They're even using that Kurumi ultimate very early on, as J-Team are able to attach themselves towards the monk legs, allowing them to not get grabbed out by Mariman, who now out of the ultimate form becomes extremely vulnerable. Thankfully, Lion is there to try and cover, but the ultimate is going to be gone in a matter of moments, and 101 are the ones who have a Yui still lasting. They're able to turn it straight back onto the members of Bauda with that Kurumi Tether, keeping 101 TN up in place and healed As Bowda haven't been able to find a single pick, no Soul Bloom, no reset, they still can't look for the disengagement. The fight's gone on for so long. If they do look for the disengagement, they're going to go down to Yang Depletion anyway, but Merciless Havoc comes through, locks them in position, connects the angle onto Lion, and it is Bowda going down.
Oh, and here we have it. From fight to fight, we have XCG now versus JL. JL seem to have the red buff from Yang. XCG looking to take them down regardless. Gets a huge parry onto AS, stealing himself that gold longsword. Xiaonan is sitting pretty. Oh, they'll take that, boy. OC now coming in from the wings, looking to try and pick up some kills here, some low effort kills. But it doesn't look like XCG is in too bad of a spot. They have Wu Chen ult available. They have Viper ult coming up very shortly, and Yoto ult sitting there waiting to be used to peel for their teammates. It doesn't look like OC is going to be able to force anything out of this. And here we are again. Celestra now. Wolves getting aggressed on by GD, forced to use their Wu Chen port to try and escape danger as they were getting really low. GD, although having already committed 2 ultimates, I'm not sure if they're going to look. I think they were trying to see if they were...
Yeah, 2 bells rang out. Both on opposing ends of Celestra. They were really trying to track down that team before the Wu Chen TP would be built back up again when they engaged. It's the most frustrating thing for that Transformer composition, right? You monk up, you wait to try and find those players to grab out, and then a Wu Chen TP just comes through and you're forced to just drop the ultimate, knowing full well that they're just going to immediately turn back onto you. But it's very much a push-or-pull situation. The Wu Chen TP comes out early, you push onto that. The Monk ult comes out too early, you disengage and push onto them as well. And speaking about pushing, 330 is pushing straight now onto OUG, gets that knock onto the King to stop him from finding that opening grab. 330, however, finding himself extremely low. The Karumi's already gone down, LXM has been removed from the fight, and as a result, 330 has absolutely no help inside that Temi ultimate. He has to drop the transformation early, otherwise he's going to go down, and that just leaves him open to be grabbed back up by the King, who's still in this ult. Miskia with that Yui ultimate just has to try and use it to disengage. He goes into the zone to be able to try and survive so that OUG don't hunt him down, given that we're heading towards second zone collapsing. But OUG send one of their members to deal with him. Miskia going to have to swap towards that spear and look for lockdown. Gets staggered onto the ground, tries to come back in with the F, doesn't manage to find the neutral control that he's looking for, however. Zinyu hits him with the right click from the sphere and puts him out of his misery. GG. It all went horribly, horribly wrong. That Karumi going down before your Monk ult goes through is an absolute death sentence, especially against those Temis where you don't have the ability to be able to chain that Monk and keep him healed up. J-Team now going up against JL as we head into another gate of Yang fight. Eagle and Ziyu both going for the transformation, both looking for those grabs. JL, it seems like, have Hector on their side as Eagle falls extremely low. The Karumi tether from ZK is that, but that means that he can't really help himself out in a fight as Eagle has to actually drop the tether so that the Karumi can help out, get that last little bit of damage needed to build the Karumi ultimate and allow Eagle to stay standing. ZK with a very aggressive play turns things around for J-Team as Eagle just takes so much damage. The swap from the Karumi in the background to that Flamer as Eagle uses the bell to negate the worst of the Takeda ultimate slashes. As J-Team now look to swap in with weapons, they've only got one Yui ultimate to last themselves through the sustainability from the other side, but the Takeda ultimate is about to run out. 101 Tien drops behind the pillar to be able to let himself safely out of the ultimate. And J-Team, off of some really good plays coming through from ZK on that Karumi, building up the rage necessary to keep Eagle standing despite how low he initially went, are able to come out on top of another gate and see themselves picking up that Mystic Might.
Absolutely, extremely well played from them. It didn't look as though it was going to be it didn't look as though it was going all that well for them to begin with. The Hector coming out from the Takeda, an extremely dangerous Soul Jade, especially on Takeda, who's able to secure that Wind Slash initially and then just immediately follow it up with that Hector, both locking down the enemy player and healing himself up just a little bit. But yeah, sadly to no avail. The traditional Transformers coming out on top, the Karumi healing just being a little bit too much for them to deal with, as well as them having slightly better armor, I think I remember. But here we have XCG aggressing onto GD. Xiaonan trying to get some height. It seems as though he was looking to get a Viper ult from above. But here we have K getting taken down so unbelievably quickly. I didn't even see it. Kakaxi now being forced to pop his monk ult. Getting stunned whilst in his transformed state, but he looks like he's just gonna get melted down. And the Kurumi gets taken down as well. They just got absolutely dissected by XCG. AOW now coming in, trying to get the third party, but Wu Channel just coming in clutch, getting them out of the sticky situation, having picked up 3 kills for themselves. Although they don't get to pick up the loot, those points are going to feel really good for them as they head towards the end game.
Please tell me you saw that. Please tell me you saw that F2 from the Yodo.
No, I didn't see it. Wait, what? How am I missing it every time?
Every single time! Oh no, AOW now, however, putting themselves in that position to pick through that late, have put themselves to be picked up by JL. JL and AOW, both with Monk Transformers though, going to be able to try and find the grabs, but Zio just doesn't find the grab. At the moment until now, he's able to find one onto Shoot Tong, the Takeda ultimate trying to mince through that health from AOW's player still held in his hand. He's gonna have to drop him now in a matter of moments to be able to escape that zone tick, as JL still keeping ZU up for a matter of moments. He's about to go down to just absolute focus fire coming through from AOW. Cannon and repeating crossbow in tandem to deal with that Monk's health, but punishing a lack of Kurumi as JL are isolated one by one, picked off the Monk first to take away that zoning potential, and then the remaining members, AOW, will be able to keep themselves alive for a little bit longer, and even better for them because they come out on top of that fight. Wukong does so much damage in it. He's already, pretty soon, he's 5% off the next transformation.
It's already up!
So it's already going to be up. Nothing but rage glyphs. Nothing but rage glyphs and cannons from this team. And this is honestly really smart if you want to play so far into that zone to try and take those fights against straggling teams. You need to be running those rage glyphs so that you don't get punished by teams looking to scavenge out those kills from players that have been in the zone a little bit too long, have just emerged from a fight, and are pretty low in terms of not just reserves for Vitalias and reshields, but also ultimate charges. Teams like XCG that are very much waiting towards the lower parts of this zone, wanting to try and not just catch out other teams, but also roll through the Soul Jades, so that it's in a position where a lot of people aren't likely to come through and pick up your left behinds.
No, absolutely. And it definitely looks like we're heading into a little bit more of a low-key stage of the game. Teams are now shopping, going through the mall, getting some money, and just trying to pick up some J's to head in onto endgame, get themselves some solid ranged picks, being able to secure themselves that flame breath cannon, the fire arrows bow, all that sort of thing. Being able to deal a considerable amount of damage with your range weapons is just, it's just invaluable when it comes to NBPL endgame in trios especially. It looks like AOW's coming to close proximity with I saw that it was OUG, I think, but it doesn't look like they're going to be having a fight. J team now looking to hold this ballista, just trying to keep a solid position for themselves. Did I just see 101 TN use Switch Dazzle? I think I did. He just used Cannon Switch Dazzle in the middle of the open for no reason other than for fun, I think.
I mean, like, pretty particle effects.
We all love Switch Dazzle.
I tell you what, NARAKA, like, playing NARAKA has made me so hyperactive and, like, restless in all of my other games that I play. Like, I can't play anything without constantly needing to move at the moment. Because, like, you really do just have to be so active. You're always worried that someone is going to be waiting in the wings, especially with things like Scatter Shot and Armor Piercer from that musket, as Alliance are very much worried about those, and will immediately drop a semi-ultimate to secure themselves up that Morris Blessing. Poison Splash coming on through. Venom People repeating crossbow is absolutely no joke, as Lucky is absolutely eviscerated in terms of armor. Has to use the Pulsar Surf to be able to get himself a little bit more out of line of sight, as TE now move in to try and pick through what was left behind in Alliance's hurry to abandon that box and keep all 3 of their players alive. Doesn't look However, like Alliance left much, they were very quick going through what exactly was on that listen. As a result, TE not really wanting to push their luck just yet.
And extremely well played from them as well. That the quick thinking and quick reactions, dropping the armor for their Tomolk and swapping armors between the teammates just so that they could keep that Tomolk alive. As if the monk were to get low enough that he'd potentially die, he could immediately pop his ultimate and save himself. However, if the Tomolk, having already used his ultimate, not having his F available, he had no way of defending himself. So for the monk to quickly drop his armor, allowing the Tomolk to stay as safe as possible, very nicely done there. Very nice team play. And that right there, these little like tiny min-maxing sort of things that of team play that they do in NBPL in China is why they are simply the best in terms of trios. They take team play to a different level than the rest of the regions. And certain teams, you can just see how much they've worked on their team play, how much work they've done to make sure that they understand all the different lines. How, let's say, if your Tomolk is dying and you have ult on Tianhai, Tianhai immediately drops his armor. Or if Yoto is outside of the fight, their teammate is getting extremely low, for them to immediately drop whatever they're doing and to head on over and drop that F3 down to try and peel for their teammate. All these different sorts of lines of team play, extremely important when it comes to coming out on top in a lobby where you are matched against some of the best players in the game. You need to be able to take every small advantage that you can and to try and work together as a team as well as you can. Otherwise, you're going to get diffed by these other teams who are going to be doing them.
Well, talking about advantages, Ballista is very much one of them. And J-Team are going to be using that Ballista to hold OC hostage. As we can even see the Kurumi Tower onto 101 Tian. This is really smart from J-Team. Like, they hold on to all of their ultimates. And they get a free Mars Blessing for the team. And OC can do absolutely nothing about it. J-Team getting that positioning, forward thinking coming out from them. They're going to be really set in terms of when we see this zone collapses. We can hear all of the cannons go off. We can see the wind walls from all of these Yoda compositions which are stuck inside these buildings. Karanan, it looks like, does have bounce shell, so should be able to keep everyone a little bit more of an arm's length away. Wuchen just set up in case things get pushed to shove in 0 to 60 ignition moment. You have to just immediately get on out of there as TE tries to go for a little bit of an above bird's eye angle grapple shot come through into cannon to drop down back to the team. A little bit out in the open, and it's a Temi ultimate coming on through to actually try and push them. OUG have seen that TE are out of position, that their back is against that zone, and it is going to converge, pushing them forward. Ooh. And OUG can use that Temi ultimate to keep TE back. Takeda comes on through from TE, pushing back onto OUG. Yui ultimate now, so that they can save this monk composition and use it to lengthen his lifespan if he does get turned onto. AOW's Wukong having to use that transform, gets a little bit stuck on the scenery, but is able to use those little buildings like building blocks to keep himself nice and safe out of that zone. Finds a grab onto LYD mid-ultimate, will be able to keep himself isolated from the team. Doesn't find the slam, however, as TE's TXJ comes in with the peel. The slam connects onto the other monk, so he doesn't find that knock onto LYD, who immediately drops back down right next to his monk's feet, going for that cannon, pressuring all of these other players. Xinyu falls, gets grabbed out of position, held in place for the shots to come through, but J-Team actually sniped it out from TE's nose. Oh, they're not going to be happy about that. No. As TE now, without ultimates, have to take cover inside these buildings so that they don't get turned onto. LYD falling extremely low, as we can have a look at J-Team just sitting in one of the buildings parallel, pushing onto TE. AOW having to take more cover inside this building. They still, however, lose Shutong to VVV coming in with that repeating crossbow and the venom tip attached to it, taking Shutong beyond the grave before he's able to heal himself up from that poison tick, as LYD now hits in with that longsword to be able to connect into even more Takeda stagger. Wukong from AOW, making it harder, however, for him to have control of that opening. But off of that Takeda use, they will be able to see themselves a pocket of safety to try and recover as everything opens up. Every single team now fighting tooth and claw to control and find a kill before this one pushes all of these players closer and closer together. Still waiting for J-Team to make their move. They have not revealed themselves just yet, more than content to hold on to those ultimates, hold on to those resources, and potentially look to snipe out some of these players, all while in the ensuing chaos. No one has turned on to them. XCG make their move. Xiaonan with the Viper isn't actually able to connect that stun onto TE. TXJ times the transformation perfectly and frames out of the Viper stun connection. We see J-Team just hiding behind the rock. I don't think anyone actually knows that they're there.
No,
Likewise, Alliance.
Bide their time.
Yeah, Alliance just sitting on that tower, going to have to drop down now. The zone pushing them off. J-Team's Eagle using this moment to reveal themselves, but they get stuck in a Temi ultimate and have to actually run out of it. J-Team going into the zone to be able to reposition as TE now look to push onto J-Team, but that pushes them into Eagle. LYD sees that he is not gonna go down well, gets grabbed out by Eagle and then grabbed on the reverb into the flamer damage. J-Team take LYD out, and that was one of the bigger threats for TE. Gonna make it so hard for them to be able to control this final zone as XCG now make their move. Yoda ultimate used from NiHQ, but it doesn't find the kill that he's looking for. TE with VVV trying to control that rooftop and put even more pressure onto Alliance's Lin. That Monk just a big old target right now. As Xiaonan comes through with a Viper stun, doesn't find the stun to connect that they're looking for, however, just buys it in time to be able to get behind that wall. But unfortunately, that reset spot is sought after. J-Team see where they run to, find a kill, and J-Team coming alive. TE 13 kills, J-Team hot on their heels with 10. Might be able to see themselves the MVP, but TE picks up another one onto Lin. Eagle takes this opportunity, goes for that transformation, but so too is TXJ. It's a monk off at the moment, and TXJ has the high ground. Eagle using time of the ultimate to try and push onto TXJ, but he gets knocked back down to the low, and he hasn't found any opportunity to look for a grab. TXJ now is the one pushed onto that low ground, but in so much time for J-Team, using these ultimates to try and control that space, they haven't equalized kills, and TE are still with the monk, still with the high ground, looking for these picks. Lucky from Alliance using that Temi have to buy themselves aerial control so they don't go down to any reverb. As Eagle now falls into a wisp, gets grabbed out, and TE look to turn around. They lose TXJ. The Karumi ultimate from J-Team comes through into the Razor Swift, coming out from Eagle to control that zone. And J-Team might just have done it. All three of their players remaining. Push now onto the two other players left alive. It's just J-Team standing. TE's VVV goes down to zone, denying J-Team a pick. But J-Team outlived them. Maybe with the kills that TE were able to pick up, they walk away with MVP. It's going to be an absolute nail's edge between these two teams.
Absolutely. Extremely well played, but it does look like TE comes out on top in terms of points. It must be absolutely, it must be just by a couple points, and like maybe 1 point.
One kill. That's one kill for sure.
Maybe
I
even
tell you what,
a point is all the difference.
TXJ and Eagle just having a sumo match.
So
as we waited
to
to see
watch.
control of that high ground, that's what wins it. That's what clinches it for TE. Right? The fact that Eagle, even though he's able to safely use that transformation and keep himself in it for so long that they don't actually have to use that Karumi ultimate, because he's going toe-to-toe against the other monk in TXJ, because TE are already leading in kills, TE already have that control of the high ground, Eagle is the one that has to come to him, and he burns like 75%. You can see J-Team, they're all smiles, they're laughing, 100% they're talking to TE right now. He burns like 75% of the entire duration of that monk ult, just trying to get back into that position, and that's time that he doesn't find those grabs with. So J-Team in that sort of time where they should be controlling that fight, where they should be coming with the most amount of kills in that final zone, because they can't make the move. They can't try and put even more pressure onto the members of TE because TXJ is just going to grab them. And they need that Kurumi to be there. Now that Eagle's already invested that Monk, he has opened himself up to every other player in the zone. Once that drops out, they need the Kurumi to be intact to cover for him. So it literally just becomes 30 seconds of just Tom and Jerry antics of slapstick. One Monk kicks, one Monk punches, and we have an absolute stalemate where TE come out on top because they're leading by 4 kills already.
No, yes, indeed. I mean, I can't help but laugh when I see these 2 monks just sort of popping on top of the building, just trying to steal the spot from the other one.
It's literally patty cake that they're playing.
It's amazing. It truly is. But yeah, no, absolutely. J-Team doing exactly what they wanted to do. They know that they're playing traditional Transformers into the Juggernaut adaptation with Monk, and they know that as long as they bide their time and they keep their cooldowns up and they try and get into the fray towards the very end, and that they have everything available to them, that they're gonna come out on top and take the win. Because I don't think there was very many other Kurumis alongside Monk and Yue-Shan at the very end there, and being able to keep your Monk and your Yue-Shan alive in that end zone is invaluable. You're going to be able to do so much and keep knocking these other players out into the zone, preventing their healing. I feel like that was one of the big things with the Monk. His zipping was trying to heal him, but he wasn't able to get the full value out of the heal due to him having a foot in the zone and having that anti-heal take effect. But alongside that, he did use his ultimate when he had no shield available to him. So I feel like they got forced into a bad spot, and they were forced to use the Monk ultimate when they didn't really want to. And J-Team managed to take advantage of that, picking up some kills and managing to take the first place placement, but TE still coming out on top with all the points and all the kills that they managed to accumulate throughout the game. Exceptional play from TE, doing phenomenally well in Yang in just normal fights, and being able to stagger their cooldowns, using that Takeda extremely well. The zipping, we're just seeing how valuable zipping truly can be after the buffs made to her, keeping her teammates alive and healthy, just popping that ultimate, and knowing that you have this cushion to be able to take some damage and not have to worry all too much about it. And also another thing is that you don't have to stay within a specific area. Being able to move around freely and not have to stay within something such as a Kurumi circle makes it so that fights can happen more naturally, and you can fight a little bit more loosely. Because if you are using Kurumi, you have to make sure that you're staying in the circle, and as well as that, enemy teams, they're not going to want to fight you in that circle. They know that if they're fighting you in your Kurumi circle, then they're losing a lot of value, and the enemy team is just going to sit there and tank. Unless they can be pushed out, they're just going to back off and try and pull them out of the circle and try and get that damage onto them and try and get the kill. But with zipping, there's no limitation in that regard. So
okay, I kind of want VVV to walk with MVP just to see how much healing he did, but TXJ coming in with 37,874 damage off of a game where TE already outputted nearly 80k amongst them is absolutely insane. As we can have a look at some of these highlights. OUG, definitely one of those teams to watch. J-Team having a really good fight here, being able to just, with that Merciless Havoc, control that neutral, catch on to those members, isolate Bidas, 2 remaining players into 2 separate pockets of very dealable with, especially when you have that stagger lock, XCG, that coming of Jiaonan, Viper ultimate into just dagger uppercut, destruction, that I'm sure more than one of us have been on the tail end of multiple times in our own matches. And then we can have a look at J-Team, who were playing towards that final zone. Like, they had control of the outer edges of the zone, so they knew that they would be able to try and punish any player that looked for a sort of reset point. As J-Team now coming in with that last surviving player. Unfortunately for them, didn't have the kills. It was, I think, a little less close than we expected in terms of how the points played out. They were unfortunately, I believe it was 3 kills behind TE in the end, so TE were able to widen the distance a little bit more than was expected. But again, it really does just go to show how strong that monk composition is. When you slot anything in alongside it, it very much does become very hard to take down, especially with things like that zip and just that sustainability. No surprises, it is going to be the monk picking up the MVP, second MVP. But TXJ, as there it is, Rupture Gale Orb, Flame Breath. There's always cannon soldiers for all of these monk players.
I absolutely love myself some Kanun. Rupture Gale Orb with Flame Breath is literally just win condition. And even in solos as well, not only trios. I mean, I am more of a solo player than I am a trio player. I mean, we all know how valuable it is in trios, but in solos, it's just as strong. This combination of Rupture Gale Orb and Flame Breath is insane. You don't even have to remotely, your cannon shot doesn't even remotely have to be close to the person, and you still manage to apply that fire damage. And in end zones, and even in general, like in just neutral, out in the open, being able to apply that fire damage, get that burn applied, and cut their healing in half is such a huge advantage, especially when it comes to comps like Zipping and Karumi. Although Karumi can cleanse the fire anti-heal, Zipping does get sort of completely screwed over by fire damage, since she has no real way of cleansing that sort of thing. Basically cutting down the heal of all the multiple defiances if they're using V2, cutting down that healing in general from the ult, and from the F1 or the F2 if they're being used. So definitely an extremely powerful tool, and I love it. It's so much fun. It's the one thing that I will use a lot of. But anyway, I think we're gonna be heading off and catching some interviews, catching up with some of the players. And then we'll be heading on back to game 4 of the day. But yeah, see you in a little bit.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we invite TXJ from the team TE to our interview. So of course, let him say hello to us first. 先请 T 神给我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 TE 的谭许杰。
Okay, welcome. So, in these games, Final Circle is really a kind of impossible situation. At that time, your team only have 2%, but you can still get the points continually. But you can also make yourself survive in the Final Circle. So how did you do that? 那其实在这一把决赛圈真的发生了一个非常不可思议的事情，就当时只剩你和小伟2个人还能持续拿分，而且小伟的那个分数还没有被拿到。当时是怎么做到的呀？
当时一是装备好嘛，因为我跟他都有个幸运树吧，再然后他也是个因子瓶嘛，本身就有个幸运树，就加起来有2个幸运树了都，所以在那个决赛圈的话还能自己操作一下。
Okay, so of course we have a really good equipment in the Final Circle, and we have also good Soul Jade, and VVV is Ziping, so he has a really strong ability to make us survive in the Final Circle. Okay, so then I want to ask you a question about how can we recognize a team if if the team was in a young depletion in the game? 那其实我想问一下谭旭杰，如果在游戏里面，如何教我们去分辨，就是说这个队伍他是不是阳虚过来的？
可以看他们的队伍整体节奏吧，看起来他们会比较急的那种，一般来说就是因为有些其他的因素在那里，所以他们会这么急。那只有是阳虚的嘛，只要看他的整体队伍状态吧，就一直想勾你、想打你那种状态，就是偏向阳虚的。
Okay, so you can see that team if they are really in a hurry and they are really eager to fight with you and use the hook or attack you in a really hurry situation, and you can see the statement of them and you can recognize if they are in the young depletion. Okay, then come to our new part, the answer for treasure, please. And this time our question is, who win the first place of the bi-week trials finals? 那其实这一次我们的问题是谁赢得了上一周的3排冠军 Okay, so I know you know the answer, but I want to say because your team was the first place of the regular game and come to the bi-weekly final, but you didn't get the champion. So do you think like this team took away the champion from your team? 那其实我想说的是，因为你们是积分第一进的这个周决嘛，但是又没拿到周冠，有没有那种自己的冠军被夺走的感觉？
那自己没打好，那确实就没办法嘛，那只能说下这周努力吧。
I want to say so. Of course, we didn't have a really good performance in the bi-weekly final, so we will still like try hard, try better in this week. So it's not the first time, you know. I remember you are really like perfect performance in the regular game, but when your team is in the bi-weekly final, always like not quite well. Why is that? 那其实我们也知道这已经不是第一次了，已经经常有就是说很高的积分进入到决赛，但是没冠。
魔咒只能说确实一到周决可能状态紧张嘛，或者之类的，可能就确实没有常规赛打得好吧。
Maybe we feel like nervous in the bi-weekly final. So, like you know, last time when I have interview LYD from your team, and I asked him if you like afraid about the curse that maybe the first place of the regular game can't get the champion of the like final. So at that time he answered me he like not afraid about it. What about this time? 那其实上一次我踩 LYD 的时候，也是问到他害不害怕这个第一的诅咒，就是说积分第一常规赛的诅咒。上一次他说不害怕，那这次呢？
这个东西其实没什么好怕的，主要就是周决自己状态没打好，跟常规赛打得好没有关系。常规赛肯定要打好，打好之后给周决，按道理说肯定是更放松，因为带入的积分会更多嘛。只是自己没打好，跟低不低没关系。
Okay, so actually we are not afraid about this curse, but the only thing I think is you have to do your best in the regular game so that you can get more points to get into the grand final, into the bi-weekly final, and you will have like more confidence and feel like less stress in the grand final. But of course, this time we like didn't perform well in the bi-weekly final. Okay, and that's all for our interval. We'll thank TXJ for doing this and hope you got better performance in the following games. OK， 好，那也是谢谢谭旭杰来到我们的采访席。那希望之后你们可以把状态持续下去，好吧？拜拜。
Spider though, taking Rexy for a ride with the infinite grapple into the aerial grapple there into the RP. And Spider with a big combo coming out here with the long sword. Oh my god, he changes it up. Chazing's gonna try to respond. T225 is forced to pop that as the ping ultimate, and Chazing is gonna release that R&B charge off the dual blades in the back end into the aerial R&B, and that's gonna do it for himself. He is gonna pick up that Elam. Coming in from Mike here. Chazing now might be caught up. He's doing a really good job staying mobile, but Yiwon in that Tarka ultimate form. Looks like he's gonna be caught out. He's gonna come in high with a big parry onto T2. And blue stab, and you gotta be careful because he does have that weapon swap combo in hand right now. The F is forced out of Mike. Now Spider trying to get the opening there, does not get the pair. He does get eliminated by Spider, but Spider's still in the mix here now against T225. The V3 forced out for T225. Now the clink comes in. Spider now trying to find an opening for himself. Tries to go for the parry. The LMB charge release here off the stab. Does get some damage onto Spider there. T225 now trying to lay down some more damage onto Spider. Spider's gonna blink up with a nice big parry. Gets shredded again by Rexy. Rexy trying to hold the fork down. Beautiful parry onto Rexy. The question is he going to be able to hold the momentum and keep the elimination here? He's going to be able to keep the rotation all the way clear. Goes for the heal. Drives him together. Pops him with another.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NBPL regular week 2, day 1 for the Trios action. We can have a look at some of these teams and how the leaderboard is going to be setting up in terms of heading into this next week for some of these teams who unfortunately didn't quite make it into the bi-weekly finals last week. This time around, they're going to be looking to change that up. I think the team on everyone's lips, however, at the moment has got to be TE. Once again, they've been having absolute stunning performances. Slight hiccup on game number 1, maybe a little bit of just finding their footing, but game 2 straight off the gates, 41.8. Game 3, 27 points. They really are looking once again to cement themselves as one of the teams in the lead heading into this next bi-weekly finals. My thing for them, however, is that we're still to see whether or not they can carry that performance through an actual bi-weekly finals. I don't think it's the curse. I think that's just something going ever so slightly out of place for this team whenever we move away from regular weeks into bi-weeklies, whether it's nerves, whether it's the pressure, whether it's just having one bad game at the start of the day and that throwing off your tempo for the entire rest of it. There's something that's just not quite right with this team, but they know it and they are taking steps to make sure that it's going to be fixed. And I think when they get that under wraps, they're going to be absolutely formidable because it is by far their biggest weakness.
No, absolutely. I do think that it's possible to consider that the reason is mainly because, well, potentially because these teams in the lead up to the bi-weekly finals are mainly playing to qualify as opposed to get those big games and get the big numbers on the board and to try and come out at the top of the leaderboard. So it's possible that because these other teams are playing safer and playing less aggressive and trying to get consistent games to make sure that they make it into the finals, they're not finding as many kills and is not finding as many opportunities as they would normally do in the finals because of this, because the other teams are being more aggressive. They're trying to get those kills and they're sort of getting beaten to the punch, or potentially just getting third party themselves when they would normally be the party in the background trying to come out and pick up those kills for themselves. So it's hard to say, but nerves definitely do play a factor. Absolutely. There's coming through into this big competition and trying to play your best and knowing that there's it's important. There's like so many people counting on you, or like your fans or your teammates to perform. It can be a lot of pressure on one's mind. So we'll have to see. Hopefully they can break their curse, so to speak. And
like I said, I don't think it's a curse.
Finals, but
to sort of circle back to that point that you made about maybe teams playing a little bit more passively because they're playing to qualify, then yeah, like you can definitely see a change of tempo. But we're going to change tempo really quickly. We're going to show AVT, and we'll be right back to have a deeper, in-depth discussion about that right after this. Don't go anywhere.
其实这么看的话，状态倒还不是，因为状态的好坏是取决我自己的。因为半年没打比赛，很多经验我自己没有吸取到，然后很多的时机啊什么样子都发生了改变，我需要在这个时间段以赛代练去慢慢吸取经验。像第一天那种发挥不好，是因为比赛节奏跟我知道的完全不一样了，所以说会打得比较臭一点。然后后面只希望我的错误能多改一点，然后好好发挥一点。我觉得我们还是一个 T0队伍。首先我们这个心情里面，可能我是比较偏上的吧，因为最后一把说实话就是我自己犯了一个大问题，然后导致的队伍就直接破掉了嘛。还是摊包什么的，心情他们两个一直都很好，他们两个一直在安慰我，我一直在说我怎么样。两个人反正那句话就是，周冠而已，无所谓，送你了。那我们比赛把缺点改好之后，我们决赛见。
It's interesting that the VT that we get is from J-Team, because that was actually one of the teams that I was about to bring up. J-Team and TE, it feels like, both have really standout performances in terms of regular week, where they're consistently hitting those highs and posting really good scores. Where it falls apart for both these teams in terms of consistency is the bi-weekly finals. And to sort of go back to your point about some teams maybe playing a little bit more passively in terms of regular weeks because they want to play safer, they want to play more consistently for points so that they can push into the top 14. Remember, it's top 14 this time around, not top 16 as well. So 2 of those places that had previously been open and allowed for these teams to be able to graduate into those bi-weeklies have been closed down, encouraging consistency all the more. They are the teams that don't really get to play amazingly in terms of actually on the day. Their score from regular week tends to carry them pretty far in the leaderboard. And J-Team was one of the teams who most consistently, the last bi-weekly finals that we had, were getting third-partied because they were thinking that they would be in that position of being the aggressor. They would stay in fights a little bit too long. Sometimes fights would even last something like 10 or 15 seconds. And they would just get turned on to. They would be third party. They would even play towards the outer edges of the zone, thinking that they would be fully in control because of that position. They would still get third partied. We would cut across to a different team. We would go entirely to a different part of the map. Then we would cut back to J-Team like 20 seconds after they made an engagement, and they were being third partied. And the same thing was happening to TE.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we're just going to have to wait and see and hope for the best, really, for our fan favorites here. But here we have it. We have now about to see what people are going to be picking going into this next game. I don't think there's going to be too much variety. I don't think we're going to see necessarily anything that we haven't seen already. It is a daytime map, so I think it could mirror perhaps the game 1, and we'll see a lot of Transformers, not as many Juggernauts. Although, actually, I may be proved wrong. There's quite a few.
Well, I mean, this is interesting. Teams have seen that TE found success with that Monk when combined with the Zip and Takeda, and they are adapting it. In fact, they're adopting that same strategy. This is how you actually use those hero points to the most of your advantage. Remember, progressively, these compositions that you play, the more you play them, the more expensive they get, the more they eat into the 15 points that you are allowed. And that Monk is a figurehead of this composition. If you want to run Transformers, if you want to go for those gate fights, if you want to have final control of zone, you want to be running that Monk most of all. So this allows you to still have that stagger with things like the Takeda, while you still have the sustain from the Zip.
No, absolutely. And it's, I mean, I don't think anybody can really say that Monk is just, he's probably the most picked character in trios throughout NBPL history. He is always going to be a staple in the meta, and he's always going to provide the huge rewards available to him and the lockdown potential. And simply, like, he just offers so much to the team that although the Juggernauts seem to originally be Matari zipping Takeda, having that Monk instead of the Matari does give a lot of potential upside, whereas Matari would potentially be slightly more safer, giving a sort of direct counter to the Viper ult.
It sort of isolates as well a lot of the potential of that Viper ult, right? Because we were talking about the fact that with the Zip, the ultimate, the healing that you can have it if you're separated. The play in dealing with a Viper ultimate is everyone scatters, everyone splits apart. So if one gets stunned, it doesn't lead into a full stack wipe or you just getting caught all in the same stagger lock. With that Zip, you can still get the sustainability as opposed to that Karumi where you need to play inside that Karumi ultimate AoE and you're gonna get stacked on and all caught out by that same Viper ultimate. A little bit more of a safety in terms of that as well. As we head over and have a look at someone that isn't safe, JL going up against OUG, a team that always seem to find themselves off the rip into these fights. The problem is that they haven't found themselves weapons necessary to be able to turn this around. JL will be able to find one pick, but it is very quickly going to be traded out. However, AS with that Zip healing is going to be able to turn it straight back onto OUG and moving over to Shipwreck. We're not slowing down anytime soon. When we get to the later half of the day, that's when these teams really get aggressive and ramp up that fight power. TE, a team that does not slow down, never really seems to slow down actually. Once again, looking to take these fights, landing off of the rip on Shipwreck and going towards Boat as well, the more hotly contested landing spaces of Shipwreck, given the sheer amount of space and troves that you can find. Things like on the crow's nest, on the sail, all the way up alongside the mast, there really is some very high tier loot that you can find on this boat.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love that little spot at the very top of the mast. I always go up there, and I swear to God, no one loots it half the time. I feel like a lot of people don't know it even exists. But speaking of good looting areas, this right here, just to the north of Summerwing, extremely good looting area. But here we have Wolves going for the engagement, but Sorrow being parried and taken down extremely low. The Kurumi having to come in, link him with the umbrella, trying to keep him alive. But J-Team doesn't look like they want to fall too easily. Wolves, 2 members being taken down now. The Monk managing to get a huge parry for himself, taking 1 in return. Oh no, wait. Oh no, sorry. It switched team's perspective and I got confused. Oh god. No, J-Team with a sort of decisive victory there. No ultimates used, no nothing. Getting parries, playing their bread and butter. Traditional transformers as well.
Yeah, like the fact that they didn't use ultimates too is massive, because it means that you can't salty run back onto them. Yeah, if Eagle had used that monk ult and the team that they were fighting had saved it, you go to Soul Altar and you push onto that team before they have the time to be able to loot and set that transformer composition up, and you know that they're going to be weak, you know that they're going to be vulnerable. Because they haven't found the loot, the rage when they actually try and turn it back onto you isn't going to be fast enough to be able to build that ultimate online as quickly as J-Team are going to be wanting. The problem is that J-Team, like you said, they held on to the ultimates, so they're going to be buying themselves a little bit of time to be able to run around and loot that spaces. OC have found themselves purple. Well, only 1 purple, unfortunately. Slayer is not going to be given the majority of the loot instead. Are they giving it to their Farrier? They're not loot funneling to their Monk.
I think perhaps since he does have a higher tier secondary weapon, he's got that. I think that's a purple pistol that he's got there. If he opts to try, well, if he needs to use his ultimate, he can always quickly swap to his purple secondary and gain that increased damage due to the weapon rarity. So although his primary weapon is common, it's not the end of the world. As long as he's able to quickly swap before transforming, he's still going to be able to get some extra damage in there. But yeah, no, that is true. It's sort of understood that you funnel your Monk as he has so much upside potential with the damage he can output. Oh, but less on that and more on this fight here.
Donkey, watch the sword.
OUG. The sword?
Tell me you saw it. Tell me you saw the F2. Did you miss it again?
F1?
No, they're running the F2.
F2, but F2 is the one where you throw the blade down and then you can reactivate the combo break.
Yeah.
Am I blind? I think I might
It's been spinning up and
possible.
slowly moving in front of the map as a J-Team.
But F3 moves as well. OUG, though, looks like they're going to be picked apart here, but they are going to get teleported out. The Monk not being able to get enough kills on the board, but the the Kurumi is dead, and they're trying to res her, but the Viper gets immediately melted, coming back into the fight. And Nunchuck's meter burn, that gold focus. Ooh, parry baited. Oh, parry successful, but no damage from the punish. Tries to turn it around onto the other player. The Monk now only gets parried himself. The Yushan does try and come in to peel for him. The Wuchen now on the back foot, trying to get away. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to do anything. The last remaining member of OUG sending out the meter burn, trying to do some damage, but the Yushan F1 coming in, trying to dodge the bullets. He does manage to find the armor swap, but I don't think this is going to end up going much further, no. And JT managing to come out on top. Oh,
that was so mean to the king. He had a sliver of opportunity where he might have been able to win that one-on-one because he was going up against a greatsword. And you can see that, like, J-Team, they know one-on-one with a greatsword, you don't let Stoneform go. It's the easiest thing to parry in the game. Backstep into parry. Simple as. So he doesn't throw it out, and the king is able to actually come in with the meter dump on the nunchucks and try to turn it around. Unfortunately, J-Team still have 2 other players remaining, so they're able to peel and finally secure that pick, and OG will be going back to the Soul Altar as GG now, taking a pretty inopportune fight, unfortunately. Locked inside the zone, having to drop around that Temi ultimate as well. Miskia with that longsword, trying to transition in towards Hepta. Isn't able to find the lockdown necessary, though, and has to keep himself alive as his teammates now get turned on to. Miskia went for an armor swap, and as a result, he leaves Free-Free-Oh open and vulnerable. XCG will be able to get the transformation for Xiao Nan, but Miskia is able to tap dodge out from the grab that follows him, and just uses this cliff to be able to break out of line of sight. XCG, knowing that they were able to at least chase him away temporarily, are going to keep the Monk transformation up just in case he does try and double back and look to grab his 2 teammates up, but it does seem like GG are, unfortunately for them, going to go down and have to rely on the 1 player remaining to try and buy them back.
Having that extra transformer as well, having that extra health reset definitely gave them somewhat of an advantage here when trying to fight inside the zone, when you have your health being ticked down by the zone damage. But definitely looked like there was a little bit of a miscommunication there. Miskia went off to try and pick up a Soul Bloom while his teammate was left alone in a 1v1. I'm not sure if he'd been at a disadvantage to begin with, but he certainly ended up losing that fight, and Miskia not being able to help him out there. Not being able to get that Monk ult off, and then the enemy team's Monk ult just coming in and getting that reset off, getting that pressure down, unable to really salvage the situation, sadly. But yeah. No, I mean, I would like to go back to that fight previously, though, where we had that that 2v2 situation at one point. Like the Viper, after having it teleported out, coming in and simply just jumping into 2 people with her teammates nowhere to be seen, just absolutely running it. Quite frankly, there's no other word for it at this point. He literally just gave it up. He just ended up suiciding virtually for no apparent reason, trying to prevent that res from happening. But here we have JL versus Wolves in Yang. Both Monk ults have been popped. Benchu, though, now taking pretty low. Kurumi forced to pop her ultimate in response. Being grabbed at the same time. Getting taken down extremely low and getting grabbed again. Are they able to burst her down? It does look like they are. Though Yushan ult now being forced out as well from Wolves. Benchu managing to get a grab for himself, but his ultimate soon timing out. Yushan trying to make something happen. The Takeda trying to use his blades to peel for his teammates. But it looks like JL are going to come out on top of this one, as Sorrow is truly in a sorrowful position here. He's literally just given up. He's just stood still and accepted his fate.
And once again, that zip, it actually triumphs. The Monk composition with the zip and Takeda wins out in a gate fight against the Kurumi composition.
I do think though that it was pretty huge that the Kurumi got grabbed once, not only once but twice, because you have to make sure that you're not, if you're ulting for your own Monk, you have to be very careful that you don't get grabbed in the animation, because it's very easy to do. You're just a sitting target. But here we have Bao Da forced to use both Monk and Kurumi ult, trying to lock down Ventus here. Ventus Pixel getting taken down on the mid-range Monk grab. Wow, they're coming out on top here, picking themselves up their first kill of the game. Looking pretty happy with themselves, though. They do have quite a decent amount of money. They're probably going to opt to try and pick up some Soul Jade soon, I would imagine. But
they're being hunted, though.
Yeah, with the Phoenix Plume buff, looking to try and get as much value out of that as possible.
Yeah, they saw that Bauda had actually thrown in that Monk ultimate. And
yeah, no, absolutely.
As a result, Kakashi is on the prowl. He has legendary nunchucks for Million Birds Might. He is not going to be giving up this chase at any point as we head over, very temporarily for Artisans. No one really getting the time to be able to go through those buildings and find themselves all of the points in the crates, though.
I don't think he's going to be able to catch up or really get much out of this.
Oh, he's gonna try. The nunchuck tech.
He's gonna try.
He's seen Bada. The problem is he can't go for that transformation at the moment because they're going to be out of range. And now he waits for Don Quing actually to take that first point of charge. They've isolated one member of GD out. The problem is there is another team waiting in the wings. OC are very much close on hand, and Bada sacrificed one player to buy the other two teammates a little bit of time, a moment of respite, so that GD weren't able to just relentlessly keep chasing them. One of these players has Storm Stride, it seems. There's a... Are GD using that bounty to actually try and track down where those other players have gone? Are they using the anti-bounty strategy where you get to see...
reverse bounty.
Yeah, the reverse bounty, the Uno card.
You see the
where you get to see that threat level and you use it to sat-nav wherever teammates are around you. There's Bowed by fooling one of their players. You have arrived at your destination. Bowed are very much wanting to just sit in this bush. They had to throw one member to the wolves to be able to guarantee the other two teammates survive, but that has left them open though, because OC are still sniffing around. AOW, they have that bounty out onto Bowda, but they're not taking it yet. OC have been spotted out, actually. OC have isolated out a member of Bowda. There's Mauman making a break for it, uses that bell, buys himself a little bit of time, comes in with that dragons, isn't able to find the pick onto one of these players, doesn't go down to the wisp until just now, however, as OC, the first wisp doesn't find his target, the second one certainly does. Those things are homing devices, and if they see you, they will connect, and if you don't have a teammate to try and throw down anything to peel for you, you are going to go down to Bowda. I don't know if that was their third player that they had to lose, whether or not they're still going to be in the lobby. But if Bowda are still remaining in play, it is only going to be the one. They had to sacrifice one to drop the bounty, and the second, unfortunately, to keep OC from being able to get a full squad wipe.
Indeed. That's extremely unfortunate. He played it extremely well as well. He sent the meter dump from the nunchucks in the opposite direction, turned it around, forced the bell out from the monk, and then immediately dodged out into a parry from the wind slash coming from the longsword. Extremely nicely done, getting that parry the parry punish. But then, I mean, you're in a 1v3. It's virtually impossible the majority of the time, unless the three players manage to make a considerable mistake. And perhaps it could also be conditional on whether or not you have a sap jade to keep you topped up and healthy and do a little bit extra damage on a parry. But anyway, regardless, he definitely played it well, but it is what it is. Getting hunted down in a 3 versus 1, it's always feels bad, man. But here, I think AOW is looking for that grief. I see them heading towards this Yang portal that's about to spawn. I don't think they're going to opt to go in it, though. Surely not. It's not really their win condition.
No, they're not making any moves to actually head into it. It very much does feel like they're just getting a feel for shipwreck, ringing that bell, wanting to see whether or not other teams in the area were looking to. As GD and Wolves don't have to worry about that. They've already been able to make it through, and now the fight begins for them. Benchu already falling almost below half. Kakaishi taking a lot of damage from that katana. No grabs just yet, as we can actually see GD's K going for that double transform to stop the double grab coming through from Benchu. Kakaishi's found one onto Sorrow, hasn't found a second, pulls out, not again. There's no way he was able to grab a Kurumi out of their ultimate. As GD now just back on off. Wolves using that Kurumi ultimate to keep everyone topped up. They, however, have the longer Yui ultimate. Sorrow popped theirs after K, so that is going to be running a little bit longer. Kurumi Teva trying to keep K up in position is unfortunately going to distance out as the other Kurumi ultimate now comes through. Trying to keep all of the members from GD up and about as Wolvesasaur now drops out of the Yui ultimate. He has not got any moment to breathe as he isn't even able to find the blue focus to tap dodge out from that damage as he's hounded first by cannons and having to use that focus to try and push back onto teammates, and that means that he gets parried. GD play that really smartly. going for that early Yui ultimate, it did cost them in terms of sustainability, but being able to just keep holding on to that Kurumi ultimate allowed them to be able to turn the tides on not having that Yui ultimate last.
No, absolutely. And here we have GG picking up a straggler for themselves. It looks like they've got quite a few people around here, lurking around the outskirts of Wreckage. The AOT team looking to potentially get a third party, but they're not looking to take a 3v3 fight just yet, it seems. I don't think too many teams are going to be opting to try and take 3v3 fights unless they're forced to do so. I feel like it's getting to that point in this game that they're going to look to try and bide their time, potentially pick up some third-party kills, find some stragglers, some solo players, and then essentially just try and get to endgame. Wolves, however, are going to have to try and find themselves some soul blooms so that they can stay in this game. One thing, though, that I did actually notice... Oh, hold on. Hold that thought. Wolves is engaging. He managed to find an opening on the zipping, but to no avail. The zipping simply just turns around with the merciless havoc, slapping him around. The monk now trying to get a heal off. The Yushan being popped, trying to force the issue here, trying to take down this tumult, trying to get away, managing to stay on this rock, stay elevated. The Takeda ult now coming through. The Kurumi forced to pop her ultimate alongside the Tianhai, now fully committing all of their ultimates. It seems as though the team is looking to try and reset, having forced the ultimates, but there is another team in the wings. GD coming in and trying to get those low effort kills. Ooh, the Kurumi seems very, very low down there. I don't think she's been spotted just yet. Manages to get a heal off. This monk's got a grab. He gets the slam. Oh, and he goes. Oh, he gets taken down. The Takeda. The poison splash, though. The grief jade. Probably not going to do all that much. But it's always nice to see the Hepta coming in and Wolves getting decimated here in their attempt to force the issue here to try and get that soul bloom to try and stay alive.
Fourth body though. Yeah, does come through from GG. Like GG are a team that consistently are very good at understanding when teams are fighting around them and looking for the snipes.
Yeah,
a vast majority of GG's damage, like 75% of the time, tends to come from just rifles and bow shots and cannons. As well, Miskir is probably one of the best snipers in the league, hands down. As we can have a look at GG, they still want to hold this ground. They want to try and maybe turn this onto GG and threaten out whether or not GG are actually going to hard commit to the engagement, given that teams like Alliance and TI are still pretty much very there in the surroundings, and as a result, GG are actually going to try and turn onto Alliance, hounding them towards TE, inviting that engagement so that they can actually force a fight that they can potentially come in third party. AOW are also off in the distance, so all of the teams starting to just position themselves towards this one very small location. As for a lot of these teams, you really do want to have control of that high ground. For Vipers, like, you need to have somewhere to be able to hole up until your ultimate is ready. Likewise for the Yodos, you need to have cover to be able to teleport away from these monk compositions. That's what TE are just hounding GG at the moment for, not allowing them that safe cushion of cover. Especially because GD are still on their left flank. So TE have essentially caught GG between two teams and allowed themselves to just sit back, knowing that when the zone pushes, GG are going to have to come to TE and they don't have to force the issue. They're going to be able to hold on to their ultimates. They're going to be able to hold on to this monk transformation from TXJ. And now they can just start pulling back towards Shipwreck. They took a little bit of poke, so they're going to have to try and reset some of their supplies as they head in towards the central belt of Shipwreck to potentially try and pick away some of the stragglers. Alliance have been spotted out in that purple bush. T are going to be chasing them away, and if this disengagement isn't clean from this team, they could potentially get isolated. And that's exactly what TE were looking for. They just push Alliance off of that shop. So now TE have the time to be able to roll the Soul Jade, set the cannons into motion for TXJ, and they've secured themselves far better positioning when these teams who are on the fringes eventually start having to fight each other for control of positioning as we head towards the next zone.
Indeed. It doesn't look like much more is going to happen here. As you said, trying to force some certain teams into each other to try and make them fight and then pick up any stragglers in the fight. J-Team here looking to try and secure this Morris for themselves, even through the Moonbane. Eagle doing a pretty good job by himself. Managing to secure himself that gold armor. He looks pretty happy with himself, I'd say.
He looks like a pincushion.
He just tanked all of this damage and has just not cared at all. J-Team definitely coming out on top here. Managing to get themselves not only the gold armor, but then the purple armor transferring from the Monk over to the Yushan. Pretty happy with themselves going into this endgame now. As you know, the health of the Monk and the Yushan all depends on the armor's rarity.
I'm waiting for Free to slip through that purple bush that Alliance are hiding in. With that dagger and check it. You know, with one of them. He didn't do it in the one that's currently occupied, and Alliance can be very happy about that because they are hiding in 2 separate spots. So there is going to be a little bit of downtime before they're going to be able to peel for each other if one gets spotted out before the call is made to engage. In fact, they're pretty far apart from each other, so yeah, they're really banking on her not being found. Kukaishi taking pot shots from scatter shots coming out from GG, gonna have to give up that forward positioning on the roof. Does get the Kurumi Tether, will be able to reposition and reset without eating too much into the resources. And the cannon exchange comes on through the Monk's best currency. Now that all of the soul jades has been rolled on out. In terms of kills, it's still pretty close in the leaderboard. GT leading the pack with 10, but J-Team not too far behind, sitting at 8. JL with 7 and GG sitting on 6. A couple of other teams sitting around about the 5. That all can change. We're still 23 players up and around. GG looking to have control when this Morris Blessing starts to spawn in. AOW and OC moving in position to potentially challenge, and GG moving into position to potentially third party as well is going to have to be something that a lot of these teams are worried about. AOW especially, their back is towards that zone. You can see that they're the ones currently being peppered by a lot of the damage from GG, who was set up on that high ground. And AOW decides, hey, that's a pretty nice spot that you've left kind of open for us. We're gonna slide on through with cavalry, and there isn't really anything you can do about it because no one wants to contest cavalry bloom in a small room, and we're right back to game number 1.
I don't think this is the best idea, though. If you look at where they are in comparison to the other teams, they're literally smack bang in the middle. It looks like they've opted to leave that little house. Although it seemed like a good idea to begin with, perhaps it was just a pit stop. Although GG here managing to secure themselves the Morris for the Monk. Did they get the gold? They did get the gold armor for the Monk.
Yeah.
Exactly what they want to be doing here. Virtually uncontested. J-Team 101 TN getting taken down a bit low, but Eagle does have that Merciless Havoc to peel for any incoming range damage.
And like, he's showing it off.
Yeah. The AoE from this Jade is insane. The amount of space that it covers is just unparalleled.
It's not just space either, it's that CC. Like that lockdown, it connects onto one player, just pushes them up into the air. It's essentially Temi-Wisps on 0 cooldown. I mean, if you can connect it onto someone.
Cooldown, that's the main thing. Like I remember when it first came out, Merciless Havoc was only usable when you actually hit a target, but then they shortly changed it so that you could just simply use the reactivation without having to hit anybody at all, making it extremely powerful, especially in trios. I mean, we all know how strong it is in solos. We've all experienced that, but trios, the amount of space that you can occupy, the CC, the peel that you can provide for your teammates, it's unparalleled. Dragon Roar, although it does do a similar job, it does require you to have that energy to use the full meter burn.
Oh, AS!
I think there's no need for that at all.
Oh, JL are in a really tough spot at the moment, so you had to go for the monk up against TXJ, and AS was the one who got grabbed. He goes extremely low, has to scurry behind the rock to be able to reset, and TE are able to take advantage of the zone closing in, but here comes Eagle! He finds the grab onto TXJ, he finds the reverb grab onto TXJ, and he goes outside of the zone. Kakashi now coming in for GD. Does take a little bit of damage from the poison splash off of one of those bodies dropping, but J-Team have actually held that Yui ultimate in for reserves. Eagle does go down, but there should be enough space created by that Yui to be able to peel for him to be revved back up. GD trying to do everything they can to stop that from happening, as we see the Kurumi just in the little center, even using that Kurumi ultimate to be able to keep Eagle up now that the Tether was successfully able to get him back into the game. TXA has another Monk ultimate, and he's found another double grab. And he holds them in position for the logs to come through, and then there's the follow-up.
This man is a beast.
We need to stop playing Space Jam, because every single time we start cutting to T, he's just slamming them straight into the ground. They're even playing super close. They're playing super close to the zone as well, so that even if you don't find a double grab, you can slam a player into that zone tick. So again, they have to just tap dodge out of that zone tick. Merciless Havoc coming through for AOW as well as J-Team, so that's something else to watch out for as we head into the zone, pushing these players towards the low ground where that Merciless Havoc is looking to pick up some of these players dropping from the high. GD have to give up the revive on Kakashi as they take so much damage from T, who now turns onto them. Okay, bangs so much that tree that put it into the middle of that zone. He's able to squirrel his way out of that damage and follow up, but TXJ comes in with another monk grab. The Windwall is there to try and stop him, and he is being staggered back by a really good Yoda ultimate coming through from AOW's Wukong, who gets the stagger to connect, will be able to see himself through the entirety of the Yoda ultimate, but it is gone now, and those monks are still going to be up. TXJ falling extremely low, does have the Kurumi ultimate to be able to keep himself alive, but Eagle now is looking to get that connection onto TXJ and push him outside of the zone, but the rock is making it so hard for him to be able to actually make a move and connect onto the monk. TXJ drops out of the ultimate, but Eagle now can find the grab. The Kurumi Tether is keeping him healed up, but that slam is about to come through, and he gets the double! TXJ stops the movement with the bell, will be able to survive the double grab off of that cooldown, but that does mean that he is going to be out of commission and have to go into the tree to get that reset, as he now has to push his way back towards that zone, using that staff, making it hard for him to be approached as he goes for the Merciless Havoc, connecting onto J-Team, but Adam finds Eagle, who says, you know what, I've got a soldier too, and it has your name right on it, buddy. He gets batted out of the zone into the Yui, uses the bell, but gets parried, looking for that zone creation into a Merciless Havoc, and as a result, he is out. TE lose TXJ. And J-Team looks set for an MVP. They just need to keep Eagle up for a potentially double grab to come through. There it is. Eagle gets another one and finds the re-grab onto Let's go. Eagle. This is just J-Team's last hurrah, as Eagle shows exactly why he's known as the most dominant monk in the league.
Oh my lord. These grabs. These monks be throwing hands. I don't think I've ever seen that many double grabs. That was insane. I mean, there was so little cover, but still, that was extremely well done. I'm speechless, to be honest with you.
It played perfectly for Eagle. It played perfectly. There was like one Wu Chen left, so he only really had to navigate his way around like 2 wind walls. He's already dealt with the biggest mark him, and they keep him in their sights constantly to the point that we see Eagle come through with the Merciless Havoc, which then bats him straight into line of sight of that Yui spear, just pushing him, and it's literally a cat and a mouse. Just batting the mouse around with its paws in terms of CC that poor TXJ goes through for like 20 seconds straight. He basically has to just take his hands off of the keyboard. J-Team don't allow him to play the game at all. And from there, TXJ is gone. Eagle doesn't have to worry about another monk coming through with an ultimate and getting those punches, getting those kicks to connect and staggering him out. From getting that ultimate off, he already knows that the Yoda ult has been exhausted as well, because he's been hit by the stagger countless times from it when it did come through, so he's able to deal individually with every single threat that's there for the monk composition. And from that, he literally just gets to sit center of that zone, not worrying about any cover for people to hide behind, which means it's double grab into double grab into double grab into MVP.
Yeah, as long as you've got the aim, you can make it work as Monk. I mean, it's so much fun as well. I've rarely been able to actually play that sort of end game as Monk, but I can tell you, that man he's enjoying himself. He's just like, ooh, and then he just starts grabbing people left and right, slamming their cheeks. It's glorious.
It's so satisfying. It generally just makes the most satisfying noises when you are able to connect that double grab. And like Eagle, he's known constantly. There's like a sort of push and pull between all of our Monk players in the league. Like Sleepwalker is always in the running, Eagle's always in the running, Pixel's always in the running. I'm sure I'm forgetting about so many other Monks just because of how strong the league is when it comes to those Final Zone Monk players. But like Eagle and Pixel, I think when it comes to double grabs, just have the most amount of success in those final zones. They are always able to find double grabs, and they're always able to just consistently keep finding the double grabs to the point where my voice goes so high that I'm like, I have to go even higher because Eagle's getting even higher. Okay, here we go.
No, you know, towards the end there, you went so high that it cut out completely. I couldn't hear what you were saying. I just saw you there, just. It's what those monks do to you. The monks, they just got that wrist. They're just grabbing people.
They break the hype barrier. We have like the light speed barrier. We have the hype speed barrier. And in NBPL, when it comes to double grabs and those monks sitting in that final zone, you know it gets hype, you know it gets hectic, you know that JTeam are enjoying the heck out of it.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. I definitely envy them the satisfaction and the sheer exhilaration of playing those kind of end games with those kind of compositions, with all these monks just grabbing people left and right. It's so much fun. But here we have it. JTeam with a 35.4 game, 19 kills.
Yeah,
I mean, we all saw what was happening. They definitely they were playing their game. They had the merciless havoc. They came out on top with that first place ranking points and multiplier. I mean, it didn't really seem as though they needed it considering they had 19 kills, but an excellent performance from JTeam. Calculated. They dealt with the other monks exactly how they wanted to. They used the terrain to their advantage. When it comes to these sorts of teams and this sort of play, I find it sometimes hard to really say certain things because it's like the play is so magnificent. It speaks.
You're just in awe. You're just like sitting back going, that happened. That actually happened.
You experience something beautiful today, and this is, I mean, this is why I love to watch Nbpl. It's so lovely to see top tier NARAKA being played, and like as a huge like supporter of this game, and I love it. Its community, everything about it. It's so lovely to see, and it's so great to be here.
Well, sit back, Duncan. We're gonna get to see it again.
Exactly. We got another couple games.
Okay, so Eagle is on 3 kills, by the way. Eagle's on 3 kills, I think, when the first double grab happens. And then he rockets up. He comes in with 7 kills total. So 4 double grab kills coming from him in that final zone. Absolutely insane coming out from Eagle. Like, it's so ironic as well that JTeam, a team that found success in the first year of Worlds by pioneering an anti-monk composition, are the ones like picking up MVPs with one of their best compositions, being known as just Eagle Gober. He finds the double grab, he finds those picks, he finds the opening, and you really do see, especially from how the damage is allocated between all 3 of the players, it's very much shared between all 3 of them, right? Everyone pulls their weight on JTeam, as we see from a lot of these monk compositions. Yeah, it is all about the double grabs. If you can find that immediate lockdown onto 2 out of 3 teammates from enemy squads, brilliant, but a lot of it comes down to just being able to pull those players out of position and holding them up so your other two teammates can actually be able to secure those picks, because getting them out of position is sometimes a lot more valuable than finding those immediate eliminations if it leaves you vulnerable to being third-partied by everyone around you. As it's going to be the first time that we get to see 101 TN pick up an MVP. He's back. He temporarily had left J-Team when we headed towards Worlds, and he is now back playing for the team. And my goodness, we've missed him because he just brings something special to this roster.
But coming out as the MVP, extremely well done there. I think the majority of his damage actually came from Pulse Sword. I mean, I do know that the majority of Yushans in these compositions are running Pulse Sword because it allows them to essentially act as a wall, as a tank, and be able to block these attacks coming towards them, and then being able to use that dodge out into mix up with either a blue focus into CLMB or the RMB into potential follow-up afterwards. An extremely powerful tool, allowing them to conserve stamina, which is really, really useful when it comes down to these kind of environments, in these kind of fights where you need to be able to have as much uptime on your ultimate, on your important cooldowns. It makes so much sense. That is one thing that we haven't really talked about, is weapon allocation. Certain characters have been typically running the same weapons over and over again. We see time and time again that Yueshans are running Pulse Sword and things of the sort. We're seeing Ferius running Dagger, using the mobility to their advantage and being able to like stay in and out of the fights, being able to use that V3 when necessary, all that sort of stuff. There is a lot to be said about weapon choice for specific characters, and it's lovely to see. Talking all about this sort of stuff, it just makes me, I love it. It makes me happy. But going into Game 5, I think it's Nightmare. Are we gonna see Juggernauts again, or is it gonna be? I think most teams have used up a lot of their Transformer comps. I think
this is what we tend to see. Yeah, so a lot of the time, some teams will burn through their monks relatively quickly. Other teams tend to hold off on using all of their monk compositions so that on like the last game, they can potentially be the only team that runs it, which can be good, because it does mean that you don't have to worry about being like staggered out, as we see a lot of the time when there are other monks in the vicinity. When one monk ults up, the other team's monk will also monk up, because you can just use that rock, paper, scissors matchup for monk versus monk, an ultimate form of being able to guarantee those knockback staggers so that they don't find the grab opportunities. But at the same time, if you're the only monk in an entire lobby of non-monk players, you are painting a ginormous target on your back. And if you're not running the Temi, I would be like, why? Because just thinking about being one monk against all of those other teams, especially into places like Final Zone where everyone's clumped up together and thrown very much into the same place, if you're not running Temi for the ultimate, repeating crossbow is your worst enemy. Venom Tip minces through a monk's health, to the point that even when we see monks standing in Kurumi ultimates, if enough venom tips get pushed that monk's way and the repeating crossbow is strong enough, he's evaporated within split seconds.
No, absolutely. Being a lone monk in a lobby is not something you want to be. Although it's great fun to be the monk in endgame alongside your brothers in arms, but when you're alone, it's a very lonely and painful world for you. As you said, you just simply get shredded. And unless you have that Tumult wall, that Tumult ult to be able to keep you safe, or potentially the Kurumi to keep you topped up on health, potentially using that defense buff as well to reduce the incoming damage to you, you're going to get melted. But that's another thing. We are going to be going into Holoroth, and it's going to be a night map, I think. So I think we're definitely going to see a lot of Tumult, like we saw on the previous Holoroth map, since it just has so much value in its ability to section off certain areas that are very open, and giving your team that protection that you need. I think we'll probably see some Feria as well. I reckon it'll probably be somewhat of a repeat of the previous Holoroth game, but I think the previous Holoroth game was a day map, so we might see some adjustments because of the Fireflies being available to them. I don't think it'll be anything too spicy. I've always wanted to see Taka be a playable character in trios, but at this point it just feels kind of like a meme. I really want to see it one day, perhaps Taka actually being played, but I don't think it ever will be.
I mean, I think Rune would lose it if Taka ever made his way into a viable trios competition. You know, Rune and I, we do have a Taka competition that we like to run, which was Karumi, Valda, and Taka, where you would use the
washing
Karumi...
machine.
Yeah, well, we called it cremation composition.
Cremation.
Because we would use the Karumi AoE to turn the Taka fire, and in the Valda bubbles we would turn the Circle Elemental to the Taka fire, and we would just bounce everyone between Valda bubbles and Taka fireballs. It was very enjoyable.
I've played quite a bit of this composition myself. It is good fun.
The problem is it's too many ultimates. It's 3 ultimates, well, 2 ultimates and 1 Valda F2. Is unfortunately it would be viable in Gate of Yang, not so much in pace out of Yang fights for a lot of the league, and so as a result we don't typically tend to see things like Valda or Taka making their way into trios, as much of a shame as it is. But we instead get to see this wonderful meta, which is a lot more diverse, I think, than we've been seeing a lot of metas in the past. Obviously, we've still got that Yodo, the Wu-Chen, and the Viper, but Takeda, Matari, even Zipping, mixing it up a little bit, especially with the Furia edition, so that the Transformer has a little bit of a new taste to its name, as it does seem like Furia is going to be a little top-heavy in terms of some of these Transformer compositions. Some teams running traditional Transformer, 2 teams going to be running that Attack on Titan composition, so they're definitely going to be looking to pick up momentum early on to be able to buy those kills and build into that late game.
Absolutely. But yeah, it doesn't seem as though there's all that much of a change from our previous Holoroth game. Sadly, no talk. But I don't know. I think we're probably going to see some specific looting paths, perhaps. Specific hunting paths. It looks like there's only 1 team landing in the city of Tang, which is in fact Gold Zone, which is quite surprising. No one looking to contest that high tier loot, which is rather odd, to be honest, in my opinion. If it feels like you're simply allowing a team to take an entire city's worth of high tier loot. And here we have it. AOW. Oh my. Okay. Goodbye.
Hello, Ping Tao. Goodbye, Ping Tao. We hardly knew you. There's a reason that both of the teams are wanting to contest Yushan, and like you said, it's a day map, so there are going to be less Fireflies, which means that Yushan and the ability to immediately go for those Firefly cages just becomes so much more invaluable. And both of those teams.
It's a dusk map.
It's a dust map. Okay, there's going to be lots of Fireflies.
Yeah, but however, it still applies though. This spawn location with Yushan Ruins, having the I think it's called the Enigma. I think it's called
Enigma.
Yes, exactly, and having the
Dongqing.
Oh no, the having the Fireflies and the ult charging station in there can be extremely useful at the start of the game. What do we have? Ventus Yoto's already been taken down. The Viper here looking to try and peel her teammates and secure the kill. I can't see. Why can't I see? It's a bit blurry for me for some strange reason. However, we have the Tumult here on the back foot. Although he has the Moonbeam to back him up, I'm not sure it's going to be all that of a presence for them. Oh, okay. Well, they opt to use the Wu-Chen port to get out. Makes sense.
They have to go back in. Dongqing went for that revive, and Ventus are actually able to grapple cancel him out of it.
Like, the one thing that I always have to, you kind of have to bear in mind is that although this is a Moonbane, it is still a blue Moonbane, and it's not it's not the same as your Moonbanes in
it's baby.
Rank.
It's a baby, bro.
It still has pressure, but it's it's not going to drop down those beams anywhere near as often as let's say a gold moonbane from your normal rank. Oh, but this Karumi doesn't look like she's going to be able to do anything about this. Gets caught inside the tumult ult, gets wisped, and just simply taken down. TXJ now being pursued by the Yushan, but it doesn't look like anything's really going to come of it. I think KZ is simply going to try and get away with their lives.
They might be able to get that revive, but TXJ actually drops from the ceiling and runs it back onto KZ. TXJ doesn't really want to go for the transformation though. He's only running a grey weapon at the moment, so the punches aren't going to be that brutal, and as a result they are just going to look for the group lockdown and stagger. Heading over towards Matab, however, Zhao Nan is not having any of that reservation. He immediately goes for that monk form as XCG push onto OUG. OUG using those walls to actually make it harder for this monk to be able to find those openings. So he does drop down, looks to maybe grab a player out before they're able to make it inside the main building. Not able to find a grab, however, as OUG Jinyu turns it around. The Yui ultimate gonna be running out in a matter of moments, but still able to try and find some of that space and push on to Zhao Nan, who's now out of that monk transformation. Still has the bell, but the Temi ultimate comes on through. XCG more than happy to just sit right here and mince away at the individual members of OUG now that it's just gonna be SS. The swap onto the Greatsword to keep him locked down, and XCG walk away with a full squad wipe as we head back towards Imperial as GD and Bauda with a bounty on their heads push on to GD over the top of these cliffs. My man going in first. Gets the belt to connect, now buys himself that space. He's integrated himself in the middle of this team. They're not going to be able to disengage as cleanly as they'd like, and as a result, GD is going to have to monk up instead. Bauda just kicking him away from his team. Kakaishi taking it upon himself to pull the members of Bauda away so that his other two teammates can escape. And as a result, it is going to be a sacrificial play, but Bauda now once again can use the reverse bounty to hunt and track down those other two members to see where exactly they've gone to. Marin staying a little bit closer just to make sure that no one backtracks and gets that resurrection. As Ventus start to come onto the scene, Bauda already going to be leaving, however, allowing Ventus control of the loot, but in an area that's already been scrapped through.
It looks like they did
still
use
trying
that
to find those two
to
teammates.
get away. Yeah, it does appear as though they have the bounty on them. They've used the teleport to try and put as much distance between them and their hunters as possible. I'm not sure if there was a res available. I do imagine so, considering it's still reasonably early on into the game. But it doesn't look like Bauda's looking to give up the chase just yet.
They've already passed GD though. Dongqing was sitting in the purple bush on their right before they scaled up that cliff.
The bounty still... perhaps the member who has the bounty on him is trying to lead them away. Here we have...
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for GD. Like, you lose one player to play that sacrificial player, and then a bounty gets put on you, so you have to lose another player, and then you're just reduced to sitting one by one. Honestly, I would rather just see them take the rebirth so that they can group up and look for kills, because this is going to be eating into their long term as well, right? By pushing your players into just going for these pockets of 1v1s, you're not going to be able to take fights, and you're not going to be able to build up kills to take into that final zone. As we head and have a look at J-Team, who are looking to set up kills. Viper ultimate comes on through. Doesn't actually manage to find the stun as 1-on-1 is a little bit late. They lose Lin, or rather Lin loses ZK to the team, but J-Team are able to come through. Bane's Breath drop to be able to buy themselves that space to be able to get the revive off onto their Viper, as 101TN on that Yodo hunted down the members of Alliance, pushing them away from J-Team. J-Team have used a lot of those resources, however, both the Viper ultimate and the Yodo, the good news is that by hounding Alliance down, they're not allowing them to just sit tight and build up those ultimates. So as a result, 101TN can look for this engagement into the neutral, but he gets caught out in the Wisp, and the Yodo F isn't going to be able to save him. J-Team look for the peel. It's not going to be a 2 versus 2 as the staff comes through. Lin with the left click will be able to hit in, but there's the Farrier mech. And there's the Wuchen TP. J-Team bait out the Farrier and immediately disengage the Wind Walls so that J-Team aren't hounded down by hot swaps into ranged weapons, as Lin, still extremely low, doesn't actually take the time to look for a reshield. He goes straight for the ultimate, knowing both the Viper and the Yodo's main threats have been removed. The ultimate's not going to be there as Bauda look in from the high ground to third party, and this benefits J-Team as they've been able to turn onto Alliance. Lin, hounded both by J-Team on the low and Bauda from the top ropes, goes too low and goes down. J-Team, oh Bauda, a thank you card sent their way because that was a team assist.
Indeed. J-Team managing to pull it out of the bag, even though the Yoto did go down due to the Wisp being thrown into the Yoto F3 and getting completely bursted, with the Ferrier from the opposition managing to get the res off right next to where they were. They still managed to salvage the situation. I feel like the Monk ult there was a little bit... although I don't know if it was because it was early or if it was just simply bad positioning, because he was in a very open space. He was able to get shot from all angles, and I feel like he wasn't really in a position to really help his team all that much.
I think it was mostly to try and threaten J-Team off, since they'd have invested both the Witch NTP and the Yoda Ultimate and the Viper, like they were out of resources. If Bauda wasn't there, that fight would have gone incredibly differently.
Potentially. I don't know. I feel like they got a bit too aggressive. Like they probably should have just taken it, taken the reset, and then allowed them to heal up, because they did know that they didn't have the ultimates. Well, here we have the Yang fight, GG versus XCG. The Monk being forced out of ult. Extremely low here, but managing, it seems, to get the reset. Oh no! The Ferrier turrets! Knocking him down! Followed up by the teammates. It doesn't look like XCG is going to be able to do anything here. GG looking to come out on top, even though it is a 2v1. It's not 3v1. I don't think there's all that much that can be done here. Yeah, so there it is. We got the parry into scale rush. Yeah. Not very much to be done there. Excellent parry there. Good read.
See, Ferrier's already just so strong on paper, but then you add that knockback that's there when you pull that pillar down, and she just becomes so much stronger.
Oh no,
like,
I completely agree. It's so,
that pillar is multi-purposed, as it is going to be GG immediately taken into a fight against TE, who were looking to grieve. Unfortunately for them, GG won that fight, and they have Mystic Might, so they can hard commit into this fight with a 25% damage reduction, and they have all of their ultimates built up again. TE hoping that that Ferrier would be able to stagger 330 out, go for the cannon, aren't able to actually stop the slam from coming through in time. 330 manages to hit VVV into the ground and is able to get on top of the body to get the Soul Bloom, so he does not go down. And now it's just going to be LYD getting absolutely hammered as Miskia held on to their own mech.
Oh no.
TE, they did have Vermilion. They did have Vermilion, so they are going to be able to get that revive and keep all of their loot, but that is still 3 kills handed over to GG. And a Vermilion Bird's absolutely burnt to a crisp almost the second that TE picked it up.
Yeah, I think that would have been... I think the Mystic Might team would have probably lost this fight if there had been a Soul Altar slightly more close by. Being able to die and then essentially just immediately come back into the fight with full health and full armor from not too far away would have allowed them to win the fight overall. Even if they managed to give up a few kills, they'd be taking out a team completely. But sadly, the defense buff was simply too much. We have Wolves here trying to get their Soul Blooms, trying to prevent their deaths from Yang depletion. But J-Team's doesn't look like they're going to go down easy. Wolves' Monk just gets taken down. Yoto ult coming in alongside the Viper. Tumult trying to make something happen, trying to take down this Viper. The Ferrier trying to stagger the Viper, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do all that much. J-Team managing to kite around this small stump of a rock very well. The Ferrier unable to shoot directly below her. It doesn't look like Wolves is going to be able to get these Soul Blooms, unless they manage to turn this around. J-Team's Viper getting taken down extremely low. Triple charge from Pole Sword. Oh, no. And Sorrow losing out to the Spear Clank. J-Team coming out on top. Wolves with their last ditch attempt to try and make something happen.
Also damages are no joke. They were almost able to turn it onto ZK, but ZK actually kind of takes a bullet for the team by baiting that pull sword away and stopping that stagger from being there and keeping 2 members as opposed to just the 1 caught up. Talking about caught up, GD are keeping 1 member caught up, as it is going to be 1 player held in a monk's hand, immediately going to get melted as OC and AOW go toe-to-toe with GD caught right in the middle of them.
Stun.
Huge Viper stun comes through from Ventus into what looked like Merciless Havoc as a follow-up as well, and that is absolutely brutal. This is what we were talking about before this actual series started. The biggest counter to that Viper is all of those players scattering away. That scatter doesn't happen. They all get stunned out in a relatively small space, and the Merciless Havoc just absolutely shreds every single person standing there. And it really didn't help that AOW were also on the sidelines, just giving a little bit more additional damage, but Ventus are the ones to come in with those kills. And they're going to be feeling very happy about themselves, as XCG are not going to be feeling very happy at the moment. They have 13 seconds left to take a fight. All J-Team have to do is kite, and they will be able to survive. Xiao Nan's going to go for that transformation to try and grab a player from J-Team and hold them in position for his teammates to find a pick. He's looking for the double slap. He has been able to instigate the Viper stun to come through, but Night HQ goes down to the Soul Bloom. Yang Depletion hits for XCG. He's the only one, however, so it does look like the 2 other members were able to actually find Soul Blooms themselves. They are still going to be alive, and by using that Monk to actually instigate into a fight, they have baited J-Team into using the Viper stun, which is the one thing that could instantly shut XCG down. The problem is that XCG are still missing one very integral part of the composition, and J-Team still have 3 players and are able to isolate the fight into just Li Zhenghan. And that is a 1 versus 3.
I don't really know what they were thinking, really. I mean, potentially they were thinking that they could I said potentially about 4 times. Maybe they thought that they could pull this team into like using their ultimates and essentially just grief them. But it doesn't look like much is going to come of it. OUG not really looking to commit too much, even though they've seen this team take down that final member. They didn't see any ultimate utilization or anything along those lines.
No way. Not again.
Please.
Please no.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, thank goodness.
Let's go.
It was just like that moment where both of us were like, oh, someone's gonna get it for free. They're not gonna get it for free. They're gonna have to fight tooth and nail.
You're just sort of sitting there waiting, and you want to fight.
Are we gonna get challenged? And there's just tumbleweed as TE and GG go toe to toe. Immediately, double transformation coming out from TE. GG being a little bit more timely in terms of using those ultimates. Temi ultimate comes on through, making it harder for TE, but it's Temi ultimate inside Temi ultimate, so no one's really finding a value at the moment. 330 is able to push onto TXJ, who's going to have to drop out of that monk from relatively soon. And the scoop picks up the Farrier. 330 holds VVV in his hands, but TE's LYD has still been able to get into that pillar. And as a result, he comes through for cover as he now moves in with that spear, looking to set the stagger up. It looked so good for GG getting that grab onto VVV, but the Farrier had already dropped the pillar and no one had actually turned around and dealt with it. And as a result, LYD is able to sneak his way into that mech, and TE turn around to fight that really rapidly could have driven out of control.
Absolutely. The Tumulk ult did so much work in that fight initially. The enemy Farrier was taken down so unbelievably low and was forced to use the V3. And the thing is, V3, although it has more versatile uses than V1, as you can allow your teammates to use it, it can be dropped down on top of people as a form of CC and damage. It doesn't have as much health as the other ones. So if you're already low, you're sort of stuck trying to decide whether or not to heal or to try and do damage. But here we have a replay with J Team versus JL. 101 TN being forced to pop his ultimate, putting out a substantial amount of damage. Can they cut him down? Doesn't look like they managed to finish him off. Well, they do take down one.
Yeah, Fang goes
down. The ult.
This has got to be J Team coming out on top. Yeah, J Team unfortunately pushing on to JL, forcing them to use that very ultimate to disengage as GG decide to go for a Swallow relatively close to the zone. So they're not going to be trekking for 2 minutes to try and find teams. In fact, picking up that bounty is brilliant for this team, because now they have a tracking device on a team and engagement, and potentially a Solbloom that they can lock down. Given how low Zamming is for OC at the moment, GG are just going to relentlessly pursue. This is essentially Wolves seeing an injured deer away from its herd, and they're going to track them down. The problem for GG is that OUG are actually tracking them down as well. And Miskia sees that it's just one player, and that's going to give GG serious reservation, because one player you can't split 3 ways between you for everyone to get Soul Bloom. You have to decide who gets the Soul Bloom, who removes the Yang depletion, and put yourself in a position where you can buy your 2 teammates back and make it to the Soul Altar alive in a time where a lot of teams look to camp the Soul Altars so that they can stop teams from doing just that.
Absolutely. And it doesn't look like they end up getting the Soul Bloom that they so desperately need. They are J-Team. They've amassed quite a few Jades for themselves. They're looking pretty stacked. Minimum 2 gold Jades each. I do wish I could read what they were. I imagine that a couple of them are things such as Desperation and Repair Roll, perhaps. Repair Roll being such a huge soul jade in trios, since ranged battle is one of the most important things for this game mode. J-Team though, although they did commit the Yoto ult initially, she's not going to lose all that much of her ultimate when being ported out by Wu Chen. But it looks like they're just trying to get out of the zone here, as if they were to fight a Transformer team inside the zone, they are at an inherent disadvantage due to the Transformers being able to reset their health bar and survive much longer.
Especially because it looked like they didn't have a lot of resources. When we were looking at a 101 TN on that Yoto, he only had 2 Vitalias left. And Zotic ignores armor shielding. It goes straight for your health. So that Yoto is not going to be in a great position if they stay there for long. As TE push onto AOW, TXJ does get silenced, so he's going to have to wait that one out. Thankfully, Farrier silence is a lot shorter than Viper silence. So TE are going to be able to disengage, back on off, and wait for a better opportunity to see whether or not they can push back onto AOW. It looked like they wanted control of that Morris Blessing that's going to be spawning up, but there's also going to be Ghost Mist. And that's going to be something that's concerning for a lot of these Monk players, because if you do drop into that Monk ultimate form, you don't really have the ability to navigate as seamlessly around some of those grasping hands that do silence you if you get hit, as some of these other heroes who are able to, well, continue to use grapples and keep themselves on rooftops and scale rush. Gashing Monk would be absolutely terrifying. Please never put that into the game.
Scale rushing Monk.
Alliance,
can you imagine a scale rushing Yushan?
I don't want to. I don't want to. I want to go to sleep tonight and have peaceful dreams. As Alliance have been able to put themselves into a more forward position before any of these other Monk compositions. Drop the Temi ultimate, guarantee that they're able to cleanlessly and without having to worry about one of those players getting picked into position by either a Temi Wisp or a Yoto at 3. We'll be able to slide in, grab that box. There's the ghost hand, there's the silence.
Sure. Picks. TE, we did see them trying to use that Tumulk F2, the tracking Wisp, alongside the Farrier F3 silence to try and secure a kill. However, when they did, it did hit a target, but it was a Tumulk who had literally just used his F, so they didn't manage to get all that much value out of it. But I feel like that is one of the big synergies between Tumulk and Farrier right now, where you can use that Wisp from afar even from above, you grapple up a tree, you get up as high as you can, and you throw the wisp in the general direction of an enemy team, and it just sort of creeps down at them from above. And it's very hard to notice. I've been hit by that and then immediately crossbowed to death. It is not fun, but is an extremely optimal play and a really good synergy and a great way of picking off players without having to commit all that much of your resources.
Because, like you said, you can do it from range, so you can literally just hot swap to something like a repeating crossbow, and you don't put yourself in that forward position. Like, a lot of teams, especially at this moment, everyone's waiting for someone to make a misplay, for someone to either position wrongly towards heading into that final zone, or put a little less resources than they potentially should into trying to control some of these spawning Morris Blessings, which a lot of teams are now going to be looking at. BLADEPOINT especially are going to be looking towards one of them. TE, however, having to use ultimates a little bit earlier than I'm sure they would want against OUG to try and shut down that push onto TXJ, allowing him to find that reset. Swaps a repeating crossbow. There's the synergy. It's not from the Farrier. It's from the repeating crossbow into the Wisp, but the King survives long enough to be able to shield the rest of his team and go for the transformation. He will get into that monk form. He will grab a member of J-Team. ZK gets caught and held and absolutely smacked around as now TXJ looks to pick up from seconds. The King goes down in the meantime, but poor ZK just gets passed around the monks. And J-Team, they lose ZK so far away from them. They're not running that Kurumi. They do have the Wu-Chan. The problem is they're going to have to really commit that TP in if they want the Ken to be transported to them. They need the Viper to set the Yodo up, otherwise she's just going to get grabbed the second she goes for the ultimate. But everyone's going to be watching to see whether or not J-Team go for that rev.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they're... I doubt they're going to go for it. It doesn't... I mean... They'd have to commit so much, and if enemy teams see this Wu-Chen port come out and then manage to track their destination, they're immediately going to try and bully them and force out anything that they have left and just try and like either grief them and make it so that they do die to another team, or try and pick up the kills for themselves.
Yeah, ZK just let it go. They didn't even wait around to see if they were being revved. They immediately just turned out. But it's unfortunate, but it is like the macro play that you have to make.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like here we've got the monks doing what they do best, grabbing everybody left and right. Managing to pick up that Soul Bloom, but the Viper now coming in, trying to lock down the monks after they've come out of their ultimate, but did they? I think Ventus did manage to pick up the kill onto Bowser.
Onto Merman. J-Team, by the way, lost Eagle. Eagle, unfortunately, got grabbed out by another monk, and as a result, J-Team now only has the Yodo to work with. 101 Tian is going to have to pull off a miracle, and unfortunately for them, a miracle beyond the grave as they go down to Ventus. J-Team going to be out of this lobby, all to play for. TE and Ventus both sitting on 10 kills apiece. J-Team out of the lobby, can't add to the 12 that they've already accrued, as well as increase that survival timer. So we are going to have a different MVP walking away. TE starting to lengthen that distance, move from 10 to 11. Really good control once again of where the zone is positioning from as AOW's pinked out. Goes for the transformation, lasts a split second, immediately has to pop out of the monk form and pop into that mech so that he's able to survive, but that's the glass cannon. He does actually use the cannon form to be able to land a connecting shot onto Ventus, forcing them away, and he has bought his teammate the space to be able to get the revive onto their third fallen member. As Ventus's WX98 makes a play, the Viper stun, trying to connect onto someone, doesn't manage to find it, and now he's out in the open and low health. AOW, however, by trying to take cover in this tent, open themselves up for cannon fire to come through, and the connection is found. Shuton goes down. LYD for TE is able to snipe out Ping Tower as well with the bow to finish that shot up. And TE very much in the driving seat. GG coming in, however, from that right side, pushing T into using that Temi ultimate. GG walking straight into it. As TE's TXJ now comes in for transformation. Free-for-yo going extremely low, will be able to survive the transformation timer. And as a result, he now goes toe-to-toe with TXJ, knocking him away from that Furia pillar and allowing LXM to potentially get into the mech, but he gets grabbed out of it. TXJ now going extraordinarily low, but Free-for-yo still holding on for a split second. They're able to get the bell into the parry, and it's going to be the swap to the dagger to be able to try and push back onto the members of TE. GG still alive. They lose Miskia, but Free-for-yo is still going to be standing. AOW Shutong now turns back onto TE. TXJ caught out of position, and they're going to be potentially knocked out of the lobby too. They're missing that Monk. 2 players remaining for TE. Alliance down to 1, OUG down to 1. It's all too playful as OUG's SS just takes the time to be able to wait out some of these ultimates, gets the reset and re-heal intent before coming in with the ultimate, catches onto Shutong, forces him outside of the zone and back into that Temi ultimate, into the Flamer. Shutong now caught out, gets pushed into with the grappling katana follow-up coming out from SS, who goes aerial now, making it harder for these players to be able to hit him. He's not going to get grabbed out, he's not going to get caught by the Furia cannon, pushes his way onto the tent roof to be able to get a re-shield, and he's able to pull it off. Now goes on towards to sit at the top of that tree and wait to see whether or not he's going to be challenged. Sitting on top of that tree, he does limit the amount of cannon shots that are able to connect onto him, but Wukong on the Tem is just raining wisps, looking to catch out one of these players. It's a 1 versus 1 versus 1 in the final zone.
It's so
Wukong swaps to the dagger. Lin tries to come in with the bell, doesn't manage to find the window that he's looking for, but does push SS towards Wukong with the Flamer. And the Flame Tick does manage to connect onto Lin. He now goes in for that engagement against the Temi, and he does get taken down. 1 versus 1. Wukong now has the ultimate. SS has to make a move right now. Both of these Temis going to be playing extremely aggressive. Soul Slash comes through. Wukong now goes in for the engagement. SS, however, takes so much of the dagger damage that he's going to go in against Wukong. Will be able to get a little bit of reset, but Wukong with the uppercut into Assassin's Lunge is able to push his opponent outside of the zone. He walks away the winner. My goodness, for a second we were playing solos because that whole zone was just a solo matchup in heaven for all 3 of those players.
Holy moly, they played this extremely well. The Tumulk using his ultimate to essentially armor through the Soul Slash, closing the distance and managing to use the dagger's tempo control to dictate the fight for himself, using that Assassin's Lunge to his advantage, doing a considerable amount of damage, calling the enemy Tumulk's bluff, and overholding him. Extremely well played. I'm not sure who even came out on top there. TE was top of the pack. How many points is that? I feel like they've amassed a considerable amount of points today.
So TE, I think they were sitting at something like 14 or 15 kills when they go out of the lobby, and it honestly plays out perfectly for them in that final zone because it's a 1 versus 1 versus 1. Not a lot of kills are left on the table, so TE sitting with just leading kills, I'm assuming, will be able to lock their position in for another MVP of the day. And it's really interesting actually that when we saw the 1 versus 1 with the Temis, neither of them opted for the F. And this sort of tracks back to what we've been seeing from Temis will use the Wisp when they're out of that melee engagement. But when they're in the melee engagement, they don't like throwing in the F because you can chase it with the uppercut. And the dagger and the dual blades are one of the most punishing when it comes to chasing after that F activation. So we see the Wisps come out, but only when those Temis are far enough away from the others that no one can actively chase them and use the activation of the ability as a window to control that neutral.
Another thing to note, both of the Tumulks, they both recognized that they needed to try and deal with the monk that was left over, because having 2 Tumulks and a monk, it ends up meaning that if the zone gets too small and if it does go to heal off, then the monk inherently has a huge advantage over the other 2. So they both essentially, I mean, it's not like they're shaking hands and saying, "Oh, let's get him," but they both understand the mission and they know who they need to
priority.
Good target selection. We love to see it. Sadly, we don't see it everywhere. You all know what I'm talking about.
Infinite fireball target. Yeah, just slipping his way under the radar and then coming out in that final zone with no one turning onto him.
All
Yes.
sorts of stuff.
Yes,
the
we do.
Yoto's just going under the radar, getting left until it's the very end, and then just winning the game, just from final zone. But yeah, no, extremely well played there from the Tumults. Nicely recognized that they needed to focus down the Monk. The Monk seemed as though he was in a decent position as well, but he did manage to get hit by that Tumult Wisp and melted a little bit. The Flamebringer coming in clutch there as well. Definitely kitted out to deal with that endgame. But here we have TE with another 23 points on the board. GG close behind with a 21.1 point game. J-Team, although they had only 2 kills less, like they're still a little bit lagging behind due to the kill multiplier from the placement and the placement points themselves. Wait, is the ranking points? They came first though, but they only got 2 ranking points. That may
What do you mean?
I'm a bit isn't first place rank points? So when you in placement for first place, you get 5 points. No, just for placement.
I'm trying to find what the
it
broadcast like sent us, because they sent us like this whole package of like this is this and this is this.
I think.
But
it
we
was
can
that.
have
I'm
a
not
look
sure if
at
it was,
a
but we will see.
TE.
Perhaps it was something to do with I don't know. But yeah, 42.
But for the second time today, TE hit above 40k in terms of one of their players dealing that damage. And more importantly, can we just appreciate it's neither of the Transformers. Like TXJ and VVV absolutely pulled their weight. But the fact that the Temi is the one that comes in with over 40k damage is not something that we typically tend to see every day. And again, it does show the sort of tempo shift that things like the Temi are now sort of looked at as the forward position, that they've moved away from the support role for this composition, and that they're now much more proactive with those wisps, hunting down those players and pulling someone who even normally isn't out of position and making them vulnerable.
Absolutely. The Tumult Wisp having been buffed, I'm not entirely sure how long ago it was now. It feels like it's been forever. But not being able to combo break out of being hit by a Tumult Wisp is just simply huge. The fact that you can't break out of it and that you can get melted down within seconds is truly a force to be reckoned with. An extremely useful tool, and it's extremely cool to see that these Tumults have managed to find a way to make it even more optimal with the Farrier F3 being introduced alongside it. But here
now we get to see this 1v1v1 again. Oh, off the cut into Assassin's Lunge. As someone who adores Dagger and definitely uses it as a crutch of a weapon, it's one of my favorite combos to pull off because it's so clean. Especially if you're just able to anticipate where the uppercut is sending them off to, so the Assassin's Lunge just comes in and makes it look, oh, it really is. You clip it, you ship it, you highlight it on your Twitter and all of your reels. It's going to be the Temi walking away with MVP with that 41,190 damage. Sheesh!
Skills and ultimates doing 14,000 damage. That means that... I'm assuming that means that he did that much damage to people that were wisped, so that they were locked inside his wisp, or potentially stuck inside the wall. So that means that the majority of his damage came from like optimal utilization of his abilities, which is really great to see, because it's not, although we all get a bit irritated when we get hit by a Tumult Wisp when we can't move, it's not always easy, especially in high tier lobbies like this. It's not always easy to find those picks, find those wisps, and positioning your ultimate so that you can maximize the value out of it and get the most amount of damage, get the most amount of picks, and prevent any counterplay. Because if used correctly, there is very little counterplay to this sort of thing, which is why it's so strong. It's why we're seeing it so much in Nbpl, and mainly seeing it in Holoroth. It makes complete sense since there's so much open space, and you can make these picks, and you can protect yourself. So, it's good to see. I don't think there's going to be all that much of a change for Holoroth meta as we move forward in these next few weeks, but we'll have to see. Do you think there's going to be anything else?
I don't think so. I think the strongest counterplay to it is just another team coming in and sniping out that kill on the poor player who's stuck in the wisp. Unfortunately, isn't great news for the person stuck in the wisp, but we're gonna get stuck into a VT. So we're gonna go grab some water and reset because we have the last game of the day coming up in just a second, and you know it's gonna get hype, you know it's gonna get aggressive, you know it's gonna get hikey. So buckle up, we're not going anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
And we're back. We're going to be heading into our final game of the day. We've had a lot of good NARAKA today, and I'm excited to see the final game. As Moxie put it very nicely, we're bringing the hype. Hopefully it's going to get real oogly, and we all like to see it get oogly, don't we, chat? It's great to see. I mean, it has to be optimal. You can't be running it down. I mean, we've seen a little bit of that today, but thankfully not too much. And I'm excited to see if any teams decide to bring out anything spicy for the last game. Taka. I will always.
You're just willing it. You're just trying to will it into existence.
One day, someone will hear me and suddenly play Taka. But I highly doubt it. Hopefully, Copium.
I think meta is pretty established at this point. As we can have a look at something else that's going to be established, and that is which team is currently leading the scoreboard. Ooh. Is it A, J team? Is it B, as Dunking would say, ooh? Is it C, T, or is it D, G, D? Some of these teams have had some pretty good pop-off games, so hopefully you guys have either been keeping an eye on terms of that leaderboard, or you can do some pretty quick maps. I'm not going to try and do quick maps live on air because I've had enough casting experience to know that that is a bad idea.
Yes, no, although I did do maths at school. It's not a mental maths. It's not my forte, so I'm gonna abstain as well. But we shall see. Get your answers into the chat. But yeah, here we have it. Alliance, all the Ooglers ready to go into their final game of the day. I feel like it's definitely like it's a lot. It's a lot. Playing 6 games. It's a lot. To be able to make it through to the very end of the day with the same kind of energy you had coming into it is always difficult. So I applaud all the players. I know how hard it can be to try and stay as laser focused as possible, trying to keep your mentality as positive as you can all the way through the day, even through some rather disappointing defeats in certain fights and certain games, it's still it's really great to see the majority, I would say, don't falter. They don't let it get to them, and that's why they're here in NBPL. They manage to power through. They keep their cool. They keep their mental, and I'm excited to see what we bring out for our final game. I doubt there's going to be anything spicy. I think we'll probably see a few safe picks. Maybe quite a few Transformers. I think it's going to be a daytime Morris Isle map. So I'm not sure how many teams still have traditional Transformers available to them because of the hero point system. But I do imagine that we'll see quite a few of them, as it is a bread and butter, staple, safe and reliable pick in trios in NBPL.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, we did have, was it game 3 or game 2, where a lot of these heavily reliant Monk teams did run the Monk with both the Zip and the Takeda, as opposed to running the more traditional Monk composition, and it's Morris Isle Knight, so maybe that's going to have an impact on what compositions we're going to see. And there it is, the Takeda's immediately going to be locked on through a couple of proper fully Takeda heavy compositions. Ventus going to be running both the Takeda with that Zip, and Temi alongside J-Team and KZ. OC going to be fielding that, as well as OUG. GD, however, Kakaishi still going to be staying on that Monk. Wolves Benchu also going to be staying on that Monk. XCG running the newer but less traditional, still extremely brutal composition with the Monk in Farrier. AOW, however, going for that very traditional Monk composition alongside JL. So expect to see a lot of Karumi pressure coming through in terms of those umbrellas, pushing teams away from the Soul Altars, as well as the Gates of Yang entrances, and trying to teleport past some of those Temi wind walls to allow their Monks to be able to hold steady in the face of those Temis in those individual 3v3 fights.
Absolutely. And I mean, I don't feel like there's all that much more to be said. I do imagine that there will, like, as we're seeing now, since it's night map, we are getting some more Juggernauts, we're getting some Takedas. I think there are going to be a lot of aggressive plays early on, to then moving on to a slightly more quiet mid-game, where teams that have survived and have managed to secure even just a few kills are going to attempt to try and get that multiplier, get that placement for themselves, and try and potentially pick up a few along the way. But other than that, I think it'll be a pretty quiet mid-game with an exciting end game as well as an early.
Yeah, it's going to be an explosive start game, though. As we can have a look at where some of these teams are dropping, it being no surprises that a lot of these teams are trying to veer towards where those Fireflies are going to be grouped up. And it does mean that for a lot of these teams, they are going to face that pressure coming through, right? Some of these teams right off of the bat are going to be contested in places that are high loot areas, but are also going to be strongly desired for those Fireflies that we've talked so much about. As we can have a look at TE. Tradition dictates that we start off with the team that took the last MVP. TE, however, have not found themselves a brilliant start at the moment. Blue Armor picked up for LYD. They at least have weaponry. The problem is that it's not just one team that they're going up against. It's free. GD and XCG all landed in the exact same space, and that is cannibalizing the loot that is available for all of these teams. And XCG, because they've been able to find their Farrier, purple armor and a purple weapon, are going to be extremely confident at holding their ground and pushing these other teams away, securing themselves all of the loot, but also this rift shop. So that's going to allow them to potentially pick up either an early Banes or some Soldiers as Baudak come in, Blue Dagger looking to set up that uppercut lockdown, but Mauman not able to parry the Dragon Slayers, eats the Nethars. Follow-up as a result goes super low, goes down in fact, and Baudana actually having to use that Wuchen TP to get Mauman back into safety, but too many teams are around. They've been spotted out where they ran to, and TE now come in and try and finish them off. It was so rapid too that the revive was not there in time, and TE now look to be able to finish off Akshao for Bauda, will be able to find that kill, and Bauda have to go right back to the Soul Altar and regroup.
Yeah, moving over into Celestra here, I think we've got a couple teams. I did note that at the when we were looking at where these teams were landing, there is the two teams decided to land sort of southeast of Celestra, where there are three Fireflies, and use that to then essentially fight. I didn't think we saw any of that fighting. Potentially they just moved straight into Celestra. But here we are, back to where we started. XCG in a scrap of their own, having Tumult ults pop. Feria trying to get her ult out to peel for her teammates. TXJ getting taken down. Unable to get his Monk ult off. I don't think he had it available to himself. XCG though, also another Monk getting taken down. Ult available. Dying with ult is never something that you want to be doing. These Takedas though now coming in. Takeda having popped his ultimate, trying to lock down some of these opposing members. I don't think there's going to be all that much to get from it though. The Feria trying to peel for her teammates, but unfortunately is unable to do anything whatsoever. Don King managing to pick up a kill for himself from XCG. XCG's Tumult now trying to make something happen, popping his Tumult ult, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to to survive for very much longer or pick up any kills for himself as he gets taken down. So we're moving out into the sticks here. We've got GG in close proximity of Ventus. Doesn't look like they've spotted each other just yet.
GG are running that bounty though.
Ah, true.
Oh, I would imagine with a bounty on your head, like, you are a little bit more reluctant to take those fights, given that a lot of teams could potentially know your location. As we're seeing a Bane Splash come through from KZ to lock down OC. OC currently being hounded by this Takeda. And you want to talk about weapons and specific heroes, look no further than Longsword and Takeda. Mythic counter comes through from Hazy. Will be able to try and find the connection of that Longsword charged up, but doesn't manage it, however, as the Zip ultimate pushes everybody back when the Zip should go down. OC, as a result, will be able to buy themselves precious seconds, but it is just going to be that, seconds. And to sort of circle back to why Takeda with that Longsword is so brutal, you can catch them with that Takeda stagger knockback off the slash into a Longsword charge up, and we saw it coming through from every single Takeda when they're in that ultimate form, just hounding those players, first with that Takeda ult slash, and then with the Longsword follow-up. It's absolutely devastating a lot of the time, because the Takeda stagger from that ult slash connects, that they don't get the opportunity to parry the follow-up click from that Longsword charge up, and they don't get to turn it around on that Takeda. So if you get hit by one, you're effectively gonna get hit by both, and your health just drops at the absolute drop of a hat.
Absolutely, especially after the buff to Longsword, the changes that they made not all that long ago. They made it so that Longsword was able to charge an extra tick on their blue focuses, essentially making it so that I think the first charge still kept the same amount of damage that it had before, but the second charge essentially allows for far more damage output than it did previously. So because of that, you can literally just get completely melted by a double charged Longsword, even if it's blue. If you've got a blue Longsword with a couple attack shades, you are still going to be doing a considerable amount of damage and chunking someone down from range, I might add. Being able to do it from a reasonably safe distance as well, and being able to hold it, trying to force out the enemy players' tap dodges, trying to make them burn all the stamina, and realistically just allowing your teammates to follow up without like all that much effort, and the presence that just exists because of Takeda Longsword. It's extremely powerful, as you say. I don't get me started on the addition of Hepta. You just get to completely destroy people. It's the
best.
Hepta,
it's the best.
It is the best, but it's also like you get hit by that. It's just you're just watching yourself die.
When it's Phoenix into Hepta, Takeda into Phoenix into Hepta, it's literally just like, okay, I guess I'll go to this altar. As we're gonna head towards a fight going down to Bauda versus Ventus at the moment. Temi Ultimate keeping all of Bauda in check, and they are actually gonna use the Witch and TP a little bit closer, I think, than they were expecting to set that one up, as Ventus simply turn their heads a little bit to the side, immediately spot out where those members have TP to. Swap to the repeating crossbows, and Merriman is actually forced to use that Viper ultimate to try and lock these members from Ventus down. Doesn't match the peel, however, for Lion, and the Dragon's Flurry comes through from Ventus, catching on to Merriman. And now the cavalry blooms, since no one really is left to be able to take advantage of how easy it is to parry on a 1v1 situation. That went horribly wrong for the team.
Yes,
the second they used that Wuchen TP. Wuchen TP is a very cool mistress. If you misclick the distance, you are essentially signed your death warrant. As AOW now not letting up, GD once again coming under fire. Ping Tao going for the transformation, looking to try and find some of these grabs, but GD all just break away. Kakashi using that bell to give himself a little bit of extra time. He's the one that could potentially be grabbed back. He's the one that is coming under so much focus fire from AOW, but they haven't actually been able to find the lockdown and kill. And as a result, GD have been able to find the time to look to reset. Kakashi still not fully reset, however, gets caught out. Will actually be able to go for the transformation, but he's using it inside the building, is able to actually frame it so that he's able to ult up outside of it. And as a result, now it's going to be AOW to look for a disengagement. Shutong pushing after Kakashi with the Yui ultimate. Kakashi, I don't think, was expecting the Yui to be that aggro chasing after him. Dropped the Monko a little bit too early. And now Shutong with the Spear Slash is still lasting, catches onto Kakashi and takes him down.
That is one of the most painful feelings, getting slapped about by a Yushan. But moving on, we now have KZ versus JL in Realm of Yang here. We have the Juggernauts with Tamulk instead of Matari, in fact. Another adaptation of this composition. Another pretty strong composition as well, I would say. Pretty well-rounded. We have the Yushan ult getting pulled out reasonably early, shortly followed by JL's Monk ult. The Takeda ult trying to be used to peel, but it doesn't look like all that much is going to come of it. He's trying to use his stamina. He's trying to avoid getting grabbed, but he gets double grabbed. The Tamulk trying to use the Wisp after having been grabbed, combo breaking out of the stagger, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to salvage this. In a 3v2 situation, the Zipping and the Tamulk, I think it's just over. Hepta into a grab. Monk Bell. And there it is. There you have it. That is, see, like, this composition, these Juggernaut compositions, unless played extremely well, it becomes very difficult to deal with Transformers, especially in traditional Transformers, and especially in Yang. Because in Yang, it is an enclosed space, as well as the fact that there's a time limit. So you don't have the time to really kite out these Transformers, or necessarily be able to what am I saying? To
bait out ultimates, disengage, and then come back up.
Yeah, the Yushan being able to just take control of the entire circle by just jumping around and dictating the pace, it becomes extremely hard to deal with. Only having these 4 pillars to try and maneuver around, it becomes extremely difficult. And unless you manage to play it perfectly, it's usually much more favored in the Transformers, for the Transformers. But one thing I did want to mention earlier on was the play from Ventus's Tamulk earlier on when we were watching that fight previously. I'm not sure if you noticed, I'm not sure if many people noticed, and I'm not sure a lot of people actually know this, but Tamulk F can be used to iframe Viper stun. Viper ultimate stun can be iframed by using Tamulk F. So he timed it so unbelievably perfectly, got a huge parry after having dropped down in the 1v2, and just took control of the 1v2 situation beautifully. I just wanted to point that out and just to applaud this man for extremely well played 1v2. But here we have KZ versus Ventus. KZ now trying to make something happen since they have Yang depletion, using the Takeda ult and the Tamulk ults to try and lock down this enemy team. Ventus's Takeda also going reasonably low, but the Zipping, as we can see, keeping him pretty healthy. Even though KZ's Tamol gets the parry with the Sap Jade, he doesn't manage to stay alive. J-Team now coming in, trying to get this third party. KZ not in a good spot here. Not at all. And it just seems like an unwinnable situation. Ventus does have this Phoenix Plume buff, so they are going to stay alive after having picked up a couple kills. But J-Team definitely happy with that timing attack onto this fight, managing to pick themselves up a few kills for themselves.
Yeah, J-Team moving away from being third-party like they were in the bi-weekly suit, being the third-party up. There's Alliance and OUG now going toe-to-toe. OUG in a little bit of a worse position, having already used that Temi ultimate, going to have to actually pop the anti-ult area. So that Alliance now is going to be kited outside of it if they want to be able to set into motion this engagement. The problem for OUG is that they're going to be locked into this space and they can't really step out of it because Alliance is just going to be waiting for them on the other side. All the while, that anti-ult area, it doesn't stop repeating crossbows, it doesn't stop bows, it doesn't stop muskets or any ranged weapons. So OUG very much having to play very far back to not get sniped out by Alliance in that poke phase. As Swan takes some time, repairs that pistol, swaps over towards the pole sword, and sits in position to see whether or not OUG are going to wait the entirety of the anti-ultimate area, or whether they're going to walk willingly out of it a little bit sooner. TE, by the way, have seen that someone has activated this very large glowing dome and have decided that they're going to come see what exactly is up, because if someone's sitting, or rather if someone's activated that very large glowing dome, it tends to be for a reason, and a team tends to be stuck in the middle of it. And both of these teams want to try and push onto OUG, who have been able to make it out of the very big glowing dome, and find themselves on high ground.
The fact that you keep saying it like that is just making me laugh.
Stop it. You're making me laugh. Alliance now trying to push on to OUG, and T still not making that move at the moment. Alliance now decide this is the time. They go for that high ground, they go for the drop down with the Viper ultimate. Lucky just sitting there using the Yodo Wave to find that reset. Jin Yu gets actually staggered out by that Viper. And here comes Alliance now looking for the connection. Lucky having to come in for the peel with that Yodo Blade, but here comes the Takeda and the Zip. The sustainability is all there. Jin Yu goes extremely low, and TE coming in finally with that third party might actually be able to pounce both on the remaining members of OUG, but also Alliance. And Alliance have a Wuchen TP, OUG do not. TE now see where that last remaining member of OUG has ran to. They've got SS stuck in a corner. The Skirmish is able to be found, but unfortunately he just finds himself dying in a different spot.
Definitely an unfortunate scenario for them. TE doing an excellent job of timing their attack, making it as low effort for themselves as possible. But here we have JL versus J-Team. The two J-Teams, so to speak. You have the Karumi all being popped down, the Tumulcult as well. Monk trying to make some grabs happen, trying to protect his Karumi. His Karumi getting stuck, forced up against the edge of the circle, unable to really do anything about it. The Takeda stagger just being unavoidable at this point. The huge range coming out from Takeda, but the Monk gets the double grab, chunking down two of the members. J-Team ZK only surviving due to the zipping Mortal Defiance here. But they have managed to take down two members. It is now a 2v1. Yushan trying to make something happen. His ultimate now finally ending in a reasonably bad spot. The enemy team is just trying to keep him at bay, not trying to take too many risks. One Feng trying to space out, trying to potentially get a reset, but there's nothing he can do. He does get that blue focus off, but to no avail. You know, in that kind of situation, it's a no-win situation. You can try your best, potentially get lucky, but more often than not, it doesn't happen. But good on him for continuing to try. We have seen people just simply give up. But yes, anyway, we do have J-Team now on the hunt again with their Mystic Might buff, trying to use it to find these teams lurking around. They do get distracted by the Jades, but not for long. It does look like
have to
Alliance,
run.
yeah, they're not looking to take this fight. They don't have Wu Chen ult available, nor do they have Yoto ult. Oh, and the F3 grab into the ultimate V3. Viper ult being forced out to try and peel for his teammates. I don't think they're going to get all that much value out of this, especially considering that 2K can simply use his blades while stunned. An extremely useful aspect of Takeda's ultimate. Unless he's silenced, he can still use his ultimate if he's stunned. They do manage to get this 3-ban zone put down to try and prevent any more utilization out of the Takeda ult, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to keep it together here. They do manage to get the Yoto ult out, the Tumult ult also being put down here at the edge of the zone. 2K getting taken reasonably low, but with this defense buff, with the whiff, with the sheer advantage in terms of a loot and the Razor Swift coming in, juggling two, taking them down extremely low. It doesn't look like J-Team's gonna have much more of a problem with them. J-Team managing to secure themselves 3 tasty kills after having just 1 Yang for themselves.
Eagle is such a good Tammy as well. The Wisp, I don't know if you saw it, it connected onto Lucky before he was able to make it inside the Yoto F3. So he doesn't get to sit in the middle of his F and reset and look to potentially try and peel. And that Yoto and the F3 being removed from the fight means that J-Team are just free to move as OC make it harder for JL to move at the moment. Tamiel comes on through. As AS looks to try and chase. That longsword charge up not quite coming on through, but what does come is the Merciless Havoc. JL Ziu with that staff, making it extremely hard for OC to look to actually land this engagement and keep it. Slayer coming in with those longsword charged up clicks, puts himself into range of the Merciless. There's the knockup, there's the damage. No one follows after him, however, as everyone is too busy embroiled in the frontline fight, as his other 2 teammates are making it extremely hard for JL to be able to disengage. They're currently running under Yang depletion as well, so they have to stay in this fight and find those picks. Bellform comes out from AS to cover the transformation as it goes up. So you're chasing after the members of OC with Merciless Havoc, looking to maybe knock one of them up into the air so that AS can grab them out of that CC. But seeing the Monk transformation and knowing that OC don't have that Temi ultimate, they just disengage, and this is going to pay off for the team more than it pays off for JL. As AS is forced to drop the transformation, go into the zone, still chasing after the members of OC in the hopes of picking up a Soul Bloom. But AOW see smoke in the distance and come in for the 3rd party, and they snipe out the kill. And now both teams are in a really horrible position as AOW from the top just push with the cannons. The zone at OC's back. They're going to go down to that Yang depletion as well if they're not careful. As the Zip has been isolated, she's the only remaining member for OC at the moment, and AOW with that Karumi Teva can just content themselves to hunt her down, guarantee the kill, and then nip back into that zone where it's safe as TE's VVV runs into J-Team. ZK coming in with that Takeda ultimate into the right click from the spear, just does so much damage. And they're able to find that pick far faster than any 3rd party can come through from Ventus.
Holy moly. And it looks like TE they're completely eliminated out of this final game, but as you can also see, they're still sitting pretty at the top of the leaderboard. J-Team though, now looking to try and take the day for themselves. Look, they could potentially, well, actually, it's more of a certainty at this point. They still have all of their team members alive. They have 15 kills, so as long as they stay alive, they're going to get that multiplier stacking up for them, and it looks like they're going to overtake TE for the day. Although it's a bit disappointing for TE, both teams have definitely played extremely well today, so I mean, props to TE still. There is no shame in it whatsoever. But yeah, J-Team doing extremely well for themselves. They've got that fully stacked Takeda ultimate. They've got all the money in the world to buy as many Jades as they want, and they are actually showcasing how powerful this Tumulk adaptation of Juggernauts really can be. The Tumulk being extremely useful in certain scenarios where monks are like prevented from being able to grab their teammates due to the monk wall, the Tomolk wall, and cutting them off at the knees essentially, as well as being able to simply throw longsword beams through the Tomolk wall and melt the monk down, and force him out of ult, or potentially force Karumi ult out as well.
I mean, not only that, but remember, Temi ult is very much a lockdown. If anyone gets caught in the middle of it, you have to go through the wind wall, and that slows you down significantly. If you throw a Takeda ultimate into the middle of that Temi ultimate, you're going to be able to catch on to every single person stuck there. And we actually see a lot of the time when the Temi ultimate comes down, so too does the Takeda ultimate, and he's just playing perimeter check. So that if anyone tries to get through that wind wall, they're slowed up and they're straight into that Takeda to get batted straight back into the Temi ultimate, into the longsword click. It's very much a repeating cycle that no one wants to fall into. It's, oh, you geez, the king. Stay there just a little bit longer. There you go. I mean, they're a Zip. They do have a bit of a better chance of surviving on their own than potentially the Takeda or the Temi, given that that bubble is still crucial in being able to disengage. Here we're going to get to see J-Team and how exactly they were able to deal with TE. It does look again like it's just that Zip healing. ZK takes so much damage from that Yui from LYD, but he just does not drop below 50%. The Temi ultimate comes through, but J-Team are just more than content to drop a Temi ultimate inside of it and still lock down those members. All the while, that Zip healing just keeps everybody refreshed. Then they catch on to that one remaining member from TE, VVV, who's isolated and alone and easy for the pickings. And like you said, it very much does feel like this Temi with that Takeda and that Zip just have so much power as well as sustainability to their name that they can look for those aggressive first fights and isolate those players out with only using that Wisp alone while holding on to the ultimate. So if they get third party, they have the means of being able to survive the engagement and outlast the potential third party too.
Absolutely, and it does take some considerable execution to be able to play this adaptation of the comp, because if you might think that there is very little that you have on this composition to counteract things such as Viper, because you don't have the Mitaru, you don't have the Yushan. However, if you use the Tomolk F as like optimally or like as efficiently as possible, and you don't get silenced when the Viper stun is coming through, you can use it to prevent the stun, which is extremely useful,
Ping Tao.
but it is reasonably hard to execute. But yes, here we have it. It looks like AOW is going to get caught out in the middle of the desert, just unable to do anything about their situation. No Tomolk ult, no nothing. Getting caught in the desert. This kind of final end zone is exactly where Tomolk is going to excel. Not only that, if you have a 3-ban zone and you pop down your Tomolk ult and then activate the 3-ban zone afterwards, the Tomolk ult will stay active. It won't be deactivated, which is extremely useful and a pretty handy thing for Tomolk team. J-Team, although they're taking a considerable amount of damage here, they're staying completely topped up. I swear I just saw 2K heal over 1,000 health just in the matter of seconds. Although they have they have had a teammate taken down, Eagle, the Tomolk, being taken down 101 TN, trying to make something happen, popping the ultimate. 2K now starting to get healed up a little bit, but it doesn't look like he's gonna be able to. Oh my god! We saw it! The infinite longsword beams! Oh. I mean, at this point, it's a formality. It is a 3v1, and it's the end. I only just realized that it was just those two teams.
It did end in a rather anticlimactic.
I mean, it was rather anticlimactic, but holy moly.
I think Ventus might actually have
Look at them.
just been able to clinch it out above J-Team. J-Team coming in with 15 kills, but Ventus, J-Team will be able to come out because of those 15 kills and the fact that they were second surviving with the MVP. We have to talk about AOW for a minute because, oh my goodness, the tragedy that was Ping Tao. he went into center of the zone because he saw, okay, this is nice, this is open, there's not a lot of cover for a lot of people to hide behind. No one's really running anything that can actively counter me other than those Tammys. I'm going to ult up. And then Ventus come along and pop the very glowy, very shiny anti-ult dome. And unfortunately for AOW's Ping Tao, it turns out that he'd actually tried to monk ult, and he got it for like 2 seconds. He got past the initial glowing phase of activation.
But he didn't get the heal, sadly.
And then he didn't get the heals, and then the very big glowy no ultimate dome hit. And he just got absolutely eviscerated by Ventus coming through and finishing off with the crossbow. And from there, Ventus just pushed into J-Team. And it did look like J-Team would be able to turn it around onto Ventus, given the fact that that zip healing did so much. There were points where we saw both the two teammates on J-Team's health fall far below what they should to still be standing, and then immediately just rocketed straight back up. We saw them getting caught in wisps. ZK gets grabbed in the middle of a Temi ultimate by a wisp. His health is a roller coaster. It goes all the way up, and then it goes all the way down, and then it goes all the way back up again. Because, oh my goodness, the healing that was coming out from that zip in that final fight. Sure, J-Team lose against Ventus. Ventus come through with the Flamer. They've managed to isolate out a lot of the teammates from J-Team. They have, like you said, that infinite longsword loop. The problem for J-Team is that they got isolated by that they lost Eagle very, very early on in that engagement, and so they would just lose to Stagger, especially against the Takeda with the longsword. But J-Team have definitely felt happy because not only have they picked up MVP, they've broken a record that was previously set by TE last week. So that record didn't stay around for very long. J-Team are actually the highest total points set in one match day. The record that was previously set by TE last week and is now held by J-Team with a 131.3.
131 points in Nbpl.
It was close. I will say, I can't remember what TE were able to do it with. It was something along 130 as well. I mean, it's definitely close between the two, but it's nuts.
I mean, that is truly impressive. And the thing is, TE was not all that far behind either. In their final game, I feel like if they'd been on equal footing with J-Team, they potentially could have come out on top in that fight. But J-Team had that Mystic Might buff, having that defense buff for themselves made it so that not only was it harder to do damage to them, they were also getting far more value out of their healing. So any damage you did to them just became completely irrelevant, as the healing was constantly coming through, taking over, keeping them topped up, and allowing them to just tank through everything. And that's why we call them the Juggernauts. They just run in, get oogly boogly, and just make you wish you just didn't find them. I think this composition is going to see a considerable amount of play coming through, and it's very cool to see that we're getting different adaptations of it as well. Initially, we were seeing Takeda zipping Matari. Now we're seeing Takeda zipping Tianhai, and now we're seeing Takeda zipping Tamog. The fact that, I mean, as Raven has told me before, he actually put this reasonably well. It's the duo comp with an extra teammate. Yeah. Because as we all know, Takeda zipping is extremely obnoxious in duos. The power that they have together in combination, the healing, the anti-stagger, the potential to prevent you from holding blues, like you just get grabbed out of it, just give me that, boom, get slammed, you know, and then just have another character get put into the mix, and to sort of essentially allow you to deal with the situations of the day. As the meta is continuously changing and adapting, people are using different things to try and deal with certain compositions. Okay. I was gonna get all copium about Taka coming in, but that's just a wrong thing. But anyway, we see here J Team coming in with 28.6 points, Aventus 25.8, AOW 15.5, JL 14. Sadly, TE with only a 5.2 game, down in 10th place. I mean, it's the final game of the day. As I said before the game started, it is very hard to stay at your tip-top shape throughout the entire 6 games, and they performed unbelievably well leading up to the 6th game. So there is no shame in that whatsoever. Everybody has not so great games. And even then, they died to the team that ended up winning the game when they had a completely stacked comp with the defense buff, with Juggernaut's composition. It's a hard fight to win.
Exactly. Okay, give it to me. Give me that 101 TN MVP so I can see the stats on this healing. I need to see the stats on this zip healing. I need to see the stats on this healing, as we're gonna get to see some highlights from the match that just went down. TE unfortunately falling to XTG relatively early on. I don't think, again, like they anticipated just that many teams being in that area. As we can have a look at J Team coming in, Dragon Slayers into Razor Swift. It's so good for full coverage as well into Truist, and there's no way that you can really avoid it, because then you're going outside of the no ult zone and you're just going to get pressured out another way. As J Team, literally every single time we're going to see them in the highest, watch the health bar. Look at the health bar. ZK is literally just sometimes on life support. Every single time he gets taken down solo and immediately just finds this full back up as we just hear all of the longsword right clicks just exchanged and pushed forward and backwards as the Takeda just comes on through with those slashes and locks those players into position. J Team smiling around their PC screens are surely very, very happy about the performance that they put on today. Come on, I need it. Give me that 101 TN healing stats.
Yes,
Give me those healing stats. Let me see whether or not he hit 20k.
I think you're lowballing it there, to be honest. Considering what I just saw, I would say, it's not him, Zed. No.
Okay, if ZK did, this is like a maths question, right? If ZK did 10.3k healing, how much healing do you think that 101 TN Zip did? In fact, I'm gonna see if Pod can get us those numbers.
Yeah, could we please get the statistics on this? I reckon it's probably something along the lines of 30k plus minimum. I mean, considering how much health ZK healed in that fight, in that clip that we just saw, where he got knocked down after having been soul slashed, into the follow-up, into another slam, getting knocked to the floor with a sliver of shield, and then before he even had time to get up off the ground, was at full health?
Mm-hmm.
Nah.
It's really funny because, like, today you were like, okay, what patch are they playing on again? I'm like, it's the zip buff patch. I didn't even need to answer that question. I just need to show you that clip.
You could have just showed me the clip.
That 30% damage reduction is just like the healing that you get, the fact that you can be just so far away. I'm very much surprised it's taken this long for Zip to get integrated into the Transformers and into things like this Takeda composition. That it has, but it's here, and I feel like it's going to be here to stay for at least a little while, because we've even seen against things like Barrier Mech, and even with the Monk, the fact that you can still get healed even when you're picked up in that Monk's hands. Like, even if you find the slam, their health bar isn't going to go low enough for that slam to actually find a kill.
Indeed. But yes, anyway, we are going to be heading off to an interview now, and I'm assuming we'll see you very shortly afterwards, but enjoy.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we invite 101 NT from the team J Team to our interview. So of course, please say hello to our audience first. 那也是先请昊天跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 G Team 101昊天。
Okay, welcome. So, I noticed a thing. I remember in the last bi-weekly final, and at first your team didn't get a really high total points in the beginning, but your team got the second prize of our bi-weekly final. Also in today's game, in the beginning of the 2 games, your team didn't perform very well, but then you got better and better. So why your team always got a script like following up a victory with hot pursuit in the game? 那其实我发现一个问题啊，因为尤其是在上一个周决的时候，刚开始你们前期积分也不高，但之后就是一直越打越好，拿到了第2名。而且今天同样是这一个剧本，就是为什么你们总能拿到这种乘胜追击的剧本？
也还好吧。现在比赛刚开始，乘胜追击我觉得也谈不上吧。因为刚一个赛季没打，上赛季全程都是在直播嘛，然后这个赛季刚回来，我需要有一些时间去适应一下，然后慢慢适应这些比赛节奏，掌握这些比赛经验，还有一些细节啊，我觉得我们还是可以再做得更好一点。
Okay, so I think it's just okay because now it's the beginning of our seasons, and in last seasons I didn't like in our Nbpl to play the game with my friends. So in these seasons I want to do better, and there is still things I have to learn. I have to like feel more comfortable with the steps, and so I also need more time with my like teammates to do better cooperations in the game. So of course we want to like have a better performance in these seasons. Well, and also I want to ask you a question about Rim of Young, because I noticed things when the beginning of the Rim of Young, and every one of you just used the hook to get into the sky. And why is that? Is that like kind of smart method in the Rim of Young? 那其实我想问一个问题啊，就是我注意到你们在回阳镜一开始的时候，所有的队员就不光是你们队啊，其他队也是，一开始都是先制空，这个是一个什么理论想法？
可能就是先在对面视野里面消失一段时间嘛，让他们放松一下警惕嘛。然后后续落地之后进回阳，或者说留对面，都是可以再选择的。就反正就是消失视野嘛，消失几秒。
Okay, so that's because we want to like disappear of our like we want to disappear in the sight of the game in the Rim of Young, and we want to like give ourselves more time to do more preparations for the battle. Well, then come to our new part, answer for treasure, and this time our question is, which one below is the most picked hero in Nbpl trios? 那其实这一次我们的问题是哪一个英雄是选取率最高的英雄？我相信昊天心里面也有一个答案了。But I want to ask you a question because I know you are not a monk player, but how's your monk? 那其实我知道你并不是一个天海的玩家，但是我想问一下你的大佛怎么样？
我的大佛可能有一点怪怪的吧。如果真要练的话，我觉得也是可以的。
Oh, okay. So I think my monk is a little bit weird, but if I want to play this hero, I would do more practice for it. But how's your level now? 那现在水平怎么样呢？
现在大佛也会双抓吧，但是双抓点可能不一样。
Okay, I also can do double grappling in the game, but maybe not very often. Well, so you can give a comment about your team's monk. 那可以评价一下你们队伍的天海。
没什么太复杂的评价，就是一句话：世界第一大佛。
Oh, I think our monk is So I think our team's monk is the world #1 monk. Wow, that is a really high comment. Okay, it's time for our screenshot, please.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot. And don't forget to check your chat box and do not miss the message from us. And lucky guy will be you. Well, that's all for our interval. And next day will be our solo, so don't forget to miss it. Bye-bye. Do not.
You know what? I feel like there's something a little bit personal about that question, considering it was which hero was the most picked in terms of League. And you know what? I've wanted to see Valda. I'm always advocating for her to come through. You want to see Taka, and both of them were options, and I'm sorry, both of them were probably not picked at all by chat.
No, I think there was some people on Copium just for the memes picking Taka and Valda. So I mean, we have a lot of people who love these characters, and even though they don't get picked, they're just gonna slap it.
Valda
in there,
does get
just
picked.
To represent.
She just has a 0% win rate.
I can't remember the last time she was picked.
She was picked like last week in solos.
Valda was picked last. Oh, in solos. Okay, fair enough. I
Yeah,
thought you meant
but
in
she
trios.
still has a 0% win rate in solos.
No, I mean even in solos, she does struggle in the current meta, not having the ability to disengage. Her ultimate not really offering her all that much power in terms of either damage or defensive capabilities. It becomes pretty hard to play Valda in the current meta, where things like zipping, Farrier, and Takeda are very prevalent. But yeah, even in trios, the fact that Valda, it feels more like a sort of combo character, and in trios, typically you don't always want to be dedicating more than one ultimate to lock down and finish off a team. But here we have the standings for the day. Sadly, Bauda, Wolves, KZ, Ooga, OC, GD, all in the bottom half. But we have J Team here, the Kings of the Hill, at the top of the leaderboard with a record-breaking 131.3 points on a single day of trios. That is astonishing. TE not all that far behind, having previously set the record last week as well. And it just, I mean, the disparity is clear as day. TE and J Team are dominating these lobbies right now. AOW in third place, being 45 points. No, sorry, maths. 55 points behind. Excuse me. It's clear to see that these two teams are definitely doing something right over the other teams. It's great to see because we get to see this incredible play and this credible decision making. Like we saw TE doing extremely well in their timing attacks last game. We saw them sitting behind a rock waiting for the other two teams to fight, having spotted out the giant glowing dome in the distance. I mean, this is the sort of thing that you have to be paying attention to in these kind of games. Moonbanes and 3-ban zones are very, very visible, all from like very far away. So if you use one of those things, you have to be prepared. Because it's essentially a beacon saying, we're here, come get us, we're fighting. So unless you're prepared for that sort of engagement, you don't really want to be using those sorts of things. As we saw, the TE managing to clean up a few kills for themselves in that scenario.
I mean,
But,
I'm
yeah.
not complaining because TE and J Team are both in the same group. So they're both in Group B, which means every single time we see J Team, we're going to see TE and vice versa. And I think off of just how these first couple of days from trios especially have been, it's going to be a constant tug of war between both of these teams in terms of who is leading that pack. J Team is known for being innovative in terms of compositions, but TE is known, like you said, for that team synergy and being able to play off of each other. So it really is going to be such a fun enjoyment to watch both of these teams constantly battle it out. One coming in 1 week, breaking the previously set record. Another week, we might see TE come back in and break that record. And I am not going to be complaining. I'm going to be here for it every single step of the way because that is going to be an absolute epic showdown of titanic proportions. Because remember, both of these teams, they may be playing into Nbpl at the moment. Guarantee you, they're thinking into December. They're thinking in terms of Worlds. TE, previously FPX, they want that title. They got so close. They were one of the front runners, and J Team came along and swooped it from right under their noses. There is a rivalry building between these two teams, and that rivalry is such good fun to watch.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you can, thing is though, it's a friendly rivalry though, as you can see, like after the games, you could see them laughing and sort of making faces over and doing this to the other team to like, come at me, bro. You know, like it's definitely friendly banter, but it is very enjoyable to watch. Having them both in the same group, trying to outdo each other every single day, every single game, and making sure that they're pulling out all the stops to try and prove that they're the best. It's really amazing to see as we can sit back and watch some amazing NARAKA take place.
Now, speaking about watching some amazing NARAKA take place, you're not going to be able to watch this amazing NARAKA take place anytime longer. We're going to be ending for the day, but we'll be back with solos a little bit later this week, and you don't want to be missing that action because speaking about rivalries, there's a little bit of a rivalry building up between WBG's Spider and AOW's Mike, both two top players in the solos field, and both top always constantly in terms of either the leaderboard or in those bi-weekly finals. Spider wants to defend that title. Mike, he wants his crown back, and he's here to prove that he's here to stay.
I completely agree. I am a huge solo player myself, and I'm extremely excited to see how that turns out. If Mike can keep his tempo throughout the next few weeks, or if Spider or Fong come back and take away the spotlight. But if you want to find out, you're going to have to tune in to solos. I think we're going to be having solos tomorrow, followed by another day of trios after that. But sadly, that's all we have for you today. And thank you so much, Moxie, for casting with me. I had an amazing time. I hope you all enjoyed, chat. Any finishing remarks, Moxie?
Stay out of big glowing domes. It's not a safe environment.
Yes. Anyway, thank you so much. Take care, and we will see you next time.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. My
not like I would choose another. My tears have healing powers.